Chapter 100. Evil Cultivation Method? They haven't come out yet? Third Master Ning asked with a smile. Zhang Long and Zhao Hu replied respectfully. Third Master, they haven't come out yet. Third Master Ning nodded as a trace of curiosity flashed in his eyes. As far as he knew, no one in the Qin Tang Empire needed more than 10 days to condense battle qi. Most of them took half a day, and some even took 2 to 6 days. Only the descendants of the imperial family needed so much time to condense battle qi. What kind of trouble is this kid going to cause? Third Master Ning murmured in his heart, but a trace of expectation flashed in his eyes. Another 5 days passed. In the room, Ning Qi kept feeding them special dipper pills. From the original 600 special dipper pills, he was only left with a little more than 100. This meant that little Yu and Zuoling had already used up a total of 500 of his special dipper pills. Even Ning Qi almost couldn't sit still. The 9 zodiac maiden mantra was just a fragment. How could it be so difficult to condense battle qi? Suddenly, a pale pink light burst out from the 2 girls. Their faces were rosy and faintly exuded a seductive smell. Ning Qi was stunned when he was not paying attention. He only came back to his senses when the 2 of them shook his arm. At this time, little Yu, and Zuoling, each held Ning Qi's arm with worry in their big eyes. Seeing that Ning Qi was awake, they heaved a sigh of relief. Young master, what's wrong? Little Yu was stunned when she spoke. Her voice was much crisper than before. If one had to describe it, it would be sweet, very sweet. Zuoling also spoke. Sister Yu, why did your voice change? She immediately covered her mouth as soon as she finished speaking, because her voice was exactly the same as Zuoling, as if they were twins. If one didn't distinguish carefully, they wouldn't be able to hear the difference at all. What kind of cultivation method is this 9 zodiac maiden mantra? These 2 brats almost enchanted me. It's definitely an evil cultivation method. Ning Qi secretly wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and thought, Young master, why did our voices change? Little Yu frowned slightly. Her 10-year-old body emitted a kind of extreme charm. It should be caused by the cultivation method. Ning Qi furrowed his brows. It seemed like the 9 Polaris maiden art had the effect of changing a person's temperament. It was highly possible that it was a kind of charm technique. Long Jiutian, that old fellow, actually didn't warn him beforehand. Circulate your battle qi and let me see. Ning Qi said. The 2 women nodded. Soon after, a pale pink combat aura appeared from their bodies. It slowly condensed into cherry blossoms that fell from the sky. Ah, so beautiful! The 2 girls happily shouted and stretched out their hands to grab it. The cherry blossoms condensed from battle qi fell into their hands and immediately dispersed, but they still had a lot of fun. A 1-star doe actually possesses such an unusual phenomenon. This 9 scorpion lady can't possibly be of a higher tier than my dragon elephant prajna technique. Ning Qi was a little shocked. At the same time, he could clearly feel that this phenomenon also had the effect of stealing one's mind. It won't be long before they become the dream lovers of all the youths in the capital. Ning Qi sighed. Little Yu, Zuoling, come here. Ning Qi's expression became serious. When the 2 saw him, they were shocked. They thought that they had done something wrong. They lowered their heads and stood in front of Ning Qi. Promise me, in the future, try not to show your battle qi in front of others as much as possible. Ning Qi said seriously. Yes, young master. The 2 replied sweetly. Their voices were extremely soft. Then a smile flashed in little Yu's clever eyes. Young master, is our battle qi too strange? Your battle qi is not strange, it's rare. I'm afraid that the people of the Qin Tang Empire have never seen this kind of battle qi. What if the bad guys catch you and cut you up for research? Ning Qi threatened. Although they did not know what cutting them up for research was, little Yu, and Zhuoling. Er's eyes showed a trace of fear, especially little Yu. The shadow of being caught by the bad guys was still hidden in the depths of her heart. When Ning Qi mentioned it, she was so scared that her arms trembled. Seeing this, Ning Qi laughed. Don't be afraid. With young master here, I'll kill one bad guy. If a pair of bad guys come, I'll kill a pair. Of course, you also have to work hard to become stronger. That's true power. Yes, young master. I'll definitely work hard and kill the bad guys I see in the future. Little Yu, clenched her fists. Zhuoling said, Sister Yu, I'll help you kill the bad guys. Little Yu, kissed Zhuoling, Sisterling, let's kill the bad guys together in the future. Then Ning Qi led them out of the room. Deguzi and Zhuoling were obviously relieved. At the same time, everyone could clearly feel the changes in little Yu. And Zhuoling. Zhuoling. Thought of what Zhao Hu said just now, and suddenly felt a trace of joy in her heart. It seemed that Zhao Hu was right. The level of their cultivation technique must be very high. Otherwise, there would not be such obvious changes. Big brother. Little Yu happily smiled at Deguzi. Deguzi said in shock, My voice is because of the cultivation technique. All right, go back, there's nothing to see. Ning Qi waved his hand, and the servants who liked to watch the fun quickly turned and left. Third Master Ning stared at the two girls for a while and said to Ning Qi, It seems that the cultivation technique they practice is not ordinary. Not bad, not bad. In such a short time, they were able to train 3 one-star doja for you. It's almost the same as those top families. Ning Qi smiled and said, Those big families have a lot of disciples, and it's difficult to distribute the cultivation resources. I only have these 3 guys here, so of course the resources will be more focused. It's not surprising that they have such speed. If Third Master is bored, you can also help me train these 3 guys. Third Master Ning laughed and said, Are you asking for my help? Ning Qi smiled and said, Then will Third Master Ning help? Third Master Ning smiled and said, Remember, you have to give me the rations. No problem. Ning Qi nodded. In the next half a month, Ning Qi and Third Master Ning discovered that little Yu, Ari's cultivation speed was shockingly fast. When Deguzi became a 2-star doja, the 2 of them were already 6-star doja. At this speed, it wouldn't be surprising for them to become a Dedo sure in half a year. Deguzi thought that it was because of his poor aptitude. In his shyness, he trained even more diligently. Being surpassed by his own sister made him feel a little uncomfortable. 100 Herb Sect. The news of Duan Linshu and Ning Qi's pill battle had already been received by the elders of the sect before the 2 of them had even returned to the sect. Therefore, the moment the 2 of them stepped into the sect, they were immediately invited by the first elder. Hisong and Duan Linshu respectfully stood in front of a stern-looking elder. This elder was one of the 3 great dozongs of the 100 Herb Sect. The first elder of the 100 Herb Sect, Nangua Wujin. Chapter 101. Surging Undercurrent. Only those who surpassed the level of an alchemist grandmaster could be called a pill monarch. Those who had reached this level of alchemy already had a place in the dragon continent. Even the dragon race would need the help of a pill monarch alchemist when they needed to refine some pills. Therefore, every pill monarch had a high prestige, and countless people were willing to risk their lives for just one pill. Nangua Wujin stared coldly at Hisong, causing his forehead to be covered in cold sweat. After a while, Nangua Wujin slowly said, I heard that your disciple lost to an alchemist in an alchemy battle. Hisong was terrified, but he had no choice but to speak the truth. He nodded with a hint of shame on his face. First Elder, I've brought shame to the sect. Duan Linshu fell to his knees. It's my fault. Please punish me, First Elder. It has nothing to do with my master. Nangua Wujin sneered. You'll be punished for losing the mutant pill given to you by the sect. You'll have to face the wall in the back mountain for 10 years. Duan Linshu's eyes were filled with fear. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. 10 years of facing the wall. At the thought of having to stay in a godforsaken place like the back mountain for 10 years, all his bones turned soft. At the same time, his hatred for Ning Qi reached its peak. It's all because of him that I have to face the wall in the back mountain for 10 years. Ning Qi, one day you will fall into my hands. A middle-aged man walked out from behind Nangua Wujin. He was a Peak Emperor realm cultivator. At the same time, he was also Nangua Wujin's first disciple. He grabbed Duan Linshu's collar and walked out. He Song lowered his head and didn't dare to speak. Not long after, Nangua Wujin's voice was heard again. Find out this kid's background and master. Let him join the 100 Herb sect, and I'll let bygones be bygones. He Song nodded, I understand. He then thought of something and asked, First Elder, what if he's not willing to join the 100 Herb sect? Nangua Wujin harumphed. If he's not willing, then find an opportunity to get rid of him. The mutant pill can't be obtained by outsiders. Do you understand? He Song smiled bitterly. Junior brother Lu seems to value this kid a lot. It's not easy for me to make a move. Green impermanence. Don't mind him. Nangua Wujin said indifferently. Feng City. A figure broke through the air and landed directly in the Sun family's courtyard. Disciple, I'm here to see you. Get out here. As soon as this figure landed on the ground, he shouted loudly. This was a short fatty who was 7 feet tall and at least 6 feet wide. He had the face of a Maitreya Buddha, and his earlobes were super big, just like a big flat cake. With this appearance, he should be wearing plain clothes, but he was wearing a colorful robe which made people feel strange. The people from the Sun clan were shocked when they saw this. It's the Almighty's master. Quick, inform the old master. No need. An indifferent voice drifted over. It was unknown when Old Man Sun had appeared. After that, he walked towards the short fatty with a smile on his face. Grandmaster Zhu. Hearing the voice, Zhu Dezhuang looked over and saw that it was Old Master Sunday. His mouth immediately grinned, and he laughed out loud. Old man, you're willing to come out today? Did you know that I was coming, so you came to pick me up? The people from the Sun clan all shut their mouths, other than an old friend who was also a Do Huang. Only an alchemist grandmaster like Zhu Dezhuang would have the guts to speak to the old master in such a manner. Old Man Sun smiled slightly. My cultivation has reached a bottleneck. Without the cocoon-breaking pill, I won't be able to break through in a short period of time. I wonder if Grandmaster Zhu has any news about the cocoon-breaking pill? Zhu Dezhuang laughed and said, Old man, what do you think I'm here for this time? Let me tell you, there is an auction going to be held in a marketplace 90,000 li away from here in half a year's time. I've been informed by an old friend that there will be a lot of rare pills for sale. Quickly prepare the gold notes and come with me. Bring my disciple along as well, and let him see the world. I'll let you in on a secret. Behind this market, there's a 7th-tier giant dragon. Haha, are you shocked? Rank 7 dragon. Shock flashed in Old Man Sun's eyes. After which he sighed and said, The Almighty is already dead. Hearing this, Zhu Dezhuang was stunned at first, after which he looked at Old Man Sun in disbelief. Old man, are you kidding? Someone dares to touch a disciple of your Sun clan? Old Man Sun laughed coldly. Would I use my grandson's life to joke with you? Once this was said, Zhu Dezhuang immediately exploded. He said angrily, Who was it? Who killed my disciple? I will definitely tear him into pieces. The one who killed the Almighty is also an alchemist and an alchemist grandmaster. Old Man Sun said coldly, What, alchemist grandmaster? Is it green impermanence, Qin Jinj or Mo Wintian? Why did they kill my disciple? They deserve to die. Zhu Dezhuang was stunned. None of them. It is the 13th son of the capital champion marquis. He is only 16 years old this year, but he is already an alchemist grandmaster. I have already asked Zhe to keep an eye on him in the capital. I originally wanted to wait for an opportunity to kill him to avenge the Almighty, but now that he is an alchemist grandmaster and has been conferred the title of Dragon Slayer Marquis by the Emperor, I'm afraid this revenge can't be avenged for the time being. Old Man Sun sighed and said, 16 years old and an alchemist grandmaster? Even I can't nurture such a genius. What background does he have? Could he be a disciple of the 100 Herb sect? Zhu Dazhuang was shocked. None of them. Zhe sent news that this disciple's master is Yun Yaha. Just like you, Grandmaster Zhu. He didn't stay at the same place. Old Man Sun said, I don't care who his master is. No one can kill my disciple and get away with it. Old man, don't worry. Even if it's not for your sake. I'll let him rest in peace in the underworld, just for the sake of the Almighty. Who cares if he is an alchemist grandmaster or a dragon slayer marquis? I don't care about them. Zhu Dazhuang said sinisterly. Then I will have to trouble Grandmaster Zhu. Old Man Sun smiled and cupped his hands together, after which he continued, the market that Grandmaster Zhu just mentioned. Oh, see how many gold notes you can prepare. The more the better. This market will definitely not disappoint us. Zhu Dazhuang said. Time passed unknowingly. It had been almost half a year since Ning Qi returned to the capital from the Wind Dragon Cave. In this half a year, Deguzi became a 1-star dosher. Zhanglong and Zhao, whose cultivation also improved. They each became 3-star doling. This was all thanks to the spirit-raising pills that Ning Qi gave them every month. They used these spirit-raising pills to exchange for many pills that could raise their cultivation at the 100 Herb Hall. That was why their cultivation could rise so quickly. They could already see the hope of becoming a Dowang. Chapter 102. Adult purple lightning bird the cultivation of the 2 girls rose like a rocket. Currently, they were already at the peak of the dosher class. No child of the same age in the capital could compare to them. Even the youngest princes of Qinzheng were the same. Third Master Ning really wanted to take the 2 girls under his wing, but was decisively rejected by Ning Qi. Originally, Ning Qi planned to send the 3 to the North Style Academy in the capital to train, but seeing that the 2 girls' cultivation speed was too shocking, he gave up to avoid unnecessary attention. On this day, Ning Qi sat alone in the pavilion in the backyard, watching the progress of Little Purple's transformation with rapt attention. After 2 hours, the progress finally reached 100%. Ding! Congratulations to hosts Purple Lightning Bird Demon Pet Transformation complete. Ning Qi happily released Little Purple from the demon pet space. Once Little Purple appeared, its huge body suddenly soared into the sky and landed in the yard after a few breaths. At this time, Little Purple's wings were 7 or 8 feet long, and it had no problem carrying 5 or 6 people on its back. When it stood, it was nearly as tall as a small house. The purple feathers on its body flickered with an enchanting luster, and a trace of electric arc occasionally jumped with its feathers. When Little Purple was a cub, it looked a little silly, but now that it was an adult, it was incomparably handsome, even more heroic than its mother. If it hadn't intimately rubbed its head against Ning Qi's chest and then opened its mouth to signal Ning Qi to feed it the spirit-raising pill, Ning Qi would have suspected that the system had swapped a purple lightning bird. Little Purple, you're mighty now. TSK, a mid-level rank 5 demon, equivalent to a 4-star Dowang. Haha, now I don't have to be afraid of that bastard Sun Zisher's tricks. Ning Qi laughed and took out a handful of spirit cultivation pills. He didn't count many and directly stuffed them into Little Purple's mouth. Little Purple raised its neck and swallowed them. Then it shook its head in satisfaction, not at all reserved. Zhanglong and Zhao, who just saw a purple shadow. The speed was too fast, and the 2 of them didn't see it too clearly. They were afraid that someone would sneak into the manor, so they immediately rushed over. When they saw little Violet, they were immediately shocked. Seeing Ning Chi standing beside little Violet and smiling at them, they dared to confirm that this was the little guy from before. Master Ning, is this little Purple? Zhao Hu asked hesitantly. Ning Chi nodded and patted little Purple's wings. The electric arc on it would not hurt its master, but it would hurt others, so only Ning Chi could ride on its back in the future. Little Z is an adult now. That's great, Zhao Hu said happily. Little Purple looked at him arrogantly and chirped, which was considered as a greeting to an acquaintance. Suddenly it looked around, as if it was looking for something. Then it called out to Ning Chi a few times. Ning Chi thought for a moment, then released the little white horse from the demon pet space. The little white horse immediately ran around the yard, enjoying the fun of running. Suddenly, it saw little Violet standing in front of it. A trace of fear flashed in its eyes, and it slowly retreated. Little Purple unceremoniously grabbed it, then flew up and threw it down. This cycle was very enjoyable. The little white horse was a grade 3 boss-level demon beast. This height would not cause it any harm, so Ning Chi let little Purple be. After staying in the demon pet space for so long, seeing an old friend, it was only right to be affectionate. Zhao Hu and Zhonglong looked at the little white horse with a trace of schadenfreude in their eyes. This horse usually looked at the two of them with a trace of disdain in its eyes. Now that everything has its vanquisher, it really deserved it. Suddenly, little Purple put down the little white horse, then landed beside Ning Chi and looked warily toward the yard entrance. There, a straight figure was looking at them. Don't be afraid. This is one of us. Third Master Ning. Ning Chi patted little Purple's wings and said. Little Purple relaxed a little. Third Master Ning walked over and looked at little Purple for a while, then sighed at Ning Chi. An adult purple lightning bird. Ning Chi nodded. Yes, Third Master Ning, let me introduce you to my demon pet, Little Purple. Third Master Ning smiled and nodded at Little Purple to show his goodwill, then looked at Ning Chi with a faint smile. On the day of hunting, there was a purple lightning bird that attacked Fallen Leaf Valley and was driven away by the 9th Prince's guards. Is it because you stole someone's child? Ning Chi laughed dryly. Of course not, it was just a coincidence. As he spoke, he touched Little Purple's wings. This Third Master Ning. Didn't he know that a grade 5 demon beast already had a certain level of intelligence? It was really hateful to say that it was not its own child in front of it. Sure enough, a trace of suspicion flashed in Little Purple's eyes. This trace of suspicion disappeared after Ning Chi fed it a handful of spiritual cultivation pills. The little white horse took the opportunity to stretch its head over and also opened its mouth. You are the younger brother. Eat less. Ning Chi only gave it a third of Little Purple's spiritual cultivation pills, which was blatant discrimination. But the little white horse was already very satisfied. It kept chewing with a smile of enjoyment on its face. They are so lucky to have a master like you. You know, even our previous Lord Protector's manor fed the demon beasts one pill at a time. Compared with you, they are much shabbier. Third Master Ning sighed. Ning Chi smiled and said, Of course, Ning Hongtian can't be compared with me. As long as there was a chance to hurt Ning Hongtian, Ning Chi would spare no effort to damage his prestige in front of outsiders. Third Master Ning naturally knew the resentment between the two. A long time ago he might have stood on Ning Hongtian's side, but now it was obvious that Ning Chi was more helpful to the rise of the Lord Protector's manor. The old master also liked Ning Chi and valued Ning Chi. So Third Master Ning now stood on Ning Chi's side, wholeheartedly, listening to Ning Hongtian's words. Third Master Ning didn't think it was wrong. Instead, he felt it was natural. I will go out with Little Purple. You don't have to follow us. Ning Chi said with a smile and directly jumped onto Little Purple's back. Little Purple understood tacitly and soared into the sky, flying towards Tianfeng Forest. Ah, Master Ning. Zhonglong and Zhao, who could only look at Ning Qi's back speechlessly. The fifth-order purple lightning bird is enough to protect him. It's useless for you to follow him. Third Master Ning smiled and then walked towards the little white horse, teasing it while it was digesting the spiritual cultivation pill. When it saw that Third Master Ning was a king of fighting, it immediately showed an obedient look and even used its tongue to lick Third Master Ning's palm. At the side, Zhonglong and Zhao, who were stunned because of Third Master Ning's words. It's useless for you to follow him. Yes, if Master Ning has little purple, won't we be redundant? Zhao, who murmured to himself. Zhonglong's eyes narrowed. No, as long as we practice hard, we can still help Master Ning. Let's go practice. Zhao, who nodded. Chapter 103. Barbaric Bull Valley. That's a violet lightning bird? It seems to have flown out from the dragon-slaying Marquis residence. I heard that the dragon-slaying Marquis has a violet lightning bird as a demonic pet, but it's still in its infant stage. That violet lightning bird was too fast, so it's definitely not in its infant stage. Stop arguing. The dragon-slaying Marquis is sitting on its back. I have good eyesight. At a table near the window of a restaurant, a few Didou sure coincidentally saw Ning Qi ride the electric purple bird and flash past the window. Aside from them, the violet lightning bird attracted the attention of many other forces. A sneaky figure appeared at the side door of the champion Marquis residence. Not long after, the door opened and little Yuan popped her head out. What's the matter? Little Yuan knitted her brows. The sneaky figure was a youth around the age of 15. He whispered, "The dragon-slaying Marquis has left the capital." Little Yuan was startled before she rejoiced. Is it true? I heard it from Zhao Er, so it shouldn't be false. The youth nodded. Little Yuan took out a bottle and tossed it to the youth. This is the Qi gathering pellet that I promised you. It's a low-grade yellow rank pellet. Leave, and don't let anyone see you. The youth's eyes flashed with joy as he kept the bottle and left. After that, little Yuan entered Nangongyu, Er's room, and saw her sitting before the mirror. She was looking at the mirror while trying on the new clothes with the help of two maids. Little Yuan waved the two maids away, causing Nangongyu, Er's eyes to flash with displeasure. What's the matter? Little Yuan walked over and bent down. I received news that Ning Qi, that bastard, might have left the capital. Nangongyu. Er's eyes lit up and she stood up. Prepare a carriage. We're going to the Nangong clan. Not long after, she saw Nangong Qixing. After informing him of the news, the two of them went to the address given by Qiu Wanli. In this period of time, Qiu Wanli had been waiting for news in the capital. Inside a pleasure boat, Nangongyu, and Nangong Qixing found Qiu Wanli, who was having sex with 7 or 8 beauties on a large bed. Qiu Wanli stood up naked. You can leave first, master. A woman approached him coquettishly. Pa! Qiu Wanli gave her a slap. She covered her face in surprise and stared at Qiu Wanli blankly. I told you to back off. Don't you understand? Qiu Wanli said coldly. Yes, we will leave immediately. One of the older courtesans directly pulled the woman and left the room. When Nangong Qixing saw this, he did not feel anything. However, a look of disgust flashed in Nangong Yuer's eyes. She looked away, not wanting to see Qiu Wanli's ugly body. After the women left, Nangong Qixing promptly cupped his hands towards Qiu Wanli and reported, Senior, that brat Ning Qi has left the capital. A cold smile appeared on Qiu Wanli's face. You're finally willing to leave the capital, hee. Not long after Ning Qi flew away on the violet lightning bird, a figure soared into the sky from a small courtyard near the Dragon Slayer Marquis residence and chased after Ning Qi. Shenwu Public House. Head Chief, I heard that brat Ning Qi has flown out of the capital on a violet lightning bird and is heading towards Tianfeng Forest. A Douling knelt in front of Huang Fufei and reported respectfully, Violet lightning bird? Huang Fu Fei pondered for a moment before he stood up and sneered. So what if it's a mid-tier, fifth-order demonic beast's cub? We can't save him. Dragon Slayer Marquis, I'm finally going to meet you. Tianfeng Forest. Ning Qi had not come out to kill monsters for half a year and was itching to level up. He killed every demonic beast he saw along the way with a single palm strike, and his experience points increased rapidly. At the same time, he realized that he did not receive any experience points from the demonic beasts that Little Violet killed. So he asked Little Violet to watch from the side. His current attributes had undergone some changes. Host, Ningqi level, 3-star Great Do Sure experience points, 90800/200000. Cultivation method. Dragon Elephant Prajna Art level 3, 384/10,000 martial skill, 18 subduing dragon palms level 4, 1248/1000000 health points, 12500 alchemy, 3rd tier alchemist proficiency, 82,000/10000 dragon slayer coins. 500-inch. I need 200,000 experience points to level up. I should let these scattered demonic beasts go. Ningqi thought for a moment, then fished out a sheepskin map from his robes. He had specifically asked Lulu for it. Many of the dangerous areas of Skywind Forest were drawn on it, and they were all classified as forbidden areas. However, to Ningqi, this was just a map in a game. Those forbidden areas were where he could grind monsters. Oh, Barbaric Bull Valley. There are only 3rd order barbaric bulls and a 4th order barbaric bull king? This place is closer. Let's go. After choosing a spot, Ningqi jumped onto Little Violet's back and flew towards Barbaric Bull Valley. Little Violet flew for about 4 hours before Ningqi finally saw the Barbaric Bull Valley. Ningqi sat on Little Violet's back and circled above Barbaric Bull Valley. In the valley, several barbaric bulls were 20 feet long and 10 feet tall. They had green fur and horns that were as sharp as weapons. They were demonic beasts known for their strength. At the same level, an ordinary Dodosher was no match for a barbaric bull. Barbaric bulls were hot-tempered. As long as other demonic beasts invaded their territory, they would attack together until the demonic beast died. When there were no demonic beasts invading their territory, they would fight each other for food and mates. They would either die or be injured. At this moment, there were dozens of pairs of barbaric bulls fighting each other. Fresh blood flowed all over the ground. An enormous creature that was twice the size of a normal barbaric bull was at the highest point of Barbaric Bull Valley. It was lying on the ground and leisurely eating grass. Suddenly, it raised its head and saw Ningqi and the purple lightning bird. It let out a roar that did not sound like a cow's. The barbaric bulls in the valley immediately stopped what they were doing and looked towards the sky. Roar, roar, roar. Once they saw Ningqi, they immediately stomped their hooves angrily. Because Ningqi was in the sky, they could not do anything. However, the ground was kicked by their hooves until pebbles flew everywhere. The earth shook and the mountains shook. Even a Do Wang would have to temporarily avoid being hit by hundreds and thousands of barbaric bulls. Ningqi sighed. He then patted the purple lightning bird's neck and let it leave. After Ningqi and the purple lightning bird disappeared, Barbaric Bull Valley once again quietened down. Ningqi landed in a hidden call in the distance. Little Violet, let's return to the demonic pet space first. Little Violet was somewhat unwilling. However, after feeding it a spirit-raising pill, it was willing to be kept into the demonic pet space by Ningqi. Subsequently, Ningqi sneakily moved towards Barbaric Bull Valley. Not long after, Ningqi found an extremely clever place to observe the barbaric bulls. Chapter 104. Monsters. There were about 30 barbaric bulls in a group. Among them, there was a level 3 boss barbaric bull. The rest were intermediate to elite barbaric bulls. A small number of barbaric bull cubs were low-level demonic beasts. The Tier 3 elite barbaric bull actually had 60,000 HP. Level 3 high-level barbaric bulls also had 50,000 HP. This was the highest health points Ning Qi had ever seen among the level 3 demonic beasts. Even Little Purple, a level 5 mid-level demonic beast, only had 35,000 HP. It was less than half of the elite barbaric bulls. Moreover, just by looking at the green skin on their bodies, one could tell that their defense was extremely high. Most fighting spirits would not be willing to deal with these barbaric bulls. There were hundreds and thousands of barbaric bulls here, and there were at least 30 level 3 boss barbaric bulls. As for the barbaric bull king that occupied the highest point of the barbaric bull canyon, it was a level 4 boss demonic beast with 300,000 HP. There was a huge gap between it and the other barbaric bulls. Otherwise, he would not be able to control these hot-tempered, barbaric bulls. At this time, a level 3 elite barbaric bull was eating grass while swaying towards Ning Qi. Ning Qi picked up a stone from the ground and threw it at it. The stone hit the center of the barbaric bull's head. The barbaric bull that was eating grass with its head lowered suddenly raised its head. White smoke came out of its nose as it panted and looked around with its red eyes. Soon after, it noticed that Ning Qi was provocatively giving it a middle finger. The barbaric bull immediately roared and kicked up a cloud of dust as it charged towards Ning Qi's direction. Because this was a relatively remote area of the barbaric bull canyon, even if 2 or 3 barbaric bulls noticed something, they would not care and continue with their own business. After turning a corner, the barbaric bull finally saw Ning Qi's full body. Soon after, it charged towards Ning Qi with its horns on its head. Its speed instantly increased by a few times, and it charged towards Ning Qi like an intercontinental missile. Good. Seeing the experience bag charging towards him, Ning Qi did not dodge. He wanted to see who was stronger. 18 Dragon Subduing Palms. A palm technique of extreme yang against a barbaric bull known for its strength. Boom! Barbarian bull stood at the same place and shook its head, but Ning Qi was sent flying by its enormous power and smashed into a small tree. He crawled up from the ground in a sorry figure. Both his arms were in pain. His palm strike had shaved away more than 3,000 HP from Barbarian Bull. If he wanted to kill it, he would need at least 20 more palm strikes. If it wasn't for the sake of leveling up, but to increase his 18 subduing dragon palms proficiency, Barbarian Bull would be a good practice target. Barbarian Bull, who was a little dizzy from Ning Qi's beating, suddenly shook his head, then locked his eyes on Ning Qi again, and with a fierce kick of his hind leg, he once again charged at Ning Qi. This time it had miscalculated. The dragon saber appeared in Ning Qi's hand. He moved to the side and slashed down with both hands. A huge head flew out and smashed into the ground. Barbarian Bull's headless body charged forward a few more steps before it also fell to the ground. Blood mixed with the soil, and the smell of blood slowly spread out. Even though the Barbarian Bull had high health points, when faced with these sure-kill attacks, the system would still calculate the damage as a critical hit, and the health points of a critical hit would be all the Barbarian Bull's remaining health points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing a Tier 3 Elite Barbarian Bull. You have obtained 12,000 experience points. Ning Qi remembered that when he killed a Tier 3 Intermediate Demonic Beast, the Frost Demon Tiger, he had obtained 8,000 experience points. However, how much health did it have, and how much health did the Barbarian Bull have? This system was really too stingy. If not for the existence of the Dragon Saber, he would have turned around and left long ago. Ning Qi once again returned to the previous place and waited for the next Barbarian Bull to arrive. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, 2 Barbarian Bulls ran over, chasing each other. It seemed like they were in love. For the sake of experience, I can only break up the Mandarin ducks. Ning Qi picked up the stone and used the same trick. The 2 Barbarian Bulls in heat madly rushed towards Ning Qi. What awaited them was Ning Qi's raised butcher knife. Splitting Mount Hua. Flying dragon in the sky. Ning Chi first chopped off one of the barbarian bull's heads. Then, from the bottom to the top, he chopped off the other barbarian bull's neck. He gave these two moves very nice names. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing a Tier 3 advanced barbarian bull. You have obtained 10,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing a Tier 3 advanced barbarian bull. You have obtained 10,000 experience points. Another 20,000 experience points fell into his bag. It was even faster than eating pills. Ning Chi was only 70,000 experience points away from leveling up. One after another, the barbarian bulls died in his hands, and the corpses piled up into a small mountain. After half a day, the system finally sent a notification for leveling up. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully leveling up to a 4-star Dido Sure. Host, Ning Chi level. 4-star Dido Sure experience points. 0/200000. Cultivation method. Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique level 3. 384/10,000 martial skill. 18 Dragons Subduing Palms 4th level. 1249/100000 health points. 12500 Alchemy. Tier 3 Alchemist. Proficiency 80. 2000/10000 Dragon Slaying Coins. 500 Looking at the pitiful dragon slaying coins, Ning Chi felt that he had to think of a way. Otherwise, with so many good things in the dragon slaying market, it would be too torturous for him to not be able to buy them. However, until now, he only knew of 3 ways in which dragon slaying coins could appear. The first was the most direct and violent way. Killing monsters or giant dragons with dragon blood would give him dragon slaying coins as a reward. The second was the mission given by the system, which might also give dragon slaying coins as a reward. The third was the gambling gift pack. Among them, the probability of dragon slaying coins appearing in the dragon slaying market was the lowest, but it was also the easiest way. As long as it was a boss level monster, the probability of a gambling gift pack appearing was relatively high. Ning Chi had his eyes on a set of saber techniques. Among the heaven tier martial skills in the dragon slaying market, it was ranked 36th. It was called Sky Edge Bright Moon Saber. There were a total of 9 styles. According to the introduction, those who mastered the 9 styles of Sky Edge Bright Moon Saber would be like the Milky Way bridge between the horizon and the bright moon, connecting the sky. Bright Milky Way. It was priced at 160,000 dragon slaying coins. The saber technique ranked above, it was priced at 280,000, a full 120,000 higher. That was why Ning Chi had his eyes on it. There's still a long way to go. Ning Chi sighed. It was better to focus on the task at hand and continue to lure monsters. Perhaps it was because a few of the bulls in his herd had disappeared that it finally attracted the attention of the Tier 3 boss level bull. It brought a few of its subordinates to the last place where the bulls of the herd had disappeared. It paced back and forth, trying to find the hidden murderer with its IQ of less than 50. Pa! A stone smashed into his horn. The eyes of this Tier 3 boss level bull instantly turned red. It panted and ran in the direction where the stone was thrown from. Its subordinates, seeing that their boss seemed to have discovered something, followed behind it with blank faces. Chapter 105. Death of the Bull Roar. A Tier 3 boss ranked barbarian bull and 3 Tier 3 elite ranked barbarian bulls simultaneously charged at Ning Chi. Ning Chi immediately turned around and fled. Originally, he wanted to use the forest and terrain to take down the barbarian bulls one by one. However, he did not expect these 4 barbarian bulls to completely ignore the trees. Like a bulldozer, the barbarian bulls charged at Ning Chi, uprooting one innocent tree after another. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, when the barbaric bull's strength was almost depleted by Ning Chi, Ning Qi raised the dragon blade and turned to face them. A rank 3 elite barbaric bull was unable to dodge in time and collided with the dragon blade. The incomparably sharp blade directly pierced through its forehead, all the way to its stomach. Ding! Congratulations! You have killed a Tier 3 elite barbaric bull. 12,000 EXP obtained. At this time, the other 3 bulls saw that their companion had been killed, and they became even more frenzied. They launched a pincer attack on Ning Qi. Ning Qi leaped up, and with a flip, he landed on a nearby tree. The 3 bulls collided with each other. Not only were they stuck by their horns, but they were also temporarily stunned by the tremendous force. Ning Qi took the opportunity to kill the other 2 elite barbaric bulls. The Tier 3 boss barbaric bull, herd leader, roared crazily and shook its head violently, finally flinging the 2 barbaric bulls' corpses away. Then, without fear, it charged towards Ning Qi. Looking at the Tier 3 boss bull charging at him like a tank, Ning Qi prayed, "Please drop the gamble gift pack." Then he fiercely slashed forward. Unexpectedly, this barbaric bull's intelligence was slightly higher. It tilted its head slightly and used its horn, which was comparable to a battle tool, to collide with the dragon's saber. In the end, its horns were cut off by the dragon slayer's saber, like tofu, and the blade cut deeply into its head. Barbarian bull rushed for a few steps, and then with a bang he knelt down in front of Ning Qi and died. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully killing a Tier 3 boss demonic beast. 30,000 EXP obtained. Compared to the elite ranked barbarian bull, Ning Qi was quite satisfied. The system was finally not so stingy. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the gambling matchmaking gift pack. Please open it within 24 hours. Haha, open. When he opened the gambling gift pack, there were actually 13 options. Ning Qi was dazzled. Most of them were useless things, such as some low-grade, mystic-level weapons. Looking at them one by one, Ning Qi's eyes suddenly lit up. There are actually 100 Dragon Slayer coins. On the 13th option of the betting gift pack, there was a 100 Dragon Slayer coins written on it. Ning Qi prayed in his heart and clicked to start the bet. The pointer spun rapidly. After a while, the pointer stopped on an option. Ning Qi's face was extremely ugly. The next option was 100 Dragon Slayer coins. Just a little bit more. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a top-grade calculus bovis. The sound of the system notification rang out. Soon after, another notification sounded. Ding! Because the host has killed the direct descendant of the barbaric bull king. The barbaric bull king is now officially leading all of the barbaric bulls to charge at you. Please kill them all within a month, and the mission will be considered a success. The reward will be 2,000 Dragon Slayer coins. If the mission fails, 2,000 Dragon Slayer coins will be deducted. What? Ning Qi was surprised and happy. He was surprised that the mission came too suddenly. He was happy that the mission reward was 2,000 Dragon Slayer coins. As for failure, he didn't even think about it. Almost a breath later, Ning Qi heard a rumbling sound coming from behind. The ground was slowly shaking, accompanied by the roars of the barbaric bulls. Ning Qi immediately released Little Purple, but the system prompted, because the host is in the barbaric bull mission, the host cannot release a demon pet with the ability to fly. System, Aleph asterisk CKU. Ning Qi cursed and ran. There was really no free lunch in this world. He had planned to use Little Purple's flying ability to circle around the barbaric bulls, and the mission could be easily completed. But now, forget about completing the mission. It was more important to think about how to save his life. Suddenly, Ning Qi saw a familiar figure in front of him. Sun Zisher, over here. I'm over here. Ning Qi waved and shouted happily. Sun Zisher looked at Ning Qi dumbfounded. He knew that he was coming to kill him. Why was the other party still so happy, as if he had seen his lover? But then there was a rumbling sound, and he guessed that Ning Chi must have been chased by some powerful demon beast. Thinking of this, his face showed a gloating smile, and he jumped up and flew into the air. "Want me to save you? Are you crazy?" Sun Zisher said with a smile. He didn't intend to kill Ning Chi so easily, but he wanted to torture him to relieve the hatred in his heart. Watching Ning Chi being chased and tortured by the demon beast was also a good choice. Looking up, his smile froze on his face. He saw that 100 feet behind Ning Chi, smoke and dust rose all over the sky, and a huge barbaric bull king was leading thousands of barbaric bulls to dive down. The trees, stones, and demon beasts they encountered along the way were all smashed into pieces. Even if it was a rank 5 demon beast, in the face of such an attack, it would have to temporarily avoid the edge. "Sun Zisher, help me block them," Ning Chi shouted. "Let this group of barbaric bulls crush you into mud to sacrifice my son's soul in heaven," Sun Zisher sneered. In this way there were no loose ends. Otherwise, with Ning Chi's current status, the emperor would not easily let go of the murderer who killed him. "Block this group of barbaric bulls, kill them, and I'll give you 5,000 middle-grade yellow-class spiritual cultivation pills," Ning Chi said as he ran. Sun Zisher's expression changed slightly, and his breathing became heavier. 5,000 middle-grade yellow-class spiritual cultivation pills? A hint of hesitation appeared on his face. After the death of the Almighty, the clan's supply of pills has decreased by 30 to 40%. If I can get these 5,000 middle-grade yellow-class spiritual cultivation pills, it will be enough to make up for the loss of the Almighty, or even more. But this kid is so despicable. He only said to block and kill the barbaric bulls, but he didn't say that I can't kill him afterward. Thinking of this, Sun Zisher's eyes flashed, and a smile appeared on his face. He directly flew to Ning Chi's side and grabbed him in the air. "Kid, is what he said true? If you dare to fool me, I'll throw you down right now." Sun Zisher resisted the urge to slap Ning Chi to death on the spot, and stared coldly into Ning Chi's eyes. Chapter 106. Massacre. Ning Chi lowered his head and glanced at it. Then he smiled at Sun Zisher and said, "Of course it's true. I am the Dragon Slayer Marquis. Since I have spoken, I will not go back on my word." Sun Zisher sneered, "I don't believe you. Give me the pill first." Ning Chi laughed and looked at Sun Zisher. "Old son, do you think I'm a fool? I gave you the pill, but what if you threw me down? Help me take care of these guys first, and it won't be too late for me to give you the pill." Sun Zisher clenched his fist coldly. "If you don't give me the pill, I'll throw you down right now." Ning Chi chuckled. "We're going to die anyway. Throw me down, and you won't be able to find a single spirit-enhancing pill." Sun Zisher's expression changed slightly. In the end, he chose to take a step back. "Deposit." Ning Chi laughed and said, "Then these 500 spiritual cultivation pills will be the deposit." 5 super large porcelain bottles appeared in his hands, and each bottle contained 100 mid-grade yellow-class spirit-raising pills. Seeing this, Sun Zisher directly searched Ning Chi's body in the air. Ning Chi already knew that Sun Zisher would do this. With the existence of the space bag, Sun Zisher wouldn't be able to find anything. As expected, a strange expression appeared on Sun Zisher's face. He didn't find anything on Ning Chi's body. Then he opened the bottle and confirmed the authenticity of the pills. His face revealed a hint of joy. Putting away the pills, Sun Zisher said, "Give me at least 2,500 spirit-raising pills as a deposit." "Throw me down," Ning Chi said decisively. Do you really think I don't dare to throw you down?" Sun Zisher was furious. "Then throw them away. These 500 spiritual cultivation pills will be your son's funeral expenses. The remaining 4,500 spiritual cultivation pills will be buried with me," Ning Chi said indifferently. Sun Zisher's endurance was extraordinary. Even after being provoked by Ning Chi, he didn't directly throw him into the herd of bulls. Instead, the veins on his face bulged. After a moment, he said coldly, "If you dare to lie to me, I will make you wish you were dead." In the end, he wisely chose the remaining 4,500 spiritual cultivation pills. Roar! The two from Barbarian Bull dynasty roared. "So noisy!" Sun Zishur coldly snorted and sent out a palm strike. Battle Chi condensed into a huge flaming palm that slammed toward the barbaric Bull King. This was the Sun Clan's famous martial skill, Blazing Flame Palm. Boom! When the raging flame palm landed on the barbaric Bull King's body, a burst of flames erupted. However, when the flames dissipated, the barbaric Bull King's back was only slightly charred. It did not suffer any substantial damage, and it continued to roar at the two of them. Ning Chi sneered, "Old son, you haven't mastered your palm technique yet. Why don't you put me in a safe place so you can use your full strength?" "Shut up." Sun Zeshur looked at Ning Chi coldly. He then angrily slapped the herd a few times. Those type 3 barbarian bulls were not as tough as the barbarian Bull King, and a few of them were slapped to death by Sun Zeshur. The herd of barbarian bulls was once again thrown into chaos. A trace of a cold smile appeared on Sun Zishur's face. Just like that, he surrounded the barbarian Bull King and slaughtered its subordinates. However, because the barbarian Bull King couldn't fly, there was nothing it could do. It could only furiously roar. Before long, Sun Zishur had killed more than 100 bulls. It seemed that he would be able to complete the mission soon. Thinking of this, Ning Chi's eyes flashed with a hint of a smile. Once the mission was completed, Little Purple would be released, and there would be no need to fear Sun Zishur. Huh? Why is there such a big commotion up ahead? Huangfu Fei stood in the air and frowned as he looked at the dust cloud not far away. Since he couldn't find Ning Chi for now, he decided to fly in that direction. When he saw Sun Zeshur carrying Ning Chi and killing the bulls, he immediately landed on the ground and hid behind a tree, watching the two. "It's Sun Zeshur. Since Ning Chi fell into his hands first, I don't have to do anything. But why didn't he kill Ning Chi to avenge his son? Why is he fighting with the bulls? Could it be that he wants to get the Bezoar for Ning Chi to refine?" The more Huangfu Fei thought about it, the more it made sense. He already knew about the grudge between Ning Chi and the Sun family. According to his understanding of Sun Zishur, he would definitely avenge his son's death. Ning Chi would die sooner or later. In that case, as long as he followed Sun Zishur and killed Ning Chi, he could return to the capital. Even if the emperor investigated this matter, he would not be implicated. Thinking of this, Huangfu Fei's lips curled into a smile. As more and more bulls died, but they did not retreat, Sun Zishur felt that something was wrong. He asked Ning Chi coldly, "What did you steal from them?" Ning Chi shook his head. "What could these bulls have? They are crazy." Sun Zishur said coldly, "If that's the case, I won't waste time. I'll take you to a safe place, and you give me the spiritual cultivation pill." Ning Chi smiled. "No, I have to kill them all, or I won't be happy. Old son, work harder. The sooner you kill them all, the sooner I can give you the spiritual cultivation pill." Humph. Sun Zeshur turned his attention to the bulls again. This massacre lasted for a day and a night. Blood flowed like a river on the ground. Countless monsters hid in the forest, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Their vicious eyes stared at the bulls' corpses and the two in the sky. The barbarian Bull King only had 3 Tier 3 boss subordinates remaining. The other barbarian bulls had all died. Sun Zeshur was somewhat exhausted, but he was trying his best to hide it. Ning Chi saw through some clues. Ning Chi smiled and said, "After flying for so long, your battle Chi should be almost exhausted. Next, leave this barbaric Bull King and those 3 minions to me. Don't worry, I can escape." Sun Zeshur smiled disdainfully. Even an ordinary Peakdoling is no match for the Bull King. You are just a 4-star Dosher. Can you beat it? If I die, Who will I get my spiritual cultivation pill from? Ning Qi laughed. You were there during the battle in the capital, weren't you? Sun Zisher's face changed. So what? If you were there, you would know that I have the ability to fight above my rank. Ning Qi smiled coldly. Good. Let's see if you can beat the Bull King with the cultivation of a 4-star Didosher. Sun Zesher loosened his grip, and Ning Qi fell to the ground. The barbaric Bull King, who had long since been enraged, led his remaining 3 subordinates and madly rushed toward the place where Ning Qi had landed. Only when he faced the barbaric Bull King head-on did Ning Qi realize how terrifying it was. First, there was its frightening body, which was nearly 2 stories tall. Next, there was the densely packed HP bar on its head. It had 300,000 HP. Trying to kill the barbaric Bull King while surrounded by 3 Tier 3 boss ranked barbaric bulls was definitely not an easy task. Chapter 107. A fierce battle with the Bull King. A trace of coldness flashed in Sun Zisher's eyes. Just as he was about to make a move to capture Ning Qi, he discovered that Ning Qi was only using the terrain to deal with the barbaric Ox King and the others. Only then did a trace of curiosity appear on Sun Zisher's face. He was prepared to see how Ning Qi was going to defeat a stronger opponent. The trees of Wind Forest could only hinder the barbaric Bull King and the others for a moment. However, this amount of time was more than enough for Ning Qi to kill the 3 Tier 3 boss barbaric bulls. The Dragon Slayer's saber instantly appeared in Ning Qi's hands. After evading the Bull King's charge, Ning Qi swung his saber at the Tier 3 boss bull behind him. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully killed a Tier 3 boss demonic beast. 30,000 experience points gained. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the betting gift pack. Please open it within 24 hours. Where did he get the knife? A trace of doubt flashed in Sun Zisher's eyes. He had captured Ning Qi for an entire day and night. Previously, he had also searched Ning Qi's entire body, but did not find anything. However, at this moment, the blade-type dough weapon that he had seen once in the Imperial City's battle arena appeared in Ning Qi's hand. This caused Sun Zisher to faintly think of a legendary item. It was likely that only a frightening existence above the Doshin class would possess such a thing, right? Thinking of this, Sun Zisher's face revealed a look of ecstasy. This time, not only could he obtain the spiritual cultivation pill, but he could also take revenge. Most importantly, if he could really find that thing on Ning Qi, the pain of the old sending the young off would be nothing. Roar! When the barbaric Bull King saw that Ning Qi had killed another of its subordinates, it fiercely stomped its hooves on the ground. A crack rapidly spread towards Ning Qi's feet. The ground split open. When the crack appeared, Ning Qi leaped to the side. If he fell into the crack, he would most likely be trampled to death by the barbaric Bull King. At this time, there were still 2 level 3 boss-level barbarian bulls. Ning Qi had an idea. He took off his clothes and threw them at the barbarian bulls. As far as barbarian bull was concerned, this was simply a detestable provocation. They crazily pushed against the clothes in Ning Qi's hands. Ning Qi moved sideways, and the bull rushed over, but Ning Qi casually chopped off its head with a slash. At the same time, another bull charged at Ning Qi from behind. Ning Qi once again dodged to the side, and the bull only hit Ning Qi's clothes. After that, Ning Qi also slashed at it. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully killing the Tier 3 boss bull. 30,000 EXP gained. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully killing the Tier 3 boss bull. 30,000 EXP gained. After killing 2 barbaric bulls in a row, Ning Qi didn't care even though he didn't get any gambling gift packs. What he was most concerned about now was still the barbaric Bull King. As long as he finished it off, he would earn 2,000 Dragon Slayer coins. Moreover, there was a high chance that a Tier 4 boss-level demonic beast would appear to bet on the gift pack. What a sharp saber! I'm afraid the grade of this saber is at least above the earth grade. A hint of greed flashed in Sun Zisher's eyes. The more he understood Ningqi, the more he seemed to be unable to see through Ningqi. How could a mere bastard from the Marquis's residence repeatedly cause him, a dignified Dowang, to be so shocked? On the other side, Huang Fufei frowned as he watched Ningqi's actions. He didn't understand why these two were so determined to kill the bulls. What was the meaning behind this? Roar! The barbaric bull king stood beside the corpses of its 3 underlings and stared coldly at Ningqi. Its eyes were as red as blood, and upon closer inspection, one could see that there was a hint of sorrow in addition to anger. It was the only one left of its herd that had mysteriously died. Among the dead were many of its direct descendants. If the barbaric bull king could understand human speech, it would definitely ask why. Immediately afterward, it launched the fastest bull charge in its life. Its huge body left an afterimage as it charged toward Ningqi. Ningqi only had time to swing his saber and slash it once before he was sent flying by the huge force. Sun Zisher was shocked. If Ningqi died, where would he get the spiritual cultivation pill from? He only breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Ningqi crawling up from the ground. He muttered, "Why is this kid so durable?" He remembered that he had clearly attacked Ningqi with all his might back in Zhezhou Prefecture, but he still couldn't kill Ningqi in one hit. Could it be? He must have a protective combat weapon. Sun Zisher thought to himself. Ningqi grimaced in pain as he stood up. That collision had cost him 2,000 health points. Moreover, he had avoided the barbaric bull king's sharp and thick horns. Otherwise, that one hit would have left him with a lot of health points. As for the barbaric bull king, Ningqi's saber slashed at its head. However, because of its huge body, the saber seemed deep, but in reality it only scratched its skin. Because Ningqi's dragon-slaying combat chi ignored the rules of armor, he still managed to deal a considerable 3,600 damage. Ningqi only needed another 80 or 90 slashes to finish off the barbaric bull king. Of course, if he could hit its vital points and cause a critical hit, he wouldn't have to slash so many times. Seeing that Ningqi was not dead, the barbaric bull king activated another bull charge. After a few hits, Ningqi's health points were almost depleted. He immediately threw an earth-high-grade rejuvenation pill into his mouth and recovered to full. Interesting. Seeing Ningqi fall to the ground again and again, Sun Zisher had never seen such a fighting style. On one side was the rank 4 barbaric bull king, and on the other side was a mere 4-star Dodosher. Yet they were evenly matched in such a short period of time. It could only be said that Ningqi was too resistant to attacks. Sun Zisher thought that if he was the one being rammed by the barbaric bull king, he would be in pain for a long time. How could he be like Ningqi, who was fine? Huff, huff! The barbaric bull king's body was filled with many saber wounds. It continuously panted and stared coldly at Ningqi with its blood-red eyes. It was looking for a better angle to attack. Ningqi, on the other hand, calmly stood at his original position, using silence to counter attacks. At this moment, the barbaric bull king's health points had already been reduced to around 180,000. Ningqi paid the price of 11 earth-high-grade rejuvenation pills. When the barbaric bull king activated the bull charge again, Ningqi seized the opportunity and slashed his saber into the barbaric bull king's head. He flew up and sat on the barbaric bull king's back. 18 subduing dragon palms. Numerous silver dragons swam around Ningqi's palms. Accompanied by a dragon's roar, Ningqi's palm technique ruthlessly struck the barbaric bull king's head. Palm after palm, the barbaric bull king's health points rapidly decreased. The barbaric bull king did not expect that an ant-like existence would dare to flip over and sit on its head. It immediately twisted its body frantically, trying to shake Ningqi off. However, Ning Qi tightly gripped the Dragon Slayer saber's hilt and used it as a support point. No matter how the barbaric Bull King swung, Ning Qi was not shaken off. Instead, his movements were too big, causing the Dragon Slayer saber to sink even deeper. Roar! Chapter 108. Little Purple unleashes its might. If Ning Qi was hit by the bull, he was afraid that he would turn into a piece of paper. He suddenly pulled out the dragon saber and jumped to the side. Soon after, a loud sound was heard as the barbarian Bull King crashed into the ground and created a big hole. 150,000! Let's put in more effort. Ning Qi took a deep breath and took the initiative to charge at the barbaric Bull King with a saber. Its body was too big, and it would not be easy for it to get up after hitting the ground. This just happened to create an opportunity for Ning Qi. This time, Ning Qi planned to fight for his life with injuries. He attacked the barbaric Bull King's lower jaw. As long as he slashed there, he would be able to cut open the barbaric Bull King's throat. No matter how much HP the barbaric Bull King had, it would eventually die from excessive blood loss. However, there was a problem. The most dangerous place was definitely the place that the barbaric Bull King protected the most. Ning Qi had to take the risk of being seriously injured by the barbaric Bull King's hoof to execute this killing move. Sure enough, when Ning Qi flashed to this place, the barbaric Bull King directly kicked Ning Qi's head with its hoof. Ning Qi only had time to tilt his body and avoid the vital point of his head. At the same time, he raised his saber and was kicked away by the barbaric Bull King's hoof, landing heavily on the ground. This kick hit Ning Qi's heart, and his HP instantly dropped to a pitiful 80 points. Ning Qi also felt a wave of dizziness in his head. He hurriedly fed himself an earth-high grade spring recovery pill and rejoiced as he sat on the ground and looked at the barbaric Bull King. He almost lost his life under the barbaric Bull King's hoof. Even someone as daring as Ning Qi could not help but break out in cold sweat. At this moment, the barbaric Bull King finally turned over and stood up. However, its neck was bleeding crazily. -500. -500. Its HP was dropping at a rate of 500 points per second. Although it did not die in one hit, this result was acceptable to Ning Qi. In a few minutes, the barbaric Bull King would die. After a while, the barbaric Bull King's incomparably huge body fell to the ground with a loud bang. Its eyes were filled with unwillingness. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the rank for Boss Barbaric Bull King. Obtained 100,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up to 5-star Dodosher. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received a gambling gift pack. Please open it within 24 hours. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Death of the Barbaric Bull. Reward obtained 2,000 Dragon Slayer coins. Host Ning Qi. Level 5-star Dodo Shuri XP 50,000/2000000. Cultivation method. Dragon Elephant Prajna Art Level 3. 384/10,000 Martial Skill. 18 Dragon Subduing Palms Level 4. 1300/100000 Health Points. 12500 Alchemy. Third Stage Alchemist. Proficiency 80. 2,000/100000. Dragon Slayer Coins. 2,500. Waking up from the thrill of leveling up, Ning Qi felt that his Dragon Slayer Do Qi had increased by more than 30%. Looking at the 2,500 Dragon Slayer coins, Ning Qi revealed a happy smile. At this time, Sun Zisher landed in front of Ning Qi. He lowered his head and looked at the barbaric Bull King's corpse. He stepped forward and took out an incomparably bright yellow thing from its stomach. This was the barbaric Bull King's bezoar. After putting away the calculus bovis, Sun Zisher looked at Ning Qi with a smile. "Where is your knife? Where did you hide it?" Without waiting for Ning Qi to answer, he continued, Even if you don't tell me, I know that you definitely have a space-type dough tool, right? Sun Zisher's eyes stared closely at Ning Chi, observing his expression. Ning Chi smiled slightly. So what if I do? Sun Zisher's eyes flashed with a hint of ecstasy. He coughed and said, As long as you give me this space-type dough tool, I can give up on the spirit-raising pills. As for the grudge between us, we can also write it off. How about it? As long as I get the dough tool, I will directly kill this kid. Humph, his spirit-raising pills must be hidden inside. Ha ha ha! Sun Zesher thought in his heart, but his face did not change at all. Instead, he was very sincere. Ning Chi said, Didn't we agree on 5,000 spirit-raising pills? How about this? Old Sun, I will give you the pills, and our previous grudge will be written off. You walk your sunny path, and I walk my single-log bridge. What do you think? Sun Zesher coldly laughed. You still think that you are in the capital and have someone to protect you? You are like an ant in my eyes, and I can easily crush you. But if you know what's good for you and hand over the spatial dough tool, I will spare your life. Spatial dough tool, I see. Huang Fu Fei, who was hiding to the side, had a flash of understanding in his eyes. Then he looked at Ning Chi greedily and revealed a faint smile. As long as Ning Chi took out his spatial battle tool, he would immediately snatch it. As for Sun Zisher, he did not care about him at all. Since you are going back on your word, don't blame me. Ning Chi smiled and snapped his fingers. Little Purple suddenly appeared beside him. It was about to ask Ning Chi for food, but seeing that Sun Zisher was present, it immediately looked at Sun Zisher coldly, and the purple electric arc on its body kept jumping. An adult violet lightning bird. Sun Zisher raised his eyebrows slightly. He was not sure before, but now that little Z was so close to him, he could tell at a glance that little Z was not a cub, nor a youth, but an adult. Suddenly his heart skipped a beat. He was afraid that there would be a fierce battle with Ning Chi. Huang Fu Fei was also shocked. An adult violet lightning bird was not weaker than a 4-star Do Wang. It was unexpected that Ning Chi, who was only a Dodosher, had such a demonic pet. It must have taken an uncountable amount of spirit-raising pills to raise it. Little Purple, go play with him. Ning Chi smiled and said. A sharp light flashed in Little Purple's eyes. It rose into the air and charged at Huang Fu Fei, its claws flashing with lightning. This was Little Purple's unique purple lightning Do Chi. It was one of the more powerful types of Do Chi. It could suppress many types of Do Chi. There was even a type of water dragon that was a rank 5 violet lightning bird's prey. It was clear how powerful the purple lightning Do Chi was. Boom! Sun Zesher awkwardly dodged Little Purple's attack, leaving behind a big hole filled with smoke. Little Purple saw that it did not hit its opponent, so it became angry and attacked Sun Zisher in a frenzy. Sun Zisher was only a 1-star Do Wang. When facing a rank 3 or rank 4 barbaric bull, he was able to remain calm. However, when facing a rank 5 medium-grade Little Purple, especially a purple lightning bird that was known for its speed and attack power, Sun Zisher was in a difficult situation. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, he had a few more wounds on his body. Some were cut by Little Purple's claws, and some were burned by Little Purple's purple lightning Do Chi. Stop! I only want 5,000 spirit-raising pills. Sun Zisher begged. Little Purple landed beside him and was about to flap its wings at his head. You want spirit-raising pills? Kill him. Ning Chi laughed coldly. Little Purple's wings, which were filled with purple lightning Do Chi, hit Sun Zisher's body. Sun Zisher screamed and rolled away, smoke rising from his body. Chapter 109. 5 tigers, breaking the gate. Huang Fu Fei hurriedly hid behind the tree. I'm afraid I'm no match for this purple lightning bird. I'll have to think about revenge. Huang Fu Fei thought to himself. Ning Chi walked to the heavily injured Sun Zisher and looked down at him with a mocking expression. Old Sun, you can't be too greedy. Greedy people don't end well. Sun Zisher looked at Ning Qi. Since you have the purple lightning bird, why did you send me to kill the bulls? I'm happy. Ning Qi smiled. Uft. Sun Zisher spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at Ning Qi. You can't kill me. If you do, my father will do it himself. Even the emperor and your grandfather won't be able to protect you. No one can prevent the assassination of a one-star emperor. Ning Qi said, If I don't kill you, you'll kill me. As for your father, that's a matter for later. Didn't you follow me to Wind Forest to kill me? Do you think I'm stupid? Little Violet, give him a few more shocks. Sizzle. Little Z threw out several streaks of purple electric fighting spirit and hit Sun Zisher's chest. A burst of white smoke rose. Sun Zisher's face showed pain, and his whole body was numb. At this time, Ning Qi decisively cut off his head. Seeing this, Huang Fufei turned and ran. His footsteps were light. Ning Qi and Little Violet didn't notice him. Ding! Congratulations! You have killed a one-star king fighter. You have received 120,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations! You have received a gift pack. Please open it within 24 hours. The 120,000 EXP instantly increased Ning Qi's EXP to 170,000. He only needed 30,000 more to level up. In addition to the gambling gift pack dropped by Sun Zisher, there were a total of 3 gambling gift packs in the system waiting for Ning Qi to open. Ning Qi fed Little Purple a spirit enhancement pill and then focused on the gambling gift pack. First, he opened the stake-off gift pack from the Barbarian Bull. There were 4 options. A medium Bezoar, a bottle of top-grade yellow-tier Qi gathering pills, low-grade Mystic Fighting Tool, Bull's Horn, plus 200 HP. Thank you for participating. Within Ning Qi's attributes, aside from clothes, weapons, pants, and shoes, there were also 2 slots for headgear. One of them was already equipped with a Life Dragon's Horn, which increased HP by 1,000 and HP recovery, speed by 1,000%. There was still an empty slot. If he could obtain the Barbarian Bull's Horn, he could equip it. 200 HP was better than nothing. After all, there were very few dueling weapons that could directly increase one's HP. Even now, Shifeng had only seen a few. The needle began to move. Ning Qi was very calm because these 3 things were not essential. He would not be very happy if he got it, but he would not be very disappointed if he didn't. Therefore, when the needle stopped on the low mystic level battle weapon, the Barbaric Bull's Horn, Ning Qi only smiled slightly and equipped it on his body. His HP increased from 12,500 to 12,700, which could be considered a small improvement. Next, he opened the Barbaric Bull King's Gambling Gift Pack or Sun Zisher's Gambling Gift Pack. After hesitating for a while, he finally chose to open the Gambling Gift Pack that Sun Zisher dropped. After all, he was only an ordinary 1-star king of fighters, while the Barbaric Bull King was a rank 4 boss demonic beast. According to the system's judgment, the Barbaric Bull King's Gambling Gift Pack would definitely be more abundant. Open! The Gambling Gift Pack that Sun Zisher dropped had a total of 9 options. As expected of a 1-star king of fighters, it was much more abundant than the rank 3 boss Barbaric Bull Gift Pack. High-grade Mystic Fighting Tool, Full Moon Scimitar. High-grade Yellow Pill, Cocoon Breaking Pill. Middle-grade Mystic Fighting Technique, Flame Palm. High-grade Profound Fighting Tool, Heart Protecting Mirror, plus 500 HP, 10,000 gold notes. 5 Beautiful Maids. High-grade Profound Fighting Technique, 5 Tiger Breaking Blade. Rank 3 Demonic Beast, Honey Monkey. Thank you for participating. What the hell are beautiful maids? Ning Qi ridiculed. However, among the 9 options, he was quite satisfied with the Cocoon Breaking Pill, Heart Protecting Mirror, and 5 Tiger Breaking Blade. This time, the options given by the system could be considered to be kind. The needle began to slowly rotate, following which, its speed became faster and faster. Ning Chi's attention closely followed the rotation of the needle. Ding! Congratulations to host for obtaining a high-grade, profound fighting technique, 5 Tiger Breaking Blade. The system notification rang out. Ning Chi happily clenched his fist and let out a low cry, after which he immediately learned the 5 Tiger Breaking Blade. Blade technique after blade technique appeared in his mind. There was a total of 5 styles. To be honest, they were the simple chop, horizontal cut, lift, and dance. However, after learning it, its power was at least twice as strong as before. At this moment, Ning Chi's attributes changed once again. Host, Ning Chi rank, 5-star Dedo Sure experience, 170000/2000000, cultivation method. Dragon Elephant Prajna Art Level 3, 384/10,000 martial technique. 18 Dragon Subduing Palms Level 4, 1300/100000 high grade, profound fighting technique. 5 Tiger Breaking Blade Level 1, 0 out of 100 health points. 12700 alchemy. 3rd stage alchemist proficiency. 82,000/100000 dragon slayer coins. 2,500 current equipment. Divine tier dragon slayer saber false. Life dragon horn plus 1,000 health and 1,000% health recovery. Speed barbaric bull horn plus 200 health. Heavenly Silkworm Armor plus 250 health. Ning Chi took out the Dragon Slayer Saber and performed the blade of 5 tigers, breaking the gate. He found that the speed of his saber had increased by at least 50%, and its power had doubled. When the Dragon Slayer's Do Chi condensed on the Dragon Slayer Saber, there was a faint tiger's roar that was breathtaking. Ning Chi stopped with satisfaction. Next, it was time for the most exciting barbaric Bull King gift pack to open. Host, are you sure you want to open the gift pack to open? Open. Ding. Ning Chi's attention was completely focused on the options that appeared after opening the gift pack. Following that, he was stunned on the spot. The barbaric Bull King gift pack only had 3 options. Plus 2,000 Dragon Slayer coins. Minus 2,000 Dragon Slayer coins. Thank you for participating. This was the first time Ning Chi had encountered such a situation. The gift pack actually had a deduction of Dragon Slayer coins. Do I bet or not? Ning Chi frowned. If the needle selected thank you for participating, he would not gain or lose anything. If it was 2,000 Dragon Slayer coins, it would mean that he had done the Barbaric Bull Sorrow mission for nothing. Little Purple seemed to feel that Ning Chi was in a bad mood, so it intimately nudged Ning Chi with its head. Ning Chi looked at it and suddenly smiled. Why was he becoming more and more timid? Although Dragon Slayer coins were rare, Ning Chi believed that once he became stronger, Dragon Slayer coins would not be a problem for him at all. I'll bet. After making up his mind, the needle began to spin. Ning Chi closed his eyes and waited for the system notification. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining 2,000 Dragon Slayer coins. Ha ha ha! Ning Chi hugged Little Purple and kissed it. He conveniently stuffed a handful of spiritual cultivation pills into its mouth and immediately checked his Dragon Slayer Mall account. Chapter 110. Rats of Plague. This was the wealthiest Ning Chi had felt in the past year. He was one step closer to the Sky Edge Bright Moon Saber, which was sold for 160,000. Ning Chi then turned his attention to the bull carcass on the ground. I can't waste the bull horns and the bezoar. Under Ning Chi's command, Little Purple kept pecking off the bull horns and brought them to Ning Chi. Ning Chi used the Dragon Slayer Saber to harvest the bull horns and the bezoar. Before long, there were more than 100 portions of Calculus bovis and more than 1,000 pairs of barbaric ox horns in his space bag. If he sold these barbaric ox horns to Lulu, they would probably be worth a top-grade profound level fighting weapon. My next goal is to reach the peak of the Dedosher level and see what the system will give me. Ning Qi took out a simple map of Tianfeng Forest and checked the nearest beasts. The highest level of beasts in Tianfeng Forest is rank 5. However, there may be rank 6 beasts that have not been discovered yet. It will be dangerous if I wander around. The rank 3 beast, Firefox, is too agile. It's not easy to kill. The rank 4 beast, Flaming Ape, seems to be very smart. The one I met last time could speak. It's not easy to kill. The rank 3 beast, Plague Rats? Ning Qi smiled when he thought about the huge numbers of rodent demonic beasts. He had decided to go kill the plague rats. Huang Fufei ran 300 to 400 kilometers in one breath. He looked back and was relieved when he saw that Ning Qi and the purple lightning bird were not chasing him. Ning Qi should not have discovered his existence. I fed him a rank 5 adult purple lightning bird in such a short time. If this continues, I won't be able to avenge Hong San. However, he dared to kill Sun Zisher. As long as I leak the news to the Sun family, Old Master Sun will definitely take action personally. I can just sit back and reap the benefits. A pleased smile appeared on Huang Fufei's face. Friend, please wait. Suddenly, a figure flew in front of Huang Fufei. The aura of a Peak King Do shocked Huang Fufei. Huang Fufei's eyes flashed with caution. This was Tianfeng Forest, not the capital. If he met a robber, he would not be able to escape. Senior, what can I do for you? Huang Fufei cupped his fists respectfully. Although he was a 3-star Do Wang, he still had to show a respectful attitude when facing a Do Wang at the peak of the Do Wang class, who was only half a step away from becoming a Do Huang. He did not dare to consider himself to be of the same generation. However, it would be different if they were in the capital. Hee, have you seen this kid before? Qiu Wanli was very satisfied with Huang Fufei's respectful attitude, so he smiled politely and took out a portrait of Ning Qi. Huang Fufei's expression changed slightly, but it didn't escape Qiu Wanli's eyes. His expression immediately turned cold. You've seen him? A thought flashed through Huang Fufei's mind. Then he respectfully said, I have indeed seen this child before. He is 300 to 400 miles behind me. Suddenly, he finally understood why he felt that this person was so familiar. 100-head Demon King, Qiu Wanli. He recognized Qiu Wanli's identity and broke out in a cold sweat. Qiu Wanli sneered and looked at Huang Fufei. You recognize me, don't you? Huang Fufei bitterly smiled and nodded. Senior Qiu is famous. How could I not recognize you? Qiu Wanli said coldly, then you will come with me. Huang Fufei was very unwilling. Countless Dowangs had died in Qiu Wanli's hands. The Qin Tang Empire knew that more than 30 Dowangs had been killed by Qiu Wanli because they had offended him. However, for some reason, no Do Huang had taken action to capture Qiu Wanli. It was as if they had tacitly ignored this matter. If he knew that Qiu Wanli was backed by the Bloody Slaughter sect, he would not have this question. Senior, at this moment, Qiu Wanli's expression changed, and a murderous aura emanated from his body. Huang Fufei decisively changed his tone and said, Then I will go with you. Oh, this is the Dragon Slayer Marquis of the Qin Tang Empire. Do you know him? Along the way, Huang Fufei wanted to get information from Qiu Wanli. Perhaps Qiu Wanli did not fear the Qin Tang Empire at all. He calmly said, Someone paid me to kill this child. Huang Fufei was overjoyed. When the two arrived at the place where Ning Qi was, they could only see the corpses of the bulls on the ground. Ning Qi was nowhere to be seen. Qiu Wanli coldly looked at Huang Fufei. Huang Fufei's forehead was covered in a layer of cold sweat. Senior, he was here just now. These bulls were killed by him and Sun Zisher, the head of the Sun family in Fengdu City. However, this child had an adult purple lightning bird as a pet, and he killed Sun Zisher later. Qiu Wanli asked, Then where is Sun Zisher's body? Huang Fufei looked around and did not find any trace of Sun Zisher. He dryly laughed. This child might have destroyed the evidence. Qiu Wanli found Little Violet's footprints on the ground. He landed and checked. It is indeed a purple lightning bird. Huang Fufei hurriedly said he should not have gone far. Then you can come with me. Don't worry, I will let you go after we find him, Qiu Wanli said. Huang Fufei did not dare to refuse. Ning Qi stood in front of a cave so dark that he could not see his own fingers. A foul smell wafted from inside, and the occasional squeaking of the plague rats could be heard. This was the deepest part of a valley surrounded by mountains. Sunlight could not reach this place, and the rocks were covered in moist moss, creating a perfect habitat for the plague rats. Just as Ning Qi was hesitating about whether he should take the risk and enter the cave, he saw two black dots flying over from the horizon. Ning Qi immediately hid half of his body under the cave. At this time, two figures were standing in the sky above the valley. Because of the stone walls, they did not discover Ning Qi's tracks. Ning Qi immediately recognized one of them as his enemy, Hong San's teacher, the head chief of the Xinwu public house, Huang Fufei. Then he immediately checked the attributes of the other elder. Blood slaughter sect. Qiu Wanli level, Peak King Do cultivation method. Middle Earth rank blood pool divine art martial skill. Low Earth rank blood fiend 18 forms health points. 52,000 inch a Peak King Do from the blood slaughter sect. His surname is Qiu. Why is he with Huang Fufei? Speaking of which, Ning Qi also had some grudges with the blood slaughter sect. After all, he had killed a Do Shi and a Do Ling from the blood slaughter sect. He still remembered that the Do Ling was called Qiu Baishou and his surname was also Qiu. Could it be that the two of them were related? Ning Qi quietly entered the cave when he thought of this. Even with Little Violet, he was no match for a 3-star Dowang and a Peak Dowang. He could only temporarily avoid them. The purple lightning bird's aura has disappeared. Chapter 111. Mutated demonic beast. At this moment, Huang Fufei noticed the cave in the depths of the valley. He asked suspiciously, "Did he discover us and hide in that cave?" Qiu Wanli glanced at the cave and said, "This is the habitat of the plague rats. If he enters the cave, I'm afraid he won't be able to come out alive." The plague rats. Huang Fufei nodded. What Qiu Wanli had said was correct. A group of rats of plague numbered in the tens of thousands. Their bodies carried an intense plague that killed anyone below the Dowang level. Furthermore, they were extremely aggressive. Even Huang Fufei would be a little afraid if a few hundred of them surrounded him. The advantage of the purple lightning bird could not be fully utilized in the cave. If Ning Qi entered the cave, he would definitely die. Then, Senior, why don't we split up and search? Huang Fufei suggested. Qiu Wanli smiled coldly at him. Let's go together. Then the two continued to fly south, searching for Ning Qi's traces. Inside the cave, Ning Qi held the Dragon Slayer saber in his right hand and the swallowing dragon hellfire in his left hand, acting as a flashlight. The swallowing dragon hellfire's faint white and blue demonic flames illuminated an area of 10 meters around Ning Qi. The entrance to the cave looked very small, but after entering, the space inside was slightly larger. The stones on the walls were uneven, forming a series of ravines. From time to time, moist water dripped down the walls and onto the ground, then flowed into the naturally formed meandering ravines, flowing past Ning Qi's feet. As Ning Qi went deeper, the stench and squeaking became more obvious. Suddenly, a pair of green eyes appeared on the wall, staring coldly at Ning Qi. The swallowing dragon hellfire in Ning Qi's hand instantly bloomed, and the surroundings suddenly brightened. Then Ning Qi saw a scene that made his scalp go numb. Unknowingly, he had been surrounded by hundreds and thousands of plague rats. However, these plague rats looked a little strange. They were 1 foot long, with grayish-black skin evil green eyes and protruding fangs. These were similar to the plague rats that Ning Chi knew. However, Ning Chi realized that they all had a pair of wings on their backs. At first glance, this pair of wings was very similar to the wings of the giant dragons that Ning Chi had seen. Since when did the plague rats have wings? Squeak! A plague rat couldn't bear it any longer. It let out a shrill cry and leaped toward Ning Chi. The wings on its back instantly spread out. It seemed that they weren't decorations. It had a practical use. Ning Chi directly used the 5 tigers, breaking the gate blade, and slashed at the plague rat. With a scream, the plague rat was cut in half by Ning Chi. Green blood, mixed with its internal organs, flowed on the ground. Its mouth was still open and closed. It actually didn't die immediately. A notification sounded from the system. Ding! Because the host is facing a mutated demon beast, plague dragon rat. The dragon-slaying Do-Chi damage has been increased by 50%. 30% at the level of a Do-Ja. 10% at each level. Ding! Dragon Saber's effect activated. Damage increased by 30%. This kill resulted in a critical hit, dealing a total of 5,000 damage. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the lower rank 3 demonic beast, plague dragon rat. 600 experience points have been gained. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 Dragon Slayer coin. So little experience. Ning Chi was stunned at first, but when he received the last system notification, he was overjoyed. He had already forgotten about the amount of experience points. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. He actually killed a lower rank 3 demonic beast and obtained 1 Dragon Slayer coin without betting the gift pack? Was it because it was a mutated demon beast? Its name had changed from plague rat to plague dragon rat. Could it be that its blood was mixed with dragon blood? Apart from this possibility, Ning Chi couldn't think of any other reason. He immediately checked the attributes of one of the plague dragon rats. Demonic beast. Plague dragon rat mutated level. Tier 3 inferior. Health points 1. 500 characteristics. Has wings as tough and powerful as a dragon's, but its mouth is filled with plague poison. Vicious little thing. It really is a mutated demon beast. Could it be that a giant dragon raped your queen? Ning Chi thought wickedly. At that moment, seeing that their companion had died, the remaining plague dragon rats swarmed toward Ning Chi. The stench instantly increased tenfold, and Ning Chi almost fainted from the stench. He quickly held his breath and concentrated. He wasn't sure if his Dragon Slayer Do-Chi was immune to the plague dragon rat's venom, so he used the 5 tigers, breaking the gate blade to cut down the incoming plague dragon rats. At the same time, his left palm didn't stay idle either. He used the 18 dragon subduing palms, which were extremely masculine, to instantly mince the plague dragon rats into pieces. Since they have dragon blood, can the Dragon Slayer fire absorb their souls? Thinking of this, Ning Chi stretched out a few Dragon Slayer fires. The plague dragon rats let out miserable howls as soon as they came into contact with it, and were instantly burned to ashes. At the same time, Ning Chi could see a green the size of a fist being absorbed by the Dragon Slayer fire. Great! Ning Chi laughed loudly. While ensuring that he wouldn't be bitten by the plague dragon rats, he tried his best to kill the plague dragon rats with the Dragon Slayer fire. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the mutated plague dragon rat. 600 experience points have been gained. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 Dragon Slayer coin. The system beeped non-stop, almost without interruption. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully advancing to a 6-star Great Dosher. After killing dozens of plague dragon rats, Ning Chi finally leveled up. Seeing that the Dragon Slayer coins in the Dragon Slayer Mall continued to increase, Ning Chi didn't feel tired at all. He waved the Dragon Slayer saber in a frenzy. The The plague dragon rats, on the other hand, had no fear of death. They charged forward wave after wave. When one died, two more immediately followed. When two died, four more immediately followed. 2 hours later, Ning Chi had lost count of how many plague dragon rats he had killed. He didn't even have time to check the Dragon Slayer Mall. He couldn't afford to be distracted. If he did, he might be bitten by the plague dragon rats. He wasn't afraid of physical damage, but he was afraid of the poison in the plague dragon rats' mouths. Therefore, he didn't dare to gamble when he didn't know if the Dragon Slayer Do Chi could withstand the plague dragon rat's poison. At this moment, Ning Chi had already found an opportunity to lean against the wall. This way, he only needed to face the attacks from 180 degrees and didn't have to worry about his back. Dragon Slayer Fire. 18 dragons subduing palms. 5 tigers breaking the gate blade. Ning Chi was like a god of war. Each of his attacks killed at least 3 or more plague Dracos. The sound of the system's notifications and the plague Draco's shrill cries mixed together in his mind, as if they were the accompaniment to a killing song. Chapter 112. Farming money, no. I need to find a chance to recover my strength. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll become shit in the intestines of these rats in no time. Ning Chi found an opportunity and abruptly slashed out with his saber. At the same time, he slapped out with his palm, creating a path for himself. He immediately brandished the Dragon Slayer saber until it was impenetrable, covering his escape from the plague dragon rat's encirclement. The plague dragon rats shrieked and immediately chased after Ning Chi. From time to time, a plague dragon rat hidden on the 2 sides of the wall would ambush Ning Chi, but Ning Chi would slap or hack them to death. Before long, at least 1,000 plague dragon rats had gathered behind Ning Chi. The scene was incomparably spectacular. There was a fork in the road ahead. Ning Chi chose the right without hesitation. Don't ask him why. It was purely because he liked it. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Ning Chi finally saw an opportunity. There was a concave in front of him. If he hid in it and used the devouring dragon fire, he could hold on for at least half a cup of tea's time. This time was enough for Ning Chi to go to the Dragon Slayer Mall to buy some Do Chi and physical recovery pills. With a flash, Ning Chi nimbly hid in the recess. At the same time, he shot out several dragon-devouring hellfire around him. The plague dragon rats that wanted to squeeze into the recess and bite Ning Chi immediately stopped moving. However, there were too many of their companions behind them. They were pushed forward, and the pitiful plague dragon rats in front were pushed into the fire pit by their teammates. The dragon-devouring hellfire burned them until not a single strand of hair was left. Ning Chi immediately focused half of his attention on the Dragon Slayer Mall. Currently, his Dragon Slayer coins were 4,870. This meant that he had killed at least 370 plague dragon rats. He was now less than 10,000 experience points away from becoming a 7-star Great Dosher. Hurry, hurry! Elixir area, recovery pills. The dazzling array of goods dazzled Ning Chi's eyes. He spent a lot of effort before finally finding the pills he needed the most. Low-grade yellow Chi recovery pill, 1 Dragon Slayer coin. 1 pill can directly recover the Do Chi of a 4-star Doja. Based on the calculation of ordinary Doja, those who are talented and have more Do Chi than other Doja of the same rank are not included. From the looks of it, Ning Chi had to buy a middle-grade profound stage Chi replenishing pill to be sufficient. Looking at the price, he immediately cursed. System, can you be any more black-hearted? A mid-grade Mystic Chi recovery pill costs me 50 Dragon Slayer coins? Give me 10 pills. Although he was cursing, Ning Chi still decisively asked for 10 of them. Sooner or later, he would recoup his losses from these plague dragon rats. After 500 Dragon Slayer coins were deducted, Ning Chi's spatial bag had an additional 10 mid-grade Mystic Chi recovery pills. He immediately swallowed one of them and his body was left with only 5% of his Dragon Slayer battle energy. Almost instantly he returned to his peak condition. Ningqi's confidence was once again full, but his body's exhaustion had not recovered yet. It seemed that he still needed to buy some other pills. Yellow level recovery pill, priced at 5 Dragon Slayer coins. Within 24 hours, it will double the recovery speed of a person's physical strength. Yellow rank top grade recovery pill, priced at 90 Dragon Slayer coins. Within 24 hours, it will increase the recovery speed of a person's physical strength by 10 times. Let's see the effects of a top-grade yellow class recovery pill first. Ningqi reluctantly paid the money. After swallowing the pill, he immediately felt his body's strength recover at an extremely fast speed. Out of the 4,870 Dragon Slayer coins, only 4,280 remained. Oh! Ningqi was about to exit the Dragon Slayer Mall when he suddenly saw the special item option. Remembering that some dueling weapons could repel poison, he immediately clicked on it to take a look. In the end, the trashiest poison-dispelling pill, held in the mouth, not swallowed, a type of dueling weapon, cost 500 Dragon Slayer coins. Thinking that a plague dragon rat was only worth 1 Dragon Slayer coin, and he had already invested 590, he immediately had no intention of buying it. After exiting the Dragon Slayer Mall, Ningqi looked at the plague dragon rats that wanted to tear him into pieces and swallow him into their stomachs with a cold smile. Suddenly, he let out a loud roar and slashed at them. In a short while, the system notification sounded again. Congratulations to the host for successfully advancing to a 7-star Didosher. Ding! Ding! The notification sounded incessantly. One by one, the plague dragon rats died in Ningqi's hands. Half a day later, Ningqi was forced to a deeper part of the cave. He suddenly discovered that the plague dragon rats here had increased from low-grade rank 3 to mid-grade rank 3, and their bodies were even larger. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing a mid-grade rank 3 demonic beast, plague dragon rat. 800 experience points gained. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining one. 5 Dragon Slayer coins. That's right. A mid-grade rank 3 plague dragon rat was worth 0. 5 Dragon Slayer coins more than a low-grade rank 3 plague dragon rat. Ningqi was ecstatic. Kill! 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 He mercilessly slashed at the plague dragon rats, wave after wave dying under his blade. The dragon-devouring karmic fire burned them to ashes and their souls absorbed. Until the end, Ningqi's eyes were bloodshot. He didn't know how many plague dragon rats he had killed, but in the end he was inevitably injured by the plague dragon rats. The host has been poisoned by the plague poison. Please detoxify it as soon as possible. Otherwise, the host's HP will continue to decrease at a rate of 50 per second. The system notification sounded. At this rate, Ningqi's HP would be depleted in a few minutes, and he would die. Ningqi immediately took out the few remaining high-grade earth, rank 3 rejuvenation pills, and threw them into his mouth, just in case. At the same time, he split his attention to look for antidote pills in the dragon-slaying mall. Due to the urgency of the situation, he didn't search carefully. When he saw a mid-grade mystic rejuvenation pill priced at 20 Dragon Slayer coins, he immediately bought it and swallowed it. Detoxification successful. Hearing the system notification, Ningqi sighed in relief. He braced himself to avoid being injured by the plague dragon rats. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to afford an antidote pill that cost 20 Dragon Slayer coins. There was no sun or moon in the cave. Ningqi only knew that after using up 10 mid-grade mystic rejuvenation pills, he had advanced 2 levels in a row and became a 9-star Didosher. Even the most talented of geniuses couldn't compare to this kind of advancement speed. At the moment, his balance of Dragon Slayer coins was 53.26. 5. As his cultivation deepened, he was able to deal with the many crazy plague dragon rats with ease. He once again bought 3 mid-grade mystic rejuvenation pills and a top-grade yellow rejuvenation pill for emergencies. A month later, Ning Chi's body emitted the aura of a peak dosher, holding the dragon slayer saber. His sharp eyes scanned his surroundings. The smell of blood mixed with a foul stench assaulted his nostrils. Ning Chi was already used to this smell, so he didn't feel any discomfort. There was no sign of the plague dragon rats anywhere he looked. This meant that he had already cleared out all the plague dragon rats in the outer perimeter. 23,500 Dragon Slayer coins. Ha ha ha. I've hit the jackpot this time. Ning Chi couldn't help but laugh. If he hadn't eaten so many rejuvenation pills, and a small amount of antidote pills, he would have at least 25,000 Dragon Slayer coins. Chapter 113. Peak Great Dosher. There are only so many plague dragon rats in the outer perimeter. There are probably even Tier 3 high-grade and Tier 3 elite plague dragon rats inside. There must also be a boss-grade plague dragon rat. That'll be another hefty sum of Dragon Slayer coins. Ning Chi calculated in his heart. Then he picked up the Dragon Slayer saber and walked deeper into the cave. After walking for about a dozen miles, the cave became more spacious and humid. The ground was covered in wet, smelly water. Not long after, dozens of pairs of red eyes appeared nearby. Red? Ning Chi took a closer look. The system displayed the following stats. Tier 3 high-grade plague dragon rat. Health points 2,600. After observing Ning Chi for a while, the plague dragon rats began their probing attacks. First, a few plague dragon rats attacked Ning Chi from 3 different directions. As soon as they got closer, Ning Chi noticed that these advanced rank 3 plague dragon rats were twice as large as the ones he had encountered before. Their fangs seemed to have grown longer as well, and claws seemed to have grown out of the 2 ends of their fleshy wings. This was already infinitely close to the original appearance of the dragon's wings. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 slashes, and it was cut in half. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the Tier 3 high-grade demonic beast, plague dragon rat. 1,000 experience points gained. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2 Dragon Slayer coins. Ning Chi was instantly energized. From the initial 1 Dragon Slayer coin to 2 Dragon Slayer coins, it had doubled. If there were 70,000 to 80,000 of them, wouldn't I have enough Dragon Slayer coins for the Horizon Bright Moon Saber? Ning Chi thought happily. Without hesitation, he killed all the plague dragon rats that got close to him. Ding! After absorbing a lump of soul, the devouring dragon fire immediately changed, and the system also gave a notification. Congratulations to the host for successfully leveling up the devouring dragon fire. It is now ranked 97th on the mystical flame ranking. Ever since the devouring dragon fire absorbed the illusion winged dragon and leveled up, it had not leveled up again. Now that it had leveled up again, it was all thanks to the plague dragon rat's dragon bloodline. After leveling up, the devouring dragon fire was several times more powerful, and it could burn the plague dragon rats more easily. Eat pills, kill. Rest, kill, eat pills, kill. Ning Chi tirelessly cycled without feeling bored. When he saw the Dragon Slayer coin skyrocket, he felt like he had earned his first bucket of gold back on Earth. This feeling was addictive. Squeak, squeak, squeak. In the depths of the cave, there was a huge cavern. Hundreds of Tier 3 elite plague dracophants were either squatting or lying in it. These dracophants were clustered around an incomparably huge plague dracophant in the middle. No, perhaps it shouldn't be called a plague dracophant anymore. It had a body that was over 10 meters long, huge wings, powerful claws that glowed with a metallic luster, protruding sharp fangs, and 2-foot-long horns on its head. This was a half-dragon. a half-dragon with an impure bloodline. Upon closer inspection, one could see traces of the plague dracophant on its body. From this, one could tell that it must have evolved from a plague dracophant to its current level. Beside the plague dracophant king was a corpse that was only left with a skeleton. It looked to be over 10 meters long, and even as a corpse, it faintly emitted a trace of the aura it had when it was alive. If a Do Huang was here, he would definitely recognize it at a glance. A Tier 7 dragon. That's right, this was the corpse of a Tier 7 dragon. Its flesh and blood must have been eaten by the plague dracophants. That was why they carried a trace of dragon bloodline in their bodies. Squeak, squeak. A Tier 3 high-grade plague dracophant ran in and squeaked. However, the plague rat king was currently sleeping, so it paid no attention to the high Tier 3 plague rat. A Tier 3 elite plague rat approached the high Tier 3 plague rat and barked a few times, as if trying to communicate with the high Tier 3 plague rat. A short while later, over 20 Tier 3 elite plague rats appeared, following the high Tier 3 plague rat out of the cave. Kill! 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 Ning Qi slaughtered the plague dracophants in a frenzy. None of them were a match for him. With every slash, at least 3 plague dracophants would die. The plague dracophants' attacks were simply too concentrated. There was nowhere to hide, even if he wanted to. His experience and Dragon Slayer coins rose steadily. Suddenly, the plague dracophants around him retreated. Ning Qi was slightly startled when he saw a dozen or so elite plague dracophants, twice the size of the high-grade plague dracophants, charging at him. They let out a shrill cry and spat out a cloud of light, green mist from their mouths. The mist spread towards Ning Qi. Ning Qi didn't expect the elite plague dracophants to have such an ultimate move. He hurriedly held his breath and used 18 subduing dragon palms to disperse the poisonous mist. As the elite plague dracophants spat out the poisonous mist, they flew towards Ning Qi, their sharp fangs aimed at Ning Qi's vitals. 5 tigers breaking the gate. 18 subduing dragon palms. Devouring dragon karmic fire. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a Tier 3 elite plague dracophant. Obtained 1,200 experience. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 5 dragon slayer coins. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the Tier 3 elite plague dracophants that came to support Ning Qi were turned into corpses scattered around the cave. The high-grade plague dracophants once again surrounded Ning Qi and attacked him. This battle was long. Occasionally, elite plague dracophants would join the battle, but they would also die tragically under Ning Qi's blade. There was no sun or moon in the cave. Ning Qi only knew that he was constantly swinging the Dragon Slayer saber, killing the plague dracophants. He had no idea how much time had passed. Perhaps it had been 10 days, a month, or even 3 or 4 months. Ning Qi only knew that the number of plague dracophants was decreasing. In the beginning, they were so densely packed that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Now there were only a dozen plague dracophants attacking Ning Qi at the same time. If Ning Qi didn't have the devouring dragon karmic fire, he would have been suffocated to death by the toxicity of the rotting plague dracophants. After killing an elite plague dracophant, his experience finally reached the limit of a pique de do, sure to a do ling ding. Congratulations to the host for becoming a pique de do sure. If you wish to advance to a do ling, please click on the details of the mission to view the advancement mission. At this moment, Ning Qi's attributes had undergone a huge change. Host, Ning Qi level, pique de do shuri XP. 500000/500000 Cultivation Method. Dragon Elephant Prajna Art Level 3 for O2/10,000 Martial Skill. 18 Subduing Dragon Palms Level 4 18900/10000 Black Grade. 5 Tigers Breaking Gate Blade Level 3 78 20/10,000 Health Points. 12700 Alchemy. Tier 3 Alchemist Proficiency. 82,000/100000 Dragon Slayer Coins. 58,000. Chapter 114. Wind Dragon, Perle, Plague Dragon, Rat pounced at Ning Chi. Ning Chi casually cut it in half, then split half of his attention to click on the details of the advancement mission. Please deliver the Wind Dragon Pearl found here to the Dragon Queen, the wife of the Demon Dragon King of the Mountain Sea region, within a year. Failure to do so will result in failure. Success will result in an additional reward of 500 Dragon Slayer coins, as well as clues to the missing 7 Dragon Balls of the Dragon Slayer Saber. Ning Chi glanced at the 7 holes on the hilt of the Dragon Slayer Saber and frowned. This mission actually required him to come into contact with the Dragon Queen of the Mountain Sea region. Ning Chi seemed to remember that the Blackfire ghost dragon that died in his hands seemed to have said that its father was the Demon Dragon King of the Mountain Sea region, a 7th grade boss dragon, and the Wind Dragon Pearl. Could it be that the mutation of the plague rats here is due to this? Ning Chi looked into the depths of the cave. Perhaps there were even more troublesome fellows waiting for him ahead. All in all, the difficulty of this advancement mission was more than 10 times harder than the advancement mission from a dosher to a dedosher. However, if the mission was completed successfully, not only would he be able to advance and receive 500 Dragon Slayer coins, but he would also receive clues to the missing 7 Dragon Balls of the Dragon Slayer Saber. That was what Ning Chi valued the most. If he could find all 7 Dragon Balls, the Dragon Slayer Saber would be able to display its original power. It would probably be able to insta-kill any godly dragon. Thinking of this, Ning Chi decided to speed up his progress. He would first find the Wind Dragon Pearl, then clean up all the plague dragon rats in this area. After that, he would go to the Mountain Sea region. A year's time was neither long nor short. Fortunately, he had Little Purple. Otherwise, he would have wasted half his time just traveling. At this moment, the incomparably huge plague dragon, Rat King, suddenly opened its eyes and scanned its surroundings with its sharp little eyes. When it discovered that there were only a few dozen elite plague dragon rats left, it suddenly flipped over and stood up. Its huge meaty wings spread out horizontally, and it let out a shrill cry. This cry was directly transmitted to Ning Chi's ears, who was still a few hundred miles away. Looks like it's a boss-grade plague dragon rat. The Wind Dragon Pearl should be there. Ning Chi quickened his pace and killed all the plague dragon rats he encountered along the way. After half a day, Ning Chi had finally reached the deepest part of the cavern. When he saw the plague draconic rat king, he was shocked. How was this a draconic rat? It was practically a slightly uglier-looking giant dragon. Ning Chi couldn't help but look at the giant dragon skeleton beside the plague draconic rat king. This is the Wind Dragon, right? It's Wind Dragon Pearl. If I'm not wrong, it's in this rat king's stomach. Ning Chi raised his blade and stared coldly at the plague dragon rat king. The other party looked ferocious and seemed to be very strong, but in essence it was only a tier 3 boss monster. Ning Chi really did not take it seriously. Moreover, the space here was very big. He thought for a while and released Little Purple. As soon as Little Purple appeared, the elite plague dragon rats that had been waiting for an opportunity were shocked. They were all demonic beasts, and they were shocked by the aura on Little Purple's body. They quickly retreated and hid behind the Rat King. The plague draconic Rat King bared its teeth and pretended to Little Purple and Ning Chi. How could Little Purple tolerate being humiliated by a demonic beast that was 2 ranks lower than it? Therefore, it let out a crisp cry and flapped its wings to attack the pestilence drake Rat King. Arcs of electricity shot out from its body. Seeing this, the pestilence drake Rat King spat out a cloud of green poison mist from its mouth. Little Violet flapped its wings, and the poison mist couldn't get close to its body. Then Little Violet's purple fighting aura shot toward the pestilence drake Rat King like divine lightning. The plague draconic rat king howled in pain and was sent flying by the purple electric fighting aura. After rolling a few times on the ground, it flew to a corner of the cavern's ceiling and looked at the purple electric bird with vigilance. Little Purple rushed towards it like a bolt of lightning, its claws tightly grabbing the plague draconic rat king's neck. It swooped down and slammed the plague draconic rat king to the ground. At this time, Ning Chi was cleaning up the group of grade 3 elite plague draconic rats. It was worth more than 200 Dragon Slayer coins. How could he let it go? Seeing that Little Purple had more than enough to deal with the plague draconic rat king, Ning Chi relaxed. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, there were no more living plague draconic rats around him. In the huge cavern, only the plague draconic rat king was left. At this time, it was being stepped on by Little Purple and couldn't move. Little Purple was stepping on its weak point, its neck. Therefore, the plague draconic rat king, which had some intelligence, didn't dare to resist. It could only let out squeaks and begs for mercy. Ning Chi raised the dragon saber and walked in front of the plague draconic rat king. He swung the saber and cut off its head. Ding! Congratulations! Host has successfully killed a grade 3 boss plague draconic rat. 3,000 EXP has been awarded. Ding! Congratulations! Host has received 100 Dragon Slayer coins. Ding! Congratulations! Host has received a gambling gift pack. Please open it within 24 hours. Ning Chi didn't plan to open the gambling gift pack for now. Instead, he used the dragon saber to cut open the plague draconic rat king's belly. Sure enough, he found a green dragon pearl in its stomach. As soon as his hand touched the wind dragon pearl, a system notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received the quest item, Wind Dragon Pearl. The quest begins now. Ning Chi put away the Wind Dragon Pearl. As for the gambling gift pack, he didn't plan to open it. Since the Wind Dragon Pearl was found in the plague draconic rat king's stomach, it would probably be calculated by the system as well. If he opened the gambling gift pack and chose to gamble, then there was an 80 to 90% chance that the Wind Dragon Pearl would disappear along with it. Naturally, the quest would fail. This was a small trap that the system had set for Ning Chi. If Ning Chi couldn't figure out the secret behind it, he could only beat his chest and stomp his feet. After that, Ning Chi spent a few days cleaning up the cave. After confirming that there were no more traces of the plague draconic rat, he walked out of the cave. After not seeing the sun for more than half a year, Ning Chi closed his eyes for a few minutes to get used to the sunlight before he could open them again. Now, his Dragon Slayer coins had increased from 4,500 before he entered the cave to 58,000. It had increased by more than 10 times. Mr. Ning, I didn't expect that we would meet again. A familiar voice sounded. Ning Chi realized that there were two figures standing side by side outside the cave. Because his eyes weren't used to the sunlight, he didn't see them. Looking up, he saw a guy that he had been thinking about for a long time. It was Zhantai Qingxian and Lu Suifeng. At this moment, a trace of shock flashed across Zhantai Qingxian's face. In the next moment, he concealed it well. This kid is actually a pique de douceur? Chapter 115. Deterrence. Ning Chi cupped his hands and smiled. What a coincidence! The next moment, he found that Zhantai Qingxian had advanced to a 1-star Douling. He smiled again. Congratulations to Miss Qingxian for advancing to a Douling. Then he saw that the two of them seemed to be standing against the wind. Ning Chi found that the smell on his body was similar to that of the rats of plague. It's disgusting. Ning Chi laughed in his heart. He did not care and deliberately took a step to the side. A breeze blew over. Zhantai Qingxian frowned and covered her nose with her hand. Lu Suifeng looked at Ning Chi coldly. After discovering that Ning Chi had become a pique de douceur, he frowned. The last time he saw Ning Chi was more than a year ago. At that time, Ning Chi was merely a pique de douceur. In a short year, he had advanced 10 levels. This speed, a murderous intent flashed in Lu Suifeng's eyes. Zhantai Qingxian glanced at the cave behind Ning Qi and said, "Mr. Ning, you seem to have stayed in there for a long time? Otherwise, your body would not be stained with such a strong smell." Ning Qi smiled. "No, I just hid in there to avoid my enemies. It didn't take long." Zhantai Qingxian smiled. "With Mr. Ning's aptitude, would there be anyone who would become enemies with you? I heard that Mr. Ning is an alchemist. You are famous in the capital. Even my Zhantai family sent me a message and mentioned you." A trace of displeasure flashed in Lu Suifeng's eyes. At the same time, there was a little hidden deep in his eyes. Perhaps he did not realize it, jealousy. Ning Qi laughed dryly. "Miss Qingxian, you flatter me. By the way, are you here for the rats of plague?" He was not a fool. It was impossible for the two of them to coincidentally appear in the vicinity. Besides the rats of plague, there seemed to be nothing else that caught their attention. Indeed, Zhantai Qingxian nodded. Lu Suifeng snorted. "Junior, don't say any more." After that, Lu Suifeng looked at Ning Qi and said coldly, "I heard from Lung Feng that you once chopped off his arm." Ning Qi looked at Lu Suifeng with a smile. "Yeah, when I heard that he and you are from the same sect, I couldn't help it. I hope brother Lu won't be offended. This is a little interest. Next time I go to the Green Mist sect to look for brother Lu, I will be gentler." Lu Suifeng did not expect Ning Qi to admit it so openly. Furthermore, he even said such arrogant words. A wave of anger surged from the bottom of his heart. At the same time, he already wanted to kill Ning Qi. If he knew that Ning Qi was an alchemist before the incident with the skeleton robber, he might have given him some face and not formed a deep grudge against him. However, now that he knew that Ning Qi was an alchemist and that Ning Qi's cultivation was advancing so quickly, Lu Suifeng had the thought of cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots. Zhantai Qingxian seemed to have noticed Lu Suifeng's killing intent towards Ning Qi. Because Lu Suifeng did not conceal it, she only hesitated for a moment before shifting her gaze elsewhere. Ning Qi sneered in his heart and said to Lu Suifeng, "Brother Lu, why?" "Can't help it. I actually want to teach you a lesson on my own. But if you can't help it, I will call my brother to help." After that, a purple light flashed beside Ning Qi. Little Purple looked up at Lu Suifeng and Zhantai Qingxian. Rank 5 demonic beast, purple lightning bird. Lu Suifeng was shocked. Zhantai Qingxian was shocked. She was extremely intelligent. When she saw that it was a purple lightning bird, she immediately thought of the last hunting day. There was an adult purple lightning bird that crashed into the Fallen Leaves Valley. This matter was probably related to Ning Qi. However, if Ning Qi only snatched their young, it had only been 1 or 2 years. How could it be an adult purple lightning bird? Yes, he is an alchemist. After Zhantai Qingxian figured out the crux of the matter, she suddenly felt a little regretful. She was afraid that Ning Qi had already seen through her stance. Lu Suifeng looked at Little Purple with slight fear, then smiled at Ning Qi. "What are you talking about? I don't understand." Then he looked at Zhantai Qingxian. "Junior sister, let's go into the cave." Zhantai Qingxian nodded. Then the two of them ignored Ning Qi and walked directly into the cave. Isn't a dignified 1-star king of fighting very prestigious? How dare you pretend to be stupid? What a joke! Ning Qi looked at the back of the two of them and smiled. He clearly felt Lu Suifeng's shoulder tremble a little, but he did not turn around to quarrel with Ning Qi. All this was because the rank 5 adult purple lightning bird could easily kill the two of them. Coward! Ning Qi disdainfully spat to the side. "Senior brother, bear with it." Zhantai Qingxian gently held Lu Suifeng's palm. There was a trace of calmness in her concerned eyes. Only then did Lu Suifeng suppress the surging anger in his heart. At the same time, he swore in his heart, "How dare you! I will return the humiliation today 10,000 times in the future. Seeing that Lu Suifeng did not fall for it, Ning Qi felt a little pity. He then rode on Little Purple's back and prepared to find a small river to wash off the smell on his body. Not long after, Lu Suifeng and Zhantai Qingxian walked out of the cave with angry faces. Why, there is not a single rat of plague. Lu Suifeng gritted his teeth and said. Suddenly, he punched the boulder beside him. The boulder immediately broke into pieces and turned into powder in the sky. It must be that kid. He just came out from inside. Zhantai Qingxian frowned and said, Senior brother, the rat of plague is not only here in Tianfeng Forest. Let's go to other places to look. Lu Suifeng calmed down and tidied his collar. He seemed to have regained his usual calmness. He nodded and said okay. However, Zhantai Qingxian looked at Lu Suifeng with a trace of pity in her eyes. She hid this strange expression very well and did not let Lu Suifeng find out. Plop! Ning Qi directly jumped down from Little Purple's back and plunged into the water. Little Purple was a little afraid of water, so it landed on the bank of the river and curiously watched Ning Qi swim around in the water. After washing for a full hour, Ning Qi finally washed off the stench on his body. Let's go to the mountain sea area. Ning Qi tidied up his appearance and patted Little Purple's neck with a smile. He did not know the exact location of the mountain sea area, but he knew the general direction. When he asked for directions, he would not get lost. Ha ha ha! Dragon Slayer Marquis, you are here? A loud laugh came from the sky. Ning Qi looked up and saw Qiu Wanli and Huang Fufei. The one laughing was Huang Fufei. Ning Qi immediately entered the Dragon Slayer Mall, purchasing a low-level cultivation training ground for 3 days. A total of 300 Dragon Slayer coins will be collected from the host. The host can enter the training ground in a non-combat state at any time. After 1 hour of non-combat, the host will be in a non-combat state. Enter. Chapter 116. Pursuit, are you stupid? When did I enter combat mode? Does this count? Ning Qi cursed in his heart, realizing that this was not going to work. Ning Qi jumped onto Little Violet's back. Go! Fly faster! Little Violet also felt Qiu Wanli's murderous aura and used all its strength to fly away. Where do you think you're going? Qiu Wanli shouted angrily. He didn't expect that Ning Qi would run away without saying a word. It was really hateful. When he thought about how he had spent nearly half a year in the Tianfeng Forest in order to find Ning Qi's whereabouts, he became even more furious. If I catch you, I'll torture you until you beg for death. He was a peak King Dowang and very fast. He chased after Ning Qi. Huang Fufei was much worse off. After flying for a short while, he could no longer see Qiu Wanli and Ning Qi. If it weren't for Ning Qi's spatial battle tool, he would have fled back to the capital a long time ago. Staying with Qiu Wanli for so long had exhausted him mentally and physically. Qiu Wanli was a temperamental person. If he didn't say something right, it was very likely that he would be killed. A peak Dodosher, a rank 5 demonic beast, a peak King Dowang, and a 3-star King Dowang were chasing each other in the sky above Wind Forest. It's a purple lightning bird. There's someone on its back. To have a purple lightning bird as a pet, it must be a King Do or even a King Dowang. A few Doling in Wind Forest spoke enviously. The person riding the purple lightning bird is being chased. A peak King Dowang. Then they saw Qiu Wanli fly across the sky. Not long after, they saw Huang Fufei fly over. Little guy, stop running. No matter how you run, you won't escape me. Qiu Wanli laughed happily when he saw the purple lightning bird slow down. Ning Qi turned his head. Are you a dog? Why are you chasing me? Qiu Wanli was enraged. Little bastard, you'll be begging me to kill you. Ning Qi laughed. Catch me first. Oh right, who is Qiu Baisho to you? Hearing this, Qiu Wanli frowned. Ning Qi said he's your son or your nephew. But don't worry, he has already died in my hands. Are you angry? 100 life died in your hands. You useless thing. Qiu Wanli wasn't sad at all. Instead, he revealed a trace of disgust. However, his speed had increased by 30%. It could be seen how furious he was. 18 dragons subduing palms. Seeing this, Ning Qi sat on Little Purple's back and hit Qiu Wanli with his palm. A dragon's roar rang out, and 4 silver dragons whizzed towards Qiu Wanli. If Qiu Wanli chose to block or dodge, his speed would more or less decrease, so he directly ignored Ning Qi's attack and let the 18 subduing dragon palms hit his body. Boom! 3,000. The HP bar on top of his head dropped by a small bar. Ning Qi's palm had shaved off 3,000 HP. What a powerful palm technique. This kid really does have some skills. No wonder the Nangong family would pay such a high price to hire me for a mere bastard son. Qiu Wanli's expression changed slightly. However, he still didn't put Ning Qi in his eyes. 7 days of chasing and escaping passed, and Little Purple's physical strength gradually weakened. Ning Qi also tried to enter the low-level training ground during this period, but the system still prompted that he was in combat mode. Qiu Wanli sped up, and his figure suddenly appeared in front of Ning Qi like lightning. He hit Ning Qi with his palm, and a blood-red battle energy gushed out from his body, turning into a dozen blood demons that rushed towards Ning Qi with a fierce roar. Little Purple let out a crisp cry and flapped its wings. The purple battle energy instantly went towards these blood demons. Ning Qi also used the 18 subduing dragon palms. After the silver dragon and purple battle energy destroyed a few blood demons, they were torn into pieces by the remaining blood demons. Boom! Little Purple and Ning Qi were blasted hundreds of feet away by Qiu Wanli's palm and fell heavily on the ground, creating a large pit. Little Purple's 32,000 HP was almost halved by this palm, leaving only 18,000 HP. Because it had taken most of the attack, Ning Qi only lost 2,000 HP. Chirp! It let out a sad cry and used its wings to protect Ning Qi. Ning Qi directly stuffed a spirit-raising pill into its mouth and then returned Little Purple to the demon pet space. He then coldly looked at Qiu Wanli, who landed in front of him and looked at him with a fake smile. "Why don't you run?" Qiu Wanli laughed. At this time, Huang Fu Fei also arrived, landing beside Qiu Wanli. "Ning Qi, you didn't think you would end up like this, did you?" Huang Fu Fei laughed, mockingly. Ning Qi laughed. "Huang Fu Fei, are you a dog that uses its master's power to bully others?" Huang Fu Fei's expression changed slightly, and he coldly laughed. "You're about to die, and yet you're still so stubborn. Senior, why don't you let me kill this kid?" Qiu Wanli nodded. "All right, I'll let you play with him for a while, but don't kill him. I still have a lot of torture I want to try on him." Huang Fu Fei said, "I understand." After saying this, Huang Fu Fei directly appeared in front of Ning Qi, and with the frightening aura of a 3-star king of fighters, he slammed his palm towards Ning Qi's chest. 18 subduing dragon palms. Ning Qi advanced instead of retreating. The unyielding silver dragon smashed into Huang Fu Fei's palm, and Huang Fu Fei involuntarily took a step back. Ning Qi, on the other hand, had to take over 10 steps back to dissipate the force of Huang Fu Fei's attack. He had lost over 700 HP. He was only slightly injured. Ning Qi laughed. "Your 3-star king of fighters is fake, isn't it?" A trace of shame and anger flashed across Huang Fu Fei's face. He was afraid of killing Ning Qi, so he had only used 50% of his strength. He hadn't expected Ning Qi to block it. Huang Fu Fei immediately snorted when he saw the trace of mockery in Qiu Wanli's eyes. He directly attacked Ning Qi with all his strength. At this moment, a large saber suddenly appeared in Ning Qi's hand, and he hacked at Huang Fu Fei's head. Huang Fufei had long since been on guard against Ning Qi's spatial dual tool, and he dodged Ning Qi's attack. Qiu Wanli was startled, and his face immediately revealed a greedy expression. Spatial dual tool? Huang Fufei's expression was a little ugly. Since the demon Qiu Wanli had discovered Ning Qi's secret, it would be extremely difficult for him to take Ning Qi's spatial dual tool. Ning Qi had the advantage of the Dragon Slayer saber and the 5 tigers breaking the gate blade. For a moment, Huang Fufei was completely unable to do anything to him. A trace of impatience flashed across Qiu Wanli's face. If you can't do it, then step back. He had just finished speaking when he directly arrived between Huang Fufei and Ning Qi, and he slammed his palm towards Ning Qi. When Huang Fufei saw this, he could only stand to the side with an ashen face. Ning Qi was immediately seriously injured by Qiu Wanli's palm, and he fell to the ground. Chapter 117. Gang leader Qiu Wanli walked to Ning Qi's side and looked down at him. Hand over the spatial dual weapon, and I'll let you die quickly. At this point, Ning Qi could only ask for help from the dragon-slaying maul. He entered the summoning option in the dragon-slaying maul. 1-star King Morong Fu. Summon price, 8,000 Dragon Slayer coins. Duration, 5 minutes. 3-star King Qiao Feng. Summon price, 12,000 Dragon Slayer coins. Duration, 5 minutes. Peak King Dongfeng Bubi. Summon price, 40,000 Dragon Slayer coins. Duration, 5 minutes. His heart was extremely unwilling to let Ning Qi spend his hard-earned dragon-slaying coins to summon a peak Do Wang. Therefore, he finally chose to summon the 3-star Do Wang Qiao Feng. As long as he could delay for a little time, he would be able to escape. In the future, he would find an opportunity to finish off this old fellow Qiu Wanli. Summon confirmed. The system instantly deducted 12,000 Dragon Slayer coins. Then a purple mist rose beside Ning Qi, and a 9-foot-tall, rough-looking man appeared. As soon as he appeared, he attacked Qiu Wanli. 18 dragons slaying palms. 9. A silver dragon flew out of his hand and attacked Qiu Wanli with a domineering aura. I didn't expect gang leader Qiao's 18 dragons slaying palms had already reached the 9th level. Ning Qi was overjoyed. This was one of the reasons he chose Qiao Feng. He had a god-tier martial technique. He was many times stronger than an ordinary 3-star King Do. It shouldn't be a problem for him to block Qiu Wanli. Qiu Wanli was shocked when he saw the power of Qiao Feng's 18 dragon-slaying palms. He then used the 18 forms of Blood Fiend, but it was a draw. Qiu Wanli, you made me spend 12,000 Dragon Slayer coins on you. One day, I'll kill my way to the Blood Slaughter sect and take your head. Ning Qi tossed a high-grade Earth Step Spring return pill into his mouth, and then he spoke ruthlessly before flashing off into the distance. Qiu Wanli was being held back by Qiao Feng, and he couldn't give chase for a moment. Although Huang Fufei was shocked by Qiao Feng's strange appearance, after he saw Qiao Feng's palm technique, he felt that it was very likely that this person was Ning Qi's master. When he saw that Qiu Wanli was being held back, he immediately said, "Senior, I'll go after that kid." After saying that, he immediately chased in the direction where Ning Qi escaped. Qiu Wanli furiously roared, "A mere 3-star Do Wang dares to stroke my whiskers." Qiao Feng laughed. "Your Excellency is too arrogant. Let's see who's the real deal." The two of them once again fought. The more they fought, the more shocked Qiu Wanli felt in his heart. The other party's combat awareness was really too shocking. He, a dignified peak Doang, was actually unable to determine the victor within a short period of time. 5 minutes later, Qiao Feng's body suddenly emitted a purple mist, and he disappeared from the world just like that. It was as strange as the way he appeared. Qiu Wanli stood where he was, feeling as if he had been tricked. He almost got angry. He adjusted his mentality and chased after Ningqi. "Stop running. Hurry up and give me the spatial battle tool, and I will let you go. Otherwise, when that demon Qiu Wanli catches up to you, even the gods will not be able to save you." Huang Fu Fei tried to persuade him as he chased after him. Ningqi suddenly stopped and smiled at him, who said, "I was going to run." Little Purple was released from the demon pet space. After some rest, its injuries were much better. With Ningqi's help, it would be easy for them to deal with Huang Fu Fei. Huang Fu Fei did not see the purple lightning bird earlier. He thought that Qiu Wanli had taken care of it. He did not expect that Ningqi had put it into the spatial battle tool. He hesitated for a moment, but Ningqi did not give him any chance to hesitate. He immediately took Little Purple and decisively attacked him. After 10 minutes, Huang Fu Fei turned around and fled with serious injuries. "Let's see if you can still run the next time we meet." Ningqi coldly looked at Huang Fu Fei's back. He rode Little Purple and soared into the sky, flying into the distance. He hoped that sect leader Qiao could buy more time. Otherwise, the 12,000 Dragon Slayer coins would have been wasted. Huang Fu Fei did not run far before he felt his vision darken. A figure appeared in front of him. He looked up and saw Qiu Wanli looking at him coldly. "Where is he?" Qiu Wanli coldly asked. Huang Fu Fei's face revealed a bitter smile. He ran away. Trash. They were both 3-star Dowongs, but that person was able to fight him to a draw. This Huang Fu Fei, on the other hand, was like trash. He could not even defeat a Didosher. Huang Fu Fei's mouth moved, but he did not dare to retort. "You don't need to follow me. Get lost." Qiu Wanli waved his hand. Huang Fu Fei felt a little happy when he saw this. However, he did not dare to show it on his face. He only expressed his fear and trepidation before turning around and leaving. 2 months later, Ningqi rode the purple lightning bird to the border of the White Tiger Empire. This place was not far from the Mountain Sea region. For the past 2 months, Qiu Wanli had been following behind him. The two of them had been fighting and escaping, enjoying each other's company. Qiu Wanli had chased him for so long without rest. His eyes had turned black, and he looked a little haggard. "Damn this guy!" Qiu Wanli looked at Ningqi, who was sleeping on the purple lightning bird. He had thought that after a period of time, the purple lightning bird would be exhausted and its speed would decrease. He would then be able to capture Ningqi. However, he did not expect Ningqi to feed the purple lightning bird a pill every few days. The purple lightning bird maintained its peak condition and flew at its fastest speed. Qiu Wanli could not catch up at all. It was already not easy to follow behind Ningqi. In the distance, a group of luxurious carriages passed by. However, the carriages were not pulled by horses. Instead, they were pulled by white tigers. Each of them had the aura of a Dowong. There were a total of 18 tigers, and they were all rank 5 demonic beasts. Using rank 5 demonic beasts to pull carriages, it was easy to imagine how noble the people in the carriages were. Near the carriages, there were over 10 riders looking around cautiously. Suddenly, the leader of the riders saw the purple lightning bird flying in their direction. His expression changed slightly. "Be on guard!" The leader of the riders snorted coldly. He suddenly flew into the air and grabbed the purple lightning bird and Ningqi. At this moment, Qiu Wanli rushed over from behind. "There's another one." The leader of the riders' expression turned cold. His subordinates looked at each other. 4 of them flew into the air at the same time. Before Qiu Wanli could react, he was subdued by these 4 peak Dowongs and was also captured. Ningqi woke up with a start and realized that he had been captured. The person who had captured him was a 6-star Do Huang. Subsequently, his gaze swept across the remaining riders. All of them are peak Dowongs? Where did this group of people come from? Ningqi knew that there might be some misunderstanding. Therefore, he opened his mouth and said, "Everyone, why did you capture me?" Chapter 118. The ninth princess of the White Tiger Empire, the leader, looked at Ning Chi. You can't see our convoy? Ning Chi was at a loss. I was sleeping just now. Is there a misunderstanding? Sleeping? The leader sneered. No one dares to fly over the convoy of the ninth princess of the White Tiger Empire, even if you are sleeping. It really is the convoy of the White Tiger Empire's royal family. Qiu Wanli laughed bitterly in his heart. Everyone, this is a misunderstanding. I am an elder of the Blood Slaughter sect and am on a mission. The leader said coldly, offending the ninth princess is unforgivable. According to the laws of the White Tiger Empire, you should be imprisoned for 10 years. Without waiting for Ning Chi to explain, he knocked Ning Chi and the purple lightning bird out. Qiu Wanli was about to say something when he felt a pain in the back of his head and fainted. At this moment, a 13 or 14-year-old girl with snow-white skin walked out from the most luxurious carriage. She was carrying a small monkey in her arms. It was a young demonic beast. Beside her, there was a cool-looking maidservant beside her. Ninth princess quickly returned to the carriage. It's just 2 little thieves. The leader hurriedly saluted. The girl giggled. I want to see who is so daring to offend me. After which, she walked to Ning Chi's side and used the tip of her foot to kick Ning Chi's head. She said, disappointedly, just a pique de dos, sure. I was wondering who would be so blind as to assassinate me. She then glanced at Qiu Wanli and lost interest. When she saw Little Purple, she went forward to check in surprise. This is an adult purple lightning bird. The leader said, yes. The ninth princess glanced at Ning Chi and asked curiously, is this his pet? A pique de dos, sure, who can have an adult purple lightning bird as a pet must have an extraordinary background. The leader smiled. It's nothing compared to the princess. He glanced at the little monkey in the ninth princess' arms. Although it looked ordinary, it was the cub of a rank 7 demonic beast, sky-dominating ape. It was comparable to a pique d'ozone when it matured. Of course, compared to my little gray, the purple lightning bird is nothing. The ninth princess smiled proudly. The little monkey in her arms seemed to understand human language. It looked at the purple lightning bird with disdain, then hugged the ninth princess' neck and chirped. When Ning Chi woke up, he found that his limbs were shackled with an unknown metal. As for Qiu Wanli, his treatment was the same. The 2 of them were shackled together, one in front and one behind. Seeing him wake up, little Z immediately cried for help. Its feet were also shackled, and the ninth princess was riding on its back. A little gray monkey was sitting on its head and plucking its feathers from time to time. Because of the night leader, it was forced to retract the purple electric do chi on its body. At this moment, it looked a little dejected. 7th rank demonic beast. Sky-dominating ape's cub? Ning Chi was shocked when he saw the gray monkey. He looked at the shackles on his body and said angrily, What are you doing? Why are you handcuffing me? Qiu Wanli knew that it was useless to say anything at this time, so he kept his mouth shut. When he heard Ning Chi's question, a cold smile flashed in his eyes. The ninth princess scolded Ning Chi. Shouldn't you be handcuffed for colliding with my convoy? Who knows if you're an assassin sent by some thief? If you talk any more, I'll cut off your tongue. Ning Chi said angrily, I'm the alchemy grandmaster of 100 Herb Hall, the dragon slayer marquis of the Qin Tang Empire. How can I be an assassin? But this person... He pointed at Qiu Wanli and said, He's an assassin from the Blood Slaughter sect. He came to kill me while I was away from the capital. You should have killed him on the spot. Qiu Wanli's expression changed, and he looked at Ning Chi with murderous eyes. The alchemy grandmaster of 100 Herb Hall? The dragon slayer marquis of the Qin Tang Empire? The knight leader's expression changed slightly. The ninth princess looked at Ning Chi suspiciously. You're an alchemy grandmaster? You don't look much older than me. You should know that lying to me will end badly. Ning Qi immediately took out the token of 100 herb hull. The knight leader went forward to check it and whispered to the ninth princess, "It's indeed the token of 100 herb hull, but it can't prove that he's an alchemy grandmaster." The ninth princess snorted, "Then what proof do you have that you're the Marquis of Dragon Slayer of the Qin Tang Empire?" Ning Qi said, "Your Highness, you can send someone to the Qin Tang Empire to ask. There's no one who doesn't know me." The ninth princess looked at the knight leader. "Deng San, is the Qin Tang Empire a subsidiary of the 100 Herb sect? The strongest expert in the empire is only a Do Huang?" The knight leader nodded. "The strongest person in the Qin Tang Empire is their emperor, Qin Zheng, a 6-star Do Huang. He came to our White Tiger Empire to see the emperor more than 10 years ago. The marquis of such a small country is not even as good as a servant in my mansion." The ninth princess curled her lips in disdain. The knight leader, Deng San, moved his lips slightly and whispered, "His title is not worth mentioning, but if he's really an alchemy grandmaster—" "Do you still remember the third princess provocation?" "Yes." The ninth princess' eyes lit up and then looked at Ning Qi. "Hey, hurry up and prove your identity as an alchemy grandmaster. Then I'll take off your shackles." Ning Qi cursed in his heart, but his expression did not change. His eyes inadvertently swept across the sky, dominating ape, and he suddenly had a plan. "It's easy to prove my identity. I'm best at refining middle-grade, yellow-level, spirit-enhancing pills. Give me the spirit grass, and I'll prove it to you," Ning Qi said. The ninth princess was furious. "How dare you lie to me? An alchemy grandmaster can refine spirit-enhancing pills." Deng San stepped forward and stared coldly at Ning Qi. "Are you playing with us?" Ning Qi sneered, "Playing with me? May I ask, how many spirit-enhancing pills can an alchemy grandmaster refine in a day, and what's the success rate?" The ninth princess had never thought about this question and was momentarily stumped by Ning Qi's question. She could only look at Deng San. Deng San thought for a moment and said, "An alchemy grandmaster should be able to refine 10 spirit-enhancing pills a day, and the success rate is about 10%. Ning Qi laughed. "I can refine more than 200 middle-grade, yellow-level spirit-enhancing pills a day, and the success rate is 100%. Tell me, am I not an alchemy grandmaster?" Qiu Wanli heard this and immediately laughed. "Your Highness, this guy is lying to you. I've seen him refine spirit-enhancing pills before, and he can only refine dozens of them a day." Although he did not see the competition between Ning Qi and Duan Linshu with his own eyes, the Blood Slaughter Sect's intelligence system had transmitted the details of the competition to the Blood Slaughter Sect the next day. Naturally, Qiu Wanli could watch it. Chapter 119. The unlucky Qiu Wanli's smile froze. That's right, he indirectly proved Ning Qi's identity. The ninth princess snorted and said, "I have a lot of spiritual herbs for alchemy, especially the spiritual cultivation pill. My little gray likes to eat it. I have about 300 portions in my space ring. Prove it to me now." With that, she waved her hand, and more than 300 portions of spiritual cultivation pill appeared in front of Ning Qi. Space dual tool, as expected of the White Tiger Empire. Qiu Wanli's eyes flashed with greed. He immediately reacted and lowered his head. If the Emperor Do saw this, he would not be able to get away with it. Ning Qi shook the shackles on his body. "How can I refine it like this?" The ninth princess pouted at Deng San. Deng San immediately went up to put the shackles on Ning Qi. Ning Qi exercised his muscles and bones and gave a comforting look to little Z, who was looking at him pitifully. Then he began to refine the spirit cultivation pill on the spot. Once the dragon devouring fire appeared, the ninth princess, Deng San, and the others began to believe in Ning Qi's identity. Qiu Wanli looked at Ning Qi nervously. "Fail, fail, fail." Unfortunately, his prayers were not answered. Ning Qi refined one middle-grade, yellow-level spiritual cultivation pill after another. His alchemy skills were incomparably proficient. Even Deng San and the others, who were laymen in alchemy, could see that Ning Qi was extraordinary. An hour later, 10 middle-grade, yellow-level spiritual cultivation pills were refined. The sky, dominating ape, squeaked and jumped in front of Ning Qi at lightning speed. It snatched the spiritual cultivation pills and stuffed them all into its mouth. It then burped in satisfaction and jumped onto the ninth princess. It hugged the ninth princess' neck and pointed at Ning Qi while chirping. The ninth princess revealed a satisfied smile and said to Ning Qi, "Little Gray said that the quality of the spiritual cultivation pills you refined is very high. Not bad, not bad. 10 pills in an hour, you really made more than 200 pills a day. It seems that you did not lie." Ning Qi stood up and said, "Your Highness, since I have proven my identity as an alchemy grandmaster, I am definitely not an assassin. I wonder if you can let me go? I still have important matters to attend to." The ninth princess looked at Ning Qi with a smile and refused. "Although you have proved your identity as an alchemy grandmaster, it does not mean that you are not an assassin. Moreover, you have collided with my convoy, so you should return to the imperial capital with me first. However, I can return your demonic pet to you. Ride it and follow us." Deng San locked Ning Qi with his qi at the right time. Seeing this, Ning Qi smiled bitterly in his heart, nodded, and said, "Then I hope the princess will send someone to the Qin Tang Empire as soon as possible to confirm my identity." It was obvious that the other party had taken a fancy to his identity as an alchemy grandmaster and was unwilling to let him leave. Since that was the case, Ning Qi could only feign civility and wait for an opportunity to escape. At least the current situation was much better than being a prisoner with shackles on his body. Thinking of this, he looked at Xiao Wanli with a trace of schadenfreude in his eyes. A dignified king of Dowang was now walking on the ground with shackles on his body. It was a great insult. Deng San removed the shackles on little Zi's feet. The ninth princess also returned to the carriage with little Hui Hui. Little Z finally let out a happy cry. Ning Qi turned over and stroked its neck comfortingly. Then he said to Deng San, "How should I address you, sir?" Deng San smiled and said, "Just call me Deng San." Ning Qi smiled and said, "My name is Ning Qi." "Then I will call you Brother Deng San." "Brother Deng San?" He smiled and nodded. "Master Ning, please." Ning Qi glanced at Xiao Wanli. "Brother Deng San, this person is extremely vicious. It is better to kill him on the spot." Xiao Wanli looked at Ning Qi angrily. Deng San smiled and shook his head. Although he collided with the princess's carriage, his crime does not warrant death. He should be imprisoned for 10 years. Hearing this, Xiao Wanli's heart immediately calmed down. His life was saved for the time being, but 10 years in prison? No, he must not be locked up. Xiao Wanli's brain turned quickly, thinking of a way to escape. Ning Qi saw that his plan was not successful, so he did not say anything. He rode little Z and followed beside Deng San. Not long after, the ninth princess's voice was heard again. "Hey, little Hui Hui is hungry. Anyway, there are still a few days to go before we reach the capital. You can refine all these spirit cultivation pills." Ning Qi cursed the ninth princess in his heart, but in view of her arrogant and unruly character, he did not dare to refuse. Anyway, refining spirit cultivation pills was a piece of cake for him, so he directly refined them on little Z's back. Initially, little Gray stayed in the carriage. After Ning Qi had finished refining the 10 spiritual cultivation pills, Deng San's subordinates sent them to the carriage, and a cold and elegant maidservant beside the ninth princess took them and fed them to little Gray. Later, perhaps little Hui Hui felt that this was too much trouble, so it directly ran out of the carriage and stayed beside Ning Qi. looking with anticipation at Ning Chi's hands that were refining the pills. Once the pills were done, it was not afraid of the heat and directly swallowed them into its stomach. Each time it ate one, it revealed a satisfied smile. Little Z was also very greedy. But Ning Chi did not want the ninth princess and little Hui Hui to find out that he had a lot of spirit cultivation pills. Otherwise, he would be robbed. So he let little Z temporarily bear with it. A few days passed in a flash. Ning Chi had become familiar with Deng San, little Hui Hui, and Deng San's group of Peking fighters. Because of Ning Chi's identity as an alchemist, Deng San's men were also very willing to deal with Ning Chi. After a while, Ning Chi had already called them brothers. There were more and more people on the official road. When they saw the convoy of the ninth princess, they stopped and saluted. They didn't dare to move forward until the convoy was hundreds of feet away. Ning Chi couldn't help but sigh. The royal family of the White Tiger Empire was much more powerful than the Qin Tang Empire. When entering the city gate, the soldiers guarding the city, under the leadership of a general, all knelt to the ninth princess. At this time, the ninth princess seemed to have lost her unruly nature. She solemnly waved her hand and said with a smile, "Get up, no need to be so polite." After saying this, she turned and entered the carriage. Deng San nodded to the general and led the convoy to the ninth princess residence. Really good at pretending. Ning Chi muttered in his heart. Little Z, who was connected with him, also nodded slightly. Qiu Wanli's eyes flashed a trace of determination. It seems that I can only use that secret technique. Otherwise, I will be imprisoned in the White Tiger Empire and have no hope of escaping. Who is that guy next to Deng San? He looks unfamiliar. In the distance, in a luxurious carriage, a pair of eyes stared at the convoy of the ninth princess and paused for a moment on Ning Chi. Her red lips parted slightly as she spoke. Outside the carriage, a knight dressed similar to Deng San looked at Ning Chi and said in a low voice, "This person has never appeared in the imperial city. Maybe he is a relative that the ninth princess brought back from her grandfather. Tianyu sect? Haha, since the ninth sister has returned, then go and call boss Mao Ci. Let's go to the ninth sister's residence together." Chapter 120. Another alchemy competition? Ninth princess is back. The servants in the princess mansion welcomed her with joy. Ning Chi didn't expect this unruly girl to be so loved. She was comparable to him. The ninth princess walked out of the carriage and smiled. "Don't stand on ceremony, Deng San. Remember to come out to greet later. Everyone will be rewarded with 500 taels of silver." The servants' faces flushed even more and shouted excitedly, "Long live the ninth princess!" So that's how it is. Ning Chi rolled his eyes. Deng San seemed to be used to this kind of scene. He winked at his men, and someone immediately came forward to distribute the silver notes to the servants. At this time, a few maids who received the news rushed to the door. Seeing that everyone had already distributed the silver, they immediately beat their chests and stamped their feet in regret. "Hey, isn't my mansion grand? Is there such a big mansion in the Qin Tang Empire?" The ninth princess glanced at Ning Chi. Ning Chi looked around. The outer wall of the mansion stretched for several miles. It could be seen how big the inside was. Even the Shinmu public house didn't have such a grand style, so he nodded slightly. The ninth princess's mansion is really grand. Compared to this place, the Shinmu public house is like a toilet. "Haha, you have a nice mouth." The ninth princess smiled complacently. She walked through the door with her cold servant girl and a large group of servants. Deng San smiled at Ning Chi. "Master Ning, please." Ning Chi glanced at Qiu Wanli and then said to Deng San, "Brother Deng San, how should we deal with this old thief?" Deng San smiled and said, "Go straight to the prison. Don't worry, he won't escape for 10 years. Ning Chi looked at Qiu Wanli gloatingly. "Old Qiu, don't worry. I will go to visit you during the holidays. Just tell me if there's anything you want to eat." Qiu wanly looked at Ning Qi coldly, but he didn't say anything. Deng San waved his hand, and immediately 4 men took Qiu wanly away. Then Deng San entered the door with Ning Qi and followed behind the 9th princess. "Ninth sister, why didn't you inform me that you're back?" A beautiful woman in a palace dress came in with a group of knights dressed like Deng San. The 9th princess's face changed slightly when she heard her voice. They don't seem to have good intentions. Ning Qi took a step back in schadenfreude and prepared to watch the show. The 9th princess sneered at the beautiful woman in the palace dress. "Third sister, why are you here?" Her gaze swept across the people behind the 3rd princess and paused on a handsome and elegant young man in his 30s who was looking at her with a smile. She already knew why he had come. She subconsciously glanced at Ning Qi, giving Ning Qi a bad feeling. Sure enough, the 3rd princess smiled and said, "Previously I made an agreement with 9th sister to have our respective alchemists compete. Have you forgotten? If you win, why don't you give little Gray to me?" The 9th princess hugged Gray Ash tightly and looked at the 3rd princess warily. "Gray Ash was given to me by my imperial father. Don't even think about touching it." Jun Wuxia laughed and said, "Oh, so 9th younger sister doesn't dare to gamble." "Who says I don't dare?" The 9th princess exploded when she heard that. Like a hen whose chicks had been snatched away, she exuded a belligerent aura and glared at the other party. "Let's gamble. 3rd sister, don't you think that I don't have any alchemy grandmasters because of Sima Ci? Ha ha ha, Ning Qi, come over here." Deng San glanced at Ning Qi and gave him a look. Ning Qi forced a smile and walked forward. "What orders do you have, 9th princess?" The 9th princess said loudly, "I'm sending you to compete in alchemy with my 3rd sister's subordinate, Sima Ci. If you win, I'll reward you with a dragon-seeking rat cub." Dragon-seeking rat? Ning Qi was slightly shocked. He had seen this fellow in the dragon-slaying mall before. It was a level 6 boss-level demonic beast that loved the feces of giant dragons. Therefore, it was born with the innate ability to locate giant dragons. However, the most commendable thing was that an adult, dragon-seeking mouse was completely unafraid of ordinary giant dragons. Its incomparably sharp fangs could easily bite through the scale-covered throat of a giant dragon of the same level. Therefore, this was a relatively special kind of monster. In the dragon-slaying mall, a dragon-seeking rat cub was sold for 50,000 dragon-slaying coins. Thinking of this, Ning Qi suddenly felt that the 9th princess' face had become extremely cute. "Dragon-seeking rat? 9th sister, you're so generous." A trace of jealousy flashed across the 3rd princess' face, but it was immediately hidden. She then looked at Ning Qi with a smile and sized him up. "I've never seen this guy before. Is he the external help that 9th sister invited from the Tanyu sect?" The 9th princess immediately said, "He's not my grandfather's subordinate." Ning Qi introduced himself. "I'm the dragon-slaying marquis of the Qin Tang Empire. Nice to meet you, 3rd princess." "Qin Tang Empire? Oh, that small country. I heard that there are 3 alchemy grandmasters in the capital. Which one of them are you a disciple of?" The 3rd princess smiled. Sima Ci, who was standing half a step behind her, glanced at Ning Qi with a sharp gaze. Then a trace of undisguised disdain appeared on his face. The Qin Tang Empire was a vassal state of the Herb sect. At most, this guy was from the Herb sect. Compared to his background, he was a notch lower. Ning Qi smiled and said, "None of them. I'm their peer." "Oh, so you're also an alchemy grandmaster?" The 3rd princess was surprised. She had never seen such a young alchemy grandmaster. How could a small country like the Qin Tang Empire cultivate such a talent? Sima Ci sneered. "Alchemy grandmaster? You talk big." The 9th princess glanced at him coldly. "Sima Ci, don't think that just because I spoil you, you dare to order my subordinates around." Sima Ci's expression changed slightly, and he immediately shut his mouth, resentfully. Ning Qi was also speechless. How did I become your subordinate? The third princess smiled and said, In that case, I also want to see what's so magical about such a young alchemy grandmaster. Ninth sister, let's make a bet. We'll bet on your sky dominating ape. If I lose, I'll send you the adult golden cicada in my mansion. What do you think? Golden cicada is just a rank 6 monster. How can it compare to my little gray? The ninth princess snorted disdainfully. The third princess was not annoyed. She smiled and said, If a rank 7 monster wants to reach adulthood, it will have to wait at least 30 to 40 years without tens of thousands of spirit cultivation pills. My golden cicada has reached adulthood for a long time. In terms of value, it's about the same as your sky-dominating ape cub. At this time, the cold maidservant beside the ninth princess said, Third princess, your sky-dominating ape was bestowed by His Majesty. It's disrespectful to His Majesty to use it as a bet. Please make another bet. Chapter 121. Rank 6 Demonic Beast Wumaji said coldly, I'm just reminding you, princess, who said that something bestowed by father can't be used as a bet. Since when did the White Tiger Empire have such a rule? The third princess sneered. She was right. There was no such rule in the White Tiger Empire, but basically no one dared to use something bestowed by the emperor as a bet. However, the royal family was not very afraid of it, especially the third and ninth princesses, who were quite favored by the emperor. Wu Maji said to the ninth princess, Your Highness, don't be bewitched by others. The ninth princess couldn't listen to anyone's advice. She was furious when she thought of how the third princess had been targeting her for the past few years. Wu Maji, you don't have to persuade me. Since third sister wants to bet with me so much, if I don't, I'll be laughed at by the other brothers and sisters. I must bet today, but I don't accept the stakes. Golden Cicada doesn't even deserve to carry shoes for my little gray. The ninth princess sneered. Seeing this, Wumaji retreated to the side expressionlessly and stopped talking. However, Ning Qi felt that she seemed to have glanced at him. When Ning Qi looked over, he saw that she was looking down, as if it was just an illusion. The third princess smiled and said, Ninth sister, I'll add another sky howling white tiger. Are you satisfied? Sky howling white tiger? That's equivalent to 2 rank 6 demonic beasts. I wonder if they're adults. Ning Qi thought to himself. In the past few days, he had gained a deeper understanding of the White Tiger Empire. He knew that the White Tiger Empire had 4 sacred beasts, which were the descendants of the 4 demonic beasts raised by the founding emperor. The rank 5 ice crystal white tiger was the kind that pulled the carriage for the ninth princess. The rank 6 sky howling white tiger. The rank 7 mystic spirit white tiger. It was a level 8 demon beast, the Saint Flame white tiger. Among them, the ice crystal white tiger was a must-have demonic beast for the royal family. Every prince and princess had a dozen or so. It was a symbol of status. Outsiders would know that the royal family was traveling and would definitely avoid it. As for the rank 6 howling sky white tiger, it was bestowed by the emperor to those married princesses or princes who had married into adulthood. As for the rank 7 profound spirit white tiger, only those who had made great contributions would be rewarded. Even in the imperial palace, there were only a few adult profound spirit white tigers. Among the 4 types of white tigers, the strongest was the Saint Flame white tiger. It was the exclusive demon beast of every generation of the White Tiger Empire's emperor, and it was passed down from generation to generation. An adult Saint Flame white tiger was equivalent to an 8th grade high-level demon beast. He was born with a heavenly flame that was ranked in the top 30 of the heavenly flame ranking, the 9 heaven sacred flame. An ordinary Do Zun would turn into ashes if he came into contact with it. He was the strongest fighting strength of the White Tiger Empire. In fact, the Ice Crystal White Tiger and the Sacred Flame White Tiger belonged to the same lineage. However, after thousands of years of reproduction, coupled with some man-made historical factors, four kinds of white tigers were created. In theory, the ice crystal white tiger also had a certain chance to advance into the sacred flame white tiger, but the probability was extremely small. The white tiger empire had never had a successful case. The most successful case was when an ice crystal white tiger advanced into the profound spiritual white tiger at a huge cost, and the price was equivalent to 10 years of the white tiger empire's treasury income. The loss outweighed the gain. Since then, no one had tried to make them advance again. If I win the sky-howling white tiger, I'll walk around the palace with it. Everyone will know that third sister lost to me. Let's see if she still has the face to make things difficult for me. Thinking of this, the ninth princess laughed and said, "All right, it's a deal. Then let's sign the contract." The third princess smiled. After signing the contract, the ninth princess said, "Then let's bet on refining middle-grade, yellow-level spirit cultivation pills." After saying this, a sly look flashed in her eyes. "Sima Ci sneered disdainfully. Alchemy grandmasters competing to refine middle-grade, yellow-level spirit cultivation pills? What a joke!" The third princess also smiled and said, "Yes, ninth sister must be joking." The ninth princess immediately frowned and said, "Then what kind of pills are we refining? If my subordinate doesn't know the pill formula, how can he compete? Why don't we let him tell us what the competition is?" The third princess looked at Ning Qi. Ning Qi looked at the ninth princess and said with a flattering smile, "Ninth princess, you just said that if I win, you'll reward me with a 6th-rank demonic beast dragon seeking mouse." Deng San's lips curled into a smile as he looked at Ning Qi mockingly. Along the way, although Ning Qi had spoken in a friendly manner, deep in his bones, there was an air of unwillingness to compromise. Because he didn't offend the princess, Deng San turned a blind eye to it. It was normal for an alchemy grandmaster to have some arrogance. However, once he heard that the princess wanted to reward him with a dragon-seeking mouse, he immediately became so tactful. The ninth princess said impatiently, "Of course, do you think I'm joking? Quickly tell them what kind of pill you can refine to symbolize your identity as an alchemy grandmaster. As long as you win this competition, I'll greatly reward you." "Hee, please wait a moment. I know too many pill formulas. Let me think." Ning Qi pretended to be profound and closed his eyes. In fact, he entered the dragon-slaying mall and searched for pill formulas. After summoning gang leader Qiao, he still had 45,700 dragon slayer coins left, which was more than enough to buy a third-stage elixir formula. These few days he had also thought it through. Rather than saving the dragon slayer coins to buy the Sky Edge Bright Moon Saber, it was better to increase his strength first. It was really uncomfortable to be inferior to the unruly princess these few days and be at the mercy of others. Deliberately mystifying. Sima Ci sneered disdainfully. He did not believe that a third-rate alchemy grandmaster from the Qin Tang Empire would know a few pill formulas. In his eyes, this was completely Ning Qi trying to create pressure on him. Sima Ci will not be fooled, he thought with a sneer. The third princess smiled and looked very calm, but there was a trace of doubt in her eyes that was difficult to detect. He knows so many pill formulas. Does he need to think for so long? The ninth princess was a little surprised, followed by joy. The more Ning Qi behaved like this, the more confidence she had in him. Wu Maji glanced at Ning Qi indifferently, not knowing what she was thinking. First-rank pill formulas: low-grade yellow-level spirit cultivation pill, low-grade yellow-level qi gathering pill. Second-rank pill formulas: mid-grade yellow-level spirit cultivation pill, high-grade yellow-level rejuvenation pill, supreme-grade yellow-level detoxification pill. Third-rank pill formulas: mid-grade yellow-level strange fighting pill, mid-grade yellow-level cocoon breaking pill. One by one, familiar pill formulas flashed in front of Ning Qi's eyes. The grade of the pill formula was not directly proportional to the grade of the pill. Some first-rank pill formulas could refine yellow-level pills, but some third-rank pill formulas could only refine yellow-level and mid-grade pills. Chapter 122. Crushing strength. For example, if a level 2 pill formula, the mid-grade yellow-rank spirit-raising pill, was refined by an alchemy grandmaster, it would still be a mid-grade yellow-rank spirit-raising pill. However, a level 3 divergent fighting pills pill formula contained 2 grades, low grade and mid grade. If one wanted a higher grade, one would have to learn a level 4 pill formula, or even a level 5 pill formula. Ning Qi directly ignored the level 3 pill formula and looked at the level 4 and level 5 pill formula. Level 4 pill formula: yellow rank middle grade cocoon breaking pill. Yellow rank top grade spirit nurturing pill. Level 5 pill formula: yellow rank high grade cocoon breaking pill. Profound rank low grade spirit nurturing pill. Ningqi looked at the price. A level 3 spirit nurturing pill would cost 2,000 dragon slaying coins. A level 4 pill would cost 5,000 dragon slaying coins. And a level 5 pill would cost 10,000 dragon slaying coins. This price made his heart ache. A level 5 cocoon-breaking pill was even more expensive. It was a full 14,000 dragon-slaying coins. It was not worth it at all. If I refine a profound, rank, low-grade spirit-nurturing pill, this unruly princess will probably put shackles on me again and treat me as a labor day and night. Refining pills for her, right? Thinking of this, Ning Qi felt a chill. He decided that he would buy the level 5 spirit nurturing pill formula, but he would hide it for his own use. For today's competition, he would use the strange fighting pill. After all, it was a level 3 pill formula, and it was enough to show his identity as an alchemy grandmaster. Therefore, he opened his eyes and said with a confident smile, "Let's compete in the strange fighting pill formula. Do you know how to do it?" Strange fighting pill? A look of ease and disdain flashed across Sima Si's eyes. He thought that Ning Qi would have some kind of ancient confusion, but in the end he chose this kind of pill that was only considered to be above average in the level 3 pill formula. The third princess heaved a sigh of relief and revealed a smile on her face. Sima Si had learned the strange fighting pill 8 years ago, and it could be considered one of the few pills he was good at. The 9th princess revealed a look of anxiety and gave Ning Qi a look. In the end, Ning Qi pretended not to see it. She was so angry that she almost wanted Deng San to slap Ning Qi to death. Why did he choose the strange fighting pill? Of course, she knew that Sima Si was proficient in a few types of pills, one of which was the mutated battle pill. It seemed like this bet was a little uncertain. Sima Si smiled and said, "Then let's have a duel of pills. How are you going to compete? You guys decide on the rules." His words were filled with unparalleled confidence. "Ninth sister, are you afraid? If you don't want to bet, I can give you a chance." The third princess smiled. The unruly princess snorted coldly. "Afraid? In my dictionary, there is no such thing as fear. Third sister, if you want to gamble, I'll accompany you." "If that's the case, why don't we follow the normal rules and compete on pill refining speed and success rate?" Deng Sen smiled. His suggestion was approved by both sides. After that, everyone came to the back garden of the 9th princess residence. Although it was called a garden, it was actually a forest. One could not see the end of it at a glance. Occasionally, there would be ice crystal white tigers running and playing. The residence of the 9th princess was already so magnificent. It could be seen how powerful the White Tiger Empire was. It was much more powerful than the Qin Tang Empire. Ning Qi and Sima Si sat down. Before they started refining the pills, the servants from both sides were already at each other's throats as they glared at each other. The leader of the knights, who was also a Do Huang beside the third princess, looked at Deng San with a trace of schadenfreude and ridicule. It was obvious that the relationship between the two was somewhat hostile because of their master. "Master Ning, come on. Defeat Sima Si. I believe you can do it. Deng San's group of Dowang's subordinates shouted at Ning Qi. Then the servants who saw Ning Qi for the first time also followed suit and cheered loudly for Ning Qi. When the unruly princess saw this, her face flushed and she shouted, "Ning Qi, defeat him for me!" Master Sima, a country bumpkin from the Qin Tang Empire, is no match for you. We will wait for your victory. Let him see how powerful the alchemy grandmasters of our White Tiger Empire are. The third princess's subordinates were not to be outdone and loudly ridiculed. She was much older than the ninth princess, so she naturally would not be as jumpy as her and shout regardless of her status. Instead, she was very reserved and showed a graceful smile, as if victory was in her hands. After about an hour or so, there were servants who had gathered the spiritual herbs for the special dough pill and carried them over. There were 200 sets for each person. Master Ning, are you ready? Let's begin. Sima Si showed a confident smile and said slowly. There was obvious ridicule in his tone. Then let's begin. Ning Qi smiled slightly. Then a ball of mystical fire rose in Sima Si's hand. His mystical fire was black and somewhat shaped like a blooming lotus. This is the Black Lotus Sacred Fire, ranked 79th on the mystical fire list. Master Sima will definitely win. Sima Si smiled and began to refine the pill. Under his Black Lotus Sacred Fire, the spiritual herbs quickly turned into a ball of liquid and changed shape. Sima Si's expression was relaxed, showing his amazing control. At this time, Ning Qi's devouring dragon fire also rushed out of his palm. The third princess's expression changed slightly. Devouring dragon fire? She knew that this kind of mystical fire was very rare, which was hated by the dragon clan. She slightly changed her view of Ning Qi's strength. Your Highness, it's devouring dragon fire. Although its ranking is not as high as the Black Lotus Sacred Fire, it is more difficult to obtain. Deng San whispered in the ninth princess's ear. There was a trace of confidence in the ninth princess's eyes, and her eyes were full of expectation as she looked at Ning Qi. As soon as Ning Qi made his move, everyone was shocked. His control was obviously better than Sima Si's. His expression was calm, but his speed was not slower than Sima Si's. Not long after, under Ning Qi's control, the liquid gradually stabilized and turned into a Longan-sized pill, overflowing with a strange fragrance. A yellow rank, mid-grade, variant dipper pill was refined just like that, and it took less than 2 hours. As for Sima Si, when Ning Qi began to refine the second Ito pill, he had just formed the pill. His expression instantly became extremely ugly. The ninth princess laughed and said, "Third sister, it seems that you have lost." The third princess smiled slightly. Refining pills can be fast or slow, and there is also the success rate. The winner is not decided yet. Ninth sister, don't be too happy too early. Although she said that, her expression was not as calm as before, and there was a trace of pressure in her eyes as she looked at Sima Si. He is lucky. When he fails to form the pill, his speed will definitely not be faster than mine. Sima Si thought to himself, and his face revealed confidence again as he began to refine the second Ito pill. Master Ning has formed the pill again. Ah, the fourth one. The fifth one. What's wrong with Master Sima? Only the second one, and one failed? His speed is far worse than Master Ning's. Haha. The servants began to mock and ridicule one after another. Chapter 123. A sugar-coated bullet, however, the happiest person was none other than the unruly princess. She laughed proudly and said to the third princess, "Your Sima Si is no match for my Ning Qi in terms of speed and success rate. Third sister, hurry up and send your golden cicada and sky howl white tiger over. I have plenty of spirit-enhancing pills here. It won't be a problem to feed them, ha ha ha." The third princess forced a smile and said, "Ninth sister, what's the hurry? Let's continue watching." Sima Si glanced at Ning Chi with a hint of panic on his face. The other party was still maintaining a 100% success rate. This caught him off guard. How could an alchemist from the Qin Tang Empire be so strong? No, he's just lucky. Sima Si muttered to himself to cheer himself up. Ning Chi had been maintaining the speed of one special combat pill every 2 hours and had never failed. On the other hand, Sima Si needed an hour, and about 3 or 4 out of 10 pills would fail. In just a day, there were more than 10 special combat pills on the silver plate in front of Ning Chi, while Sima Si only had a pitiful 5. The outcome was already obvious. There was no need to compete to the end. After all, the difference between the two was like the difference between an alchemist grandmaster and an alchemist grandmaster. Sima Si was naturally the alchemist grandmaster in everyone's eyes. The third princess subordinates immediately felt ashamed. Faced with the ridicule of the unruly princess, they had no right to retort. Ninth sister, I'll get someone to send the things to your residence. The third princess suddenly stood up and said. Then she took a deep look at Ning Chi and said coldly, You're very good. After saying that, she turned around and left with everyone. Her subordinates had long felt ashamed to stay there and left. At this moment, Sima Si, who was in the middle of refining, saw this scene and was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, the juice on his palm exploded and sprayed all over his face. However, Sima Si completely ignored the burn on his face and shouted at the third princess's back. Third princess, I haven't lost yet, I haven't lost yet. The third princess did not even turn her head as if she could not hear him. Sima Si's expression turned cold when he saw this. He glared at Ning Chi with hatred and got up to leave. Ning Chi smiled. Take care, Grandmaster Sima. Sima Si staggered and quickly left the place amidst the scornful laughter of the crowd. Ha ha ha, that old witch finally lost to me. Deng San passed down the order. The mansion will celebrate for 10 days and 10 nights. The unruly princess laughed loudly. Long live the princess! Long live the princess! The servants raised their hands in joy. Ning Chi walked to the side of the unruly princess with a smile and said, Your Highness, this subordinate did not disappoint you and won this alchemy battle. That dragon-seeking mouse, the unruly princess patted Ning Chi's shoulder in satisfaction and said with a smile, Don't worry, I never go back on my word. Wu Maji, go to my demonic beast garden and bring the dragon-seeking rat here. Oh, and bring a 6th rank demonic beast contract along the way. I'm going to give it to Ning Chi, the hero. Wu Maji nodded and turned to leave. Deng San's subordinates looked at Ning Chi with envy and jealousy. A rank 6 dragon-seeking rat. When it matured, it would be equivalent to a peak emperor doe. Soon, Wu Maji walked over with a palm-sized rat with light golden fur. She handed the rat to Ning Chi and gave him a 6th rank demonic pet contract. Rank 6 demonic beast, dragon-seeking rat infant. After Ning Chi looked at its attributes, he used the demonic pet contract in front of everyone and took this dragon-seeking rat as his demonic pet. At this point, his 3 demonic pet slots were filled. If he wanted to take in more demonic pets in the future, he would probably have to buy an expansion card from the Dragon Slaying Mall. After establishing a spiritual connection with Ning Chi, the sleepy dragon-seeking rat suddenly opened its eyes and climbed onto Ning Chi's neck, rubbing its nose gently. Ning Chi laughed and rubbed its chin with the pad of his finger. He said, I'll call you Xiao Jin from now on. Xiao Jin seemed to understand and happily burrowed into Ning Chi's collar. Only its little head peeked out, and it looked around with its clever and cute little eyes. Seeing this, a trace of reluctance flashed in the unruly princess's eyes. This was the demonic pet she had prepared for herself. However, when she thought that third sister was about to send Golden Cicada and Sky-Howling White Tiger over, she immediately felt much better. In order to win, it was worth it to pay a higher price. Now, She found Ning Chi more pleasing to the eye. The unruly princess smiled and said, Deng San, help Ning Chi arrange a place to stay. Deng San nodded and said, Yes, princess. Then the unruly princess smiled at Ning Chi and said, You stay in my princess residence and refine pills well. I will not treat you badly. Oh, Little Gray needs a lot of spiritual cultivation pills now. Give me 4,000 a month. 4,000? Ning Chi's expression changed slightly. Why, is there a problem? The unruly princess raised her chin and looked at Ning Chi maliciously. Looks like I have to hurry and escape from this damn place. You're treating me like a coolie. Ning Chi secretly said in his heart, but his face showed an amiable smile. Of course, 4,000 is no problem. Well, the unruly princess patted Ning Chi's shoulder intimately and said with a smile, I will let Deng San be in charge of your daily life. He will also transport the spirit herbs. You can tell Deng San when you need it. He can't make the decision. You can tell me. I'm going to the door now to wait for my third sister to send the bet. Ha ha. After that, the unruly princess turned and left with Wu Maji. Deng San's group of men hurriedly followed. Deng San smiled at Ning Chi and said, Master Ning, the princess is a little impatient, but she is a good person. You will slowly get used to it. Come with me. Deng San arranged a luxurious courtyard for Ning Chi next to the princess residence's alchemy room. He also assigned Ning Chi 18 maids and 20 handymen. The maids were all as beautiful as flowers. After they learned that Ning Chi was an alchemy grandmaster and had helped the ninth princess win the bet between her and the third princess, they looked at Ning Chi with stars and peach blossoms in their eyes. Ning Chi used his invasive gaze to size up the servant girls and nodded in satisfaction. Deng San saw this and smiled slightly in his heart. As long as you gave him beauty and wealth, there was no one who couldn't be tied. In his eyes, Ning Chi should be immersed in beauty at this age, and Ning Chi's performance also matched his guess. Master Ning, I live in the courtyard next door. Call me if you need anything. I won't disturb you. Well, since these maids are here to serve you, they are your people. You can do whatever you want. When Deng San left, he winked at Ning Chi and showed a smile that all men understood. Ning Chi looked at Deng San's back with a smile on his face. When he completely disappeared from his sight, Ning Chi stopped smiling and sneered. Chapter 124. The Four Maids. Young Master, why don't you take a bath and change your clothes first? Among the 18 maids, 4 of them were the prettiest. They were no weaker than Zhantai and Qingxian. They walked to Ning Chi's side with smiles and spoke softly. Take a bath and change my clothes? Let's go. Ning Chi smiled. What are your names? Ning Chi asked as he walked to the room. Knowing that he wanted to take a bath and change his clothes, some servants went to fetch hot water. The remaining 14 maids jogged to the room to prepare, while others went to choose suitable clothes for Ning Chi. The division of labor was clear. Young Master, my name is Xian Che. The maid who looked the most mature and charming among the 4 said with a smile. Young Master, my name is Xian Jing. This was a maid who looked gentle and quiet. She was just like her name. Young Master, my name is Xian Lian. Young Master, my name is Xian Yi. 2 maids who looked almost the same and exuded a youthful aura said in unison. They should be twin sisters. Third Master Deng is really generous. Ning Chi praised. Xian Che smiled slightly. A fragrance was emitted from her body. Third Master Deng gave us to Young Master, so we are Young Master's people. I hope Young Master will take care of us. Hearing this, the other 3 girls blushed and lowered their heads in embarrassment. Well said. I can see that all of you have the foundation of fighting energy. Xian Che, you are a peak warrior. Xian Jing is a 9-star warrior, and Xian Lian and Xian Yi are 8-star warriors, right? Ning Chi smiled. Young master is wise. Xian Che nodded. Then, after I finish refining the spiritual cultivation pill for the princess, I will refine some special fighting pills for you. Ning Chi smiled. Ah, thank you, young master. The four of them were overjoyed. When Ning Chi entered the room, there was already a maid waiting for him with the water. This was a small indoor pool that could accommodate more than a dozen people. White steam surrounded the pool, and fragrant flower petals were scattered on the surface. It was like a paradise on earth. Xian Che gave the maids a look, and they left the room unwillingly. Finally, the four women stepped forward and reached for Ning Chi's clothes. When Xiaojin saw that the clothes covering his body were gone, he immediately squeaked, scaring the four girls. Then he saw the pool in front of him and directly jumped up from Ning Chi's shoulder. He drew a beautiful arc in the air and fell into the water. Then he swam around with a look of enjoyment on his face. This is the Princess Dragon-Seeking Mouse. The four women were shocked. From this, they could see once again that the princess valued Ning Chi very much. There was more respect in their eyes. Xian Lian and Xian Yi were a little shy and didn't dare to look at Ning Chi's body. Xian Che and Xian Jing took off their clothes and exposed their perfect curves to the steam. Xian Lian, Xian Yi, what are you waiting for? Xian Che looked at the two girls with a reproachful look. The two girls quickly took off their clothes as well. Young master, let us help you wipe your back. Xian Jing leaned on Ning Chi and said with a smile, to have the four beauties scrubbing my back. This is my good fortune from my previous life, ha ha ha. Ning Chi wasn't bashful at all. He didn't look like a teenager at all, which made Xian Che's eyes flash with a trace of doubt. They didn't know that Ning Chi's identity on Earth in his previous life made him used to such romantic scenes. Today was a rare opportunity for him to relax, and he couldn't ask for more. After entering the pool, Ning Chi narrowed his eyes in enjoyment. He couldn't enjoy this kind of treatment even on Earth. He thought about how he had been improving his strength and scheming against others ever since he came to the Dragon's continent. Such opportunities would probably be rare in the future, and he almost felt that it wasn't bad to stay here. Third brother Deng, your sugar-coated cannonball is still somewhat effective. Ning Chi smiled bitterly in his heart. Squeak, squeak. After swimming for a while, Xiaojin saw that Ning Chi was bustling with activity and came over. Xian Lian and Xian Yi stared at it curiously and were a little tempted. Touch it if you want. Xiaojin, don't bite these big sisters. Ning Chi smiled. Ah, this is my first time touching a 6th-rank demonic beast. Xian Lian and Xian Yi grabbed Xiaojin and kept rubbing its face. Xiaojin wanted to resist, but Ning Chi gave the order. It had no choice but to lie in the two girls' palms with a lifeless look, too lazy to move. After washing for a full 2 hours, Ning Chi stood up from the pool and changed into a set of white clothes with the help of the four girls. Although his facial features looked a little ordinary, he had an unparalleled aura. Young master, Third Master Deng has sent the spiritual herbs. A maidservant said outside the door. How many in total? Ning Chi asked. More than 6,000. The maidservant answered. At least you didn't completely exploit me. You even left 2,000 for me. Ning Chi rolled his eyes. For the next half a month, he was refining middle-grade, yellow-level spirit cultivation pills day and night. He didn't avoid Xian Che and the other 3 girls and let them take care of his daily life. Sometimes Xian Lian and Xian He would sit quietly next to Ning Chi and watch him refine the pills curiously. They were completely engrossed in it and would watch for half a day. Young master, you're amazing. You didn't fail even once. Your success rate is 100%. Xian Lian, Xian Yi said with admiration. Xian Che and Xian Jing finally understood why the princess valued Ning Chi so much. Not only did he help the princess win the bet, but he was also a genius among alchemists. They had lived in the princess residence for a long time, so they naturally knew more than ordinary maidservants. They naturally knew that alchemists had a success rate. The better ones had a success rate of 70% to 80%, 50% to 60%, and the worst ones had a success rate of 10% or even less than 5%. They had never heard of any alchemy grandmaster in the White Tiger Empire with such a high success rate. At this time, Ning Qi refined the last middle-grade yellow-level spirit cultivation pill. He stretched and said, "I finally completed the task. Xian Che, Xian Jing, help me send these 4,000 spirit cultivation pills to Third Master Deng." There were many porcelain bottles in front of Ning Qi that were filled with spirit cultivation pills. Xian Che and Xian Jing nodded. The two of them sent the pills to Third Master Deng's courtyard. Third Master Deng nodded in satisfaction when he saw the pills. Then he looked at the two girls and was slightly stunned. "Are you still virgins?" Xian Che said, "Master Ning is busy with alchemy, so—" "Oh." Third Master Deng nodded. His opinion of Ning Qi had changed a little. He smiled and said, "Serve Master Ning well, and you'll be rewarded." The two girls nodded. "Yes, Your Highness, these are this month's spirit cultivation pills. I've seen them. There are 4,000 pills, not one less." Third Master Deng smiled as he handed the spirit cultivation pills to the unruly princess. Little Gray could not wait to jump off the unruly princess. It opened a bottle of pills and gulped them down. The unruly princess smiled. "This kid is quite diligent." Chapter 125. Dragon Elephant Prajna Art Level 4. After refining this batch of pills, Ning Qi's alchemy proficiency had exceeded 100,000, becoming a 4th-stage alchemist. A 5th-stage alchemist needed 1,000,000 proficiency, which was impossible in a short period of time. Thinking that there were still 3 days of useless low-level training grounds in the system, Ning Qi thought it was time to raise the level of Dragon Elephant Prajna Art. Coincidentally, he now had 45,700 Dragon Slayer coins, which didn't cost much to buy a low-level training ground. Thinking of this, he first took out 4 bottles of special dough pills and handed them to Xian Lian and when Xian Che and Xian Jing come back, you guys can divide them and try to condense a different kind of dough qi. I will be in seclusion for 10 days. During this period, don't come to the room, understand? Xian Lian and Xian Yi happily took the pills and said in unison, "We will definitely help Gongzi guard the door and not let anyone disturb Gongzi's cultivation." Ning Qi satisfactorily pinched the two girls' cheeks and patted their little buttocks. "Go out!" "Gongzi, you're so bad." The two girls pouted and ran out of the room laughing. Ning Qi subconsciously reached out and sniffed, then revealed a trace of a smile. "The fragrance of virgins, haha! System, I want to enter the low-level training ground." 3 days in the training grounds was equivalent to 3 months. Ning Qi meditated for an hour to increase the proficiency of the Dragon Elephant Prajna Art by 1 point. In a month, it would be around 720 points. In 3 months, it would be 2,100 points. When the time was up, Ning Qi took a look at his attributes. Host, Ning Qi level, Peak Great Dough Shuri XP, 500,000/500,000, Cultivation Method. Dragon Elephant Prajna Art Level 3, 2580/10,000 Martial Skill. Dragon Subduing 18 Palms Level 4, 18900/100000 Profound Top Grade 5 Tigers Breaking Gate Blade Level 3, 7820/10,000 Health Points. 12700 Alchemy. 4th Stage Alchemist, Proficiency 100/10000000 Dragon Slayer Coins. 58,000 inch, I still need more than 7,000 proficiency points. It will take at least nearly a year. Ning Qi calculated in his heart and focused his attention on the dragon slaying maul. reading the introduction of the Intermediate Training Ground. The Intermediate Training Ground costs 1,000 Dragon Slayer coins, and the time ratio in the outside world is 150:1. It doesn't seem as cost-effective as the low-level training ground. It's the same amount of Dragon Slayer coins, but it reduces the time spent on the Draconic continent. Ning Qi thought about it and decided not to choose the Intermediate Cultivation Training Ground. He was not in a hurry anyway. There was no need to waste another 1,000 Dragon Slayer coins. Thinking of this, he once again purchased 10 days of low-level cultivation training grounds from the system. At this time, he only had 44,700 Dragon Slayer coins left. In the training field, he practiced the Dragon Elephant Prajna art day and night. It was boring. If he didn't occasionally release Little Purple, Little White, and Little Gold to play, he might have gone crazy cultivating like this. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, 300 days had passed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching the 4th stage of the Dragon Elephant Prajna art. The system's cute notification sound rang out. Ning Qi felt the blood and qi in his body surge, and his strength increased by several times. He suddenly felt invincible, and his health points soared from 12,700 to 112,700. This health points had surpassed most emperor fighters. Qin Zheng, the emperor of the Qin Tang Empire, only had 120,000 health points, and Ning Qi only had 7,300, less than him. It could be said that this increase was huge for Ning Qi's strength. It increased Ning Qi's survivability by more than 10 times. If he encountered that old fellow Qiu Wanli again, Ning Qi would not consider running away, but preparing to exhaust the other party with his advantage in health points. After a year of hard training, Ning Qi did not understand if those guys who went into seclusion for more than 10 years were made of wood. Otherwise, why would they not go crazy? Next, if he bought another intermediate cultivation ground for 20 days, he could go into seclusion to raise the Dragon Elephant Prajna art to the 5th stage. However, when he thought that he would need to stay in there alone for 10 years, Ning Qi immediately dispelled this idea. 3rd Master Deng, young master, is in seclusion. You can't go in. Young master said not to let anyone disturb his cultivation. Xian Lian and Xian Yi's voice came from outside the door. There was a trace of fear and anxiety in her tone. Following that, Xian Che and Xian Jing also tried to persuade him. Then Deng San's voice came. Move aside. I have something to discuss with Master Ning. Creak. Ning Qi pushed the door open and walked out with a face full of smiles. He smiled at Deng San and said, 3rd Brother Deng, what urgent matter do you have for me? Deng San and Xian Che looked at Ning Qi with a trace of doubt in their eyes. Why did Ning Qi's temperament seem to have changed again in a mere 10 days? It was as if he had become a different person. Master Ning, have you made a breakthrough in alchemy? Seeing that Ning Qi was still a pique de dosher, Deng San suspected that Ning Qi must have made a breakthrough in other aspects. Otherwise, his temperament would not have changed so obviously. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. Indeed, I have made some small gains. 3rd Brother Deng, please excuse me. Deng San laughed. Congratulations, Master Ning. He then continued, the princess has used up all the spiritual cultivation pills. Master Ning, what do you think? It hasn't been a month yet. If the princess treats me as a coolie, 3rd Brother Deng, you might as well kill me. Ning Qi rolled his eyes. Deng San also knew that the princess' request was a little overboard. Since they had agreed on 4,000 pills, it should be 4,000. However, the 9th princess was fickle in nature. Since she had sent him over, Deng San had to get a satisfactory answer. Therefore, he laughed bitterly. Master Ning, there is nothing I can do. I dare not disobey the princess' order. I will have to trouble Master Ning to refine another batch of spiritual cultivation pills. Finishing his words, He patted Ning Qi's shoulder and turned to leave. Young master, you have just come out of seclusion. To ask you to refine pills, this is too Xan pitiful, and Xan, he felt that it was unfair for Ning Qi. However, when she saw Xan Che glare at them, she immediately stuck out her tongue cutely. There are many people here. If you speak carelessly and the princess hears about it, be careful that your buttocks will blossom. Xan Jing said in a low voice. Got it, sisters. The two girls giggled. It seems that I can only be a coolie. Ning Qi sighed and said, Young master, why don't you take a bath and change your clothes? The four of us will help you loosen your bones. Xan Che smiled. I wouldn't feel tired if you didn't mention it. My bones are especially sore now that you mention it. Let's massage a few more times later. Ning Qi immediately said. When the five of them came out of the room, Ning Qi looked refreshed while Xan Che and the other girls' faces were red. In the eyes of the other maids, it was obvious that the four girls were eaten by Ning Qi. However, only the four girls knew the truth of the matter. By the way, have you all condensed your different kinds of battle energy? Ning Qi turned and asked. Thanks to young master. Chapter 126. Xinche's fighting energy was light green, while Xinjing's was light blue. Obviously, one was wood and the other was water. They were considered common attributes. Then he saw Xinlian and Cinny lowering their heads. What's wrong with you two? Ning Qi smiled. Child, we didn't condense any fighting energy. Xinlian felt wronged. That's nothing. Take these pills. Ning Qi still had 40 to 50 pills in his spatial bag. He took them all out and gave them to the two girls. Thank you, child. Xan Lian and Xan Yi happily received the elixir and kissed Ning Qi. Xan Che and Xan Jing smiled as they watched this scene. At this moment, the other maidservants were looking at the four of them with jealousy. Unfortunately, their looks were slightly inferior. Otherwise, they would have gone to seduce Ning Qi. After nightfall, Ning Qi sat alone in the pitch-black room, and Xiao Jin climbed up and down his body. During this time, Ning Qi had fed most of the remaining spirit cultivation pills in his space bag to this little guy. However, because it was a 6th-rank boss-level demon beast, it was much more difficult for it to reach adulthood than Little Purple. Thousands of middle-grade, yellow-rank spirit cultivation pills had only made its body a little bigger. Ning Qi did a quick calculation and realized that it would take 10 times more spirit-raising pills than Little Z to reach adulthood. Such a big appetite for such a small guy. Ning Qi muttered, Go out and help me. I can't just eat and do nothing. Goldie squeaked and ran out of the room. After walking around, it returned to Ning Qi's feet. It jumped onto Ning Qi's shoulder and squeaked a few times in Ning Qi's ear. Deng Sand even sent 10 Peak King fighters to patrol the gate of my courtyard. It's been almost a month, and he still doesn't trust me? Ning Qi said to himself angrily. He only had about 10 months to complete his advancement mission. If he didn't escape from the unruly princess's mansion as soon as possible, he would fail the mission. After thinking about it, he could only look at the Dragon Slayer Mall. There are so many goods here. I don't believe there is nothing that I can use now. Suddenly he slapped his thigh. Invisibility talisman. Damn, how could I forget that? Ning Qi wanted to slap himself. Yellow, low-grade invisibility talisman. Lasts for 24 hours. Price, 10 Dragon Slayer coins. It's not safe to use a low-grade one. If Deng San discovers my tracks, it will be difficult to escape. According to that unruly princess's temper, she will definitely put a set of shackles on me. Low, Xian, rank invisibility talisman. Duration, 240 hours. Price, 500 dragon slaying coins. Those below the Dozong realm will not be able to sense it. As soon as Ning Qi saw the words at the back, he immediately bought 2 copies, one for little Z and one for himself. 10 days was enough for him to fly to the Mountain Sea region. Even if Deng San grew a pair of wings, he would not be able to catch up. After some thought, he found a pen and paper and wrote a note. Beautiful ninth princess, because I still have some private matters to deal with, I will leave without saying goodbye. Please don't miss me, ninth princess, and don't call third brother Deng to chase after me. You won't be able to find me. If there is a chance in the future, we will naturally meet again. By the way, please keep Xinche's 4 maids. I will redeem them in the future. Ning Qi. After he finished writing, Ning Qi was quite satisfied with his calligraphy skills. At least it was neat and tidy, and people could clearly see what he was writing. After leaving the note, Ning Qi got up and walked out of the room. After thinking for a while, he walked to the door of the 4 maids' room and pushed the door open. The 4 were sleeping soundly and did not notice anything. Xianlian and Xian seemed to be having a sweet dream. There was a smile on her lips. Xinche's sleeping posture was very good. As for Xianjing, Ning Qi looked up and saw a pair of bright eyes looking at him under the moonlight. Young master, are you leaving? After looking at each other for a while, Xianjing whispered. Ning Qi smiled slightly. How do you know? A hint of worry flashed in Xianjing's eyes. Third brother Deng, ask the 4 of us to keep an eye on you. I know that you actually don't want to stay in the princess mansion, but I didn't expect you to leave so soon. Aren't you afraid that I will harm you by being so honest? Ning Qi was a little confused. Xianjing got up from the bed quietly and looked at Ning Qi seriously. We were trained by Wu Maji and are destined to be given to high officials and nobles. I used to think that person would be an old man or a vulgar businessman. It's our good fortune to meet young master. I know that young master has no evil intentions towards us and has always treated us with courtesy. If young master wants to leave, please be careful of third brother Deng. There are more than a dozen king fighters guarding outside the yard. Ning Qi walked to Xianjing and touched her cold cheeks with his hand. He smiled and said, Don't worry. No one can stop me if I want to leave. I will come back after I finish what I have to do. You can keep these. Ning Qi took out more than a dozen bottles of spiritual cultivation pills and put them by Xianjing's bed. If you can't use these middle-grade, yellow-rank spiritual cultivation pills, you can sell them in exchange for some cultivation resources. Remember, I am Ning Qi, the Dragon Slayer Marquis of the Qin Tang Empire. Since you have followed me, you can't follow anyone else. Wait for me to come back. After saying that, Ning Qi turned around and left. At this moment, Xianjing opened her eyes slightly. You like young master? She asked softly. Xianjing looked at the spiritual cultivation pills and didn't speak for a long time. Tomorrow, if Xianlian and Xiani knew that young master left just like that, they will cry their hearts out. Xianjing continued. Young master said that he would come back to take us away. Xianjing smiled. After Ning Qi left the 4 women's room, he released little Z from the demon pet space and stuck a lower-grade black rank invisibility talisman on it and himself. Little Z took Ning Qi and soared into the sky, flying in the direction of the mountain sea region. In the imperial palace, a middle-aged man frowned and walked out of the hall to look at the sky. This person's invisibility technique is really strange. The middle-aged man murmured to himself, Your Majesty, it's late. Let's rest. A beautiful woman walked behind the middle-aged man and hugged his chest with her hands. She put her cheek on his back and said softly. At the same time, Qiu Wanli, who was temporarily detained in the government office, instantly turned into a pool of blood and flowed out of the prison without anyone noticing. He didn't intend to use this forbidden technique. Not only would his cultivation drop to a 9-star king of Dou, but his life would also be shortened by 10 years. Unfortunately, he would be sent to the strictest prison in the capital tomorrow. At that time, there would be a Dou Huang guarding, so it would be impossible for him to escape. The blood flowed out of the government office and instantly turned into a human figure. After escaping out of the capital and arriving at the suburbs, Chiu Wanli punched a tree with a pale face. This innocent tree was instantly smashed into powder and broken into 2 pieces. Ningqi, 9th princess. Good for you. Chiu Wanli will take revenge one day. Chapter 127. Chapter 127. Mountain See the next day, when she found out that Ningqi had disappeared without a trace, the unruly princess angrily brought Deng San to Ningqi's room. She saw the letter Ningqi left on the table at first glance. Xian Che and the other 3 girls stood aside with their heads down. Wu Maji kept looking at them. Xian Che and Xian Jing were fine, but Xinlian and Cinny couldn't hold back their sadness and looked like they were about to cry. After reading the letter, the unruly princess was so exasperated that she slammed the table and broke it into pieces. Seeing its master like this, Little Hui also bared its teeth and squeaked nonstop. Ningqi, I'm so angry. I've treated him so well, but he wants to run away. He even said that he would come back to redeem them. Dream on. Deng San, send people to chase after him and bring him back. I must teach him a lesson. The unruly princess said angrily, Gongzi will come back to redeem us. Xian Lian and Cinny were overjoyed. Seeing Xian Che give them a meaningful glance, they immediately put away their joyful expressions. Unfortunately, Wu Maji had already seen it. She walked to the fore with a cold face. Do you know that Ningqi is leaving? Xian Che shook her head. Gongzi is a peak great dosher. He won't disturb us if he wants to leave. That better be the case. Wu Maji snorted. Deng San said to the unruly princess, I'll catch him and bring him back. Go, go. The unruly princess waved her hand angrily. After Deng San left, she sat on the chair and sulked. Wu Maji glanced at the letter Ningqi left and smiled at her. 9th princess, don't be angry over this guy. It's not worth it to hurt your health. The unruly princess said angrily, I've already given him the dragon-seeking rat. Why would he leave? Wu Maji smiled and said, maybe he really has something important to do, as he said in the letter. If you want to vent your anger, we can just send an envoy to the Qintang Empire. That's right. The unruly princess's eyes lit up. She immediately made a decision. If I can't catch him, I'll go to the Qintang Empire myself. 3 days later, Deng San returned to the princess mansion dejectedly with his subordinates. He had already lost face when he failed to catch Ningqi. Not long after, another subordinate came to report that Chiu Wanli, who had been locked up in the government prison, had also escaped. Good for nothing. Deng San couldn't help but shout. His subordinates lowered their heads in silence. Let's handle this quietly. After a short while, Deng San gave the order. Yes, the alchemist invited by the 9th princess ran away? Ha ha ha, what a joke. I heard that the alchemist had an alchemy competition with the 3rd princess alchemist, Sima Ci, and won. The 3rd princess lost both the golden cicada and the white howling tiger to the 9th princess. Some time ago, she wandered around the palace with the 2 demonic beasts every day. Whenever she saw someone, she would talk about how the 2 won. Now she's embarrassed. Not long after, the news reached the ears of the 3rd princess. A smile appeared on her face. Come, let's go meet the 9th sister. When the unruly princess learned that the 3rd princess wanted to see her, she immediately said, No, no, just say that I'm sick. 3rd sister must be here to laugh at me. Damn Ningqi, come get ready. We're going to the Qintang Empire. I want to see how Ningqi's father teaches his child. You tricked me. I won't let you off easily. The 9th princess had already thought about how to punish Ningqi. Mountain Sea. As soon as Ningqi arrived at the boundary, he immediately landed on the ground and let little Z return to the demonic pet space. After all, this place was different from other places. It was under the direct rule of the demonic Dragon King. Public security was very chaotic. Demonic beasts and bandits could be seen everywhere. It could be said that the ordinary people living here were in trouble. On one hand, they had to be harassed and attacked by demonic beasts or giant dragons. On the other hand, they had to guard against bandits. Therefore, the way of life here was one tribe at a time. There were no cities or towns. Each ethnic group was directly responsible to the demonic Dragon King. They had to pay tribute every month in order to survive. Outside of the settlement, there were very few lone rangers walking alone in the wilderness, unless they were experts at the emperor level or above. Ning-Chi walked for a few hundred miles. Other than demonic beasts, there were more demonic beasts. There were even more demonic beasts than there were in Sky Wind Forest. Along the way, he passed by a few strongholds. However, whenever Ning-Chi approached, they would shoot arrows at him. Ning-Chi had no choice but to continue moving forward. The demonic Dragon King's wife must be a rank 7 giant dragon. How should I get close to her? How can he give her the Wind Dragon Pearl? If I go there rashly, I'll probably be swallowed by the demonic Dragon King's subordinates before I can even see the real owner. Ning-Chi thought as he walked. At this moment, the dragon-seeking mouse on his shoulder suddenly squeaked in a direction. Ning-Chi could feel the joy in its heart. There's a giant dragon. Ning-Chi's face revealed a trace of joy. Giant dragons represented dragon slayer coins. After walking for another few hundred miles, he saw a mountain in front of him that pierced straight into the clouds. Halfway up the mountain, there was a fiery red cave entrance. Not long after, a giant reddish-brown dragon suddenly flew out of the cave entrance. Ning-Chi fixed his eyes on it. Crimson Flame Dragon. Rank 5 Medium Giant Dragon. Health points 170000. Rank 5 Medium Demonic Beast. Together with Little Purple, killing it shouldn't be a problem. Ning-Chi calculated the gap between himself and the enemy and came to a conclusion. This Crimson Flame Dragon was something he could take down. Just as he was about to make his move, he suddenly saw a group of people at the foot of the mountain. There were about 300 to 400 of them. Ning-Chi was a little curious. How could a giant dragon tolerate so many people living in its habitat? After quietly approaching and observing for a long time, a trace of anger appeared on Ning-Chi's face. In front of the 300 to 400 people, there were 10 children about 5 or 6 years old. Their faces were full of tears, crying and screaming. They wanted to rush to the side of the adults, but they were pushed away by the adults again. Ning-Chi noticed that they were tied up with ropes as if they were pigs. Father, mother, save me, I don't want to die. Uncle, save me. Sob, sob, sob. Among the crowd, someone shouted something at the group of children. Their faces were filled with despair. They wanted to rush to the children, but they were blocked by the strong young man beside them. Let my child go, he's only 5 years old. He's only 5 years old. A woman wailed and stretched her hands towards the sky, as if she wanted to grab the child who was also reaching out to her. However, there were dozens of people between the two. Chapter 128. Yes, Village Chief. Yes, Village Chief. The group of young men grinned as they charged at the shouting people. After a few punches, the shouting immediately weakened. Then they fainted one by one and were dragged behind the crowd. The others saw this. Some were angry, but did not dare to speak. Some were indifferent, some were at a loss, but most of them were guilty and happy. They were happy that the sacrifice was not their own children, so they could at least live a carefree life for 3 years. I didn't expect the Dragon Clan to be so tyrannical. They want to sacrifice children for food. Ning-Chi looked at this scene with a cold face. As far as he knew, the Qin-Tang Empire also paid tribute to the Dragon Clan, but they did not directly contact them. The tributes were given to the Herb Sect, and the Herb Sect communicated with the giant dragon that ruled the area. Although there were news of the giant Dragon Clan killing and eating people for no reason, it was not a lot. At least it was not as rampant as in the Mountain Sea region. All of this was because of the demon dragon king. The crimson flame dragon circled a few times in the sky before landing in front of the haggard village chief with a heat wave. After glancing at the young child who was used as a sacrifice, it let out a cold laugh. "Lowly Aunt, it seems that there are a few less tributes this time." The village chief quickly said, "Lord Scarlet Flame, a total of 10, just right." The Scarlet Flame dragon snorted. "Who said that 10 is just right? This year, your Grey Wolf village has to give 5 more." The village chief was shocked. Did you forget that a year ago, when that old guy from Black Wind Mountain came to your village to eat people, it was this dragon who chased him away?" The Scarlet Flame dragon narrowed its eyes. "Okay, 15 it is." The village chief nodded and ordered the young men beside him. "Find 5 more children." "Yes." The crowd immediately panicked. The villagers with children all hugged their children, afraid that they would be picked away. Not long after, the strong men picked out 5 children. Amidst their cries and the despair of the adults, they brought them to the front of the Scarlet Flame dragon. "Lord Scarlet Flame, are you satisfied?" The village chief smiled. "Ha ha ha, not bad. Let me try the taste first," the Scarlet Flame dragon said with a smile. Then it bit down on a terrified 6-year-old girl. When her parents saw this, they immediately fainted. "Evil creature, how dare you!" A furious roar rang out, and a beam of purple light shot towards the Scarlet Flame dragon. Ning Chi raised the Dragon Slayer saber and slashed at the Scarlet Flame dragon's head. The Scarlet Flame dragon roared and twisted its head to avoid the slash. The child, who was almost swallowed by it, was so scared that he stood rooted to the ground. Seeing this, the village chief roared, "Who dares to disturb Lord Chi Yen?" Ning Chi jumped down from Little Z's back. In a flash, he arrived beside the village chief. Seeing this, the village chief directly attacked and wanted to kill Ning Chi. This was because he could see that Ning Chi was only a pique de douceur while he was a 3-star Doling. In the end, he was sent flying by Ning Chi's palm strike. He fell into the crowd and was immediately seriously injured. Village chief. His men nervously ran over to check on his injuries. The rest of the people retreated and looked at Ning Chi in fear. They were not afraid that Ning Chi could send the village chief flying with 1 palm strike, but they were afraid that Ning Chi would dare to attack the Scarlet Flame dragon. "Child, go back to your parents." Ning Chi walked to the child's side and patted his head. Only then did he wake up from the shock and ran towards his parents. "Father! Mother!" he shouted as he ran. When his parents heard his shout, they also woke up from their dizziness and rushed over to hug their son tightly. At this moment, the dozen or so children from before also ran towards the crowd. Because of Ning Chi's presence, no one dared to push them out. The Scarlet Flame dragon coldly stared at Ning Chi. "Aunt, you dare to attack the great and sacred dragon with a rank 5 purple lightning bird. Are you tired of living?" At this moment, there was a golden shadow on Ning Chi's body. When everyone's attention was focused on Little Z and Ning Chi, it sneakily slipped into the Scarlet Flame dragon's cave. Soon after, it found a large pile of dragon dung. With a squeak, it began to eat it with relish. If Ning Chi saw this scene, he would definitely expel Little Gold from the sect. "How dare it eat dung? You are a rank 5 dragon, and it is a rank 5 demon beast. If you were not afraid, you would have already attacked me, right?" Ning Chi sneered. "Good. I'll let you see the difference between the dragon clan and the demon beast." The Scarlet Flame dragon roared. With a whoosh, a layer of fiery red flame emerged from its body. The temperature was very high, and the heat wave instantly hit the crowd. Some people who were tens of feet away from it felt as if their eyebrows were burnt. Everyone hurriedly retreated, leaving a huge open space. In this open space, only Ning Chi and Little Z were left, facing the Scarlet Flame dragon. Little Z, you take the left, I'll take the right. Ningqi shouted. Little Z let out a crisp cry and rushed towards the scarlet flame dragon like lightning. The purple electric battle chi on its body burst out violently, enough to resist the strange fire on the scarlet flame dragon. Ningqi, on the other hand, carried the dragon slayer saber and attacked the scarlet flame dragon in another direction. The scarlet flame dragon directly ignored Ningqi. In its eyes, the only one who could pose a threat to it was Little Z. So it waved its wings and fought with Little Z. In a short period of time, a dragon and a bird pecked and bit each other. Both of them were injured, but they could not tell who was the winner. The host is attacked by the scarlet flame fire, losing 100 HP per second. As soon as Ningqi approached the scarlet flame dragon, the system beep sounded. The HP bar above his head floated out from time to time. However, Ningqi's HP was as high as 112700, and there were still more than a dozen Earth upper grade rejuvenation pills left on him. One could restore 200,000 HP, so this little damage was nothing to Ningqi. He took the opportunity and went forward to slash the scarlet flame dragon. At the same time, he flicked a devouring dragon fire on the scarlet flame dragon. The dragon slayer saber, the dragon slayer saber, and the devouring dragon fire. All three of them had bonus damage to the giant dragon and ignored the armor. Ningqi's attack directly took away 7,000 HP from the scarlet flame dragon. Devouring dragon fire? The scarlet flame dragon's eyes showed a trace of horror. This kind of strange fire, born in the dragon graveyard and specialized in devouring the soul of the giant dragon. How could it appear in the body of an ant? Didn't the elders who guarded the graveyard destroy the devouring dragon fire as soon as it was born? Thinking of this, the scarlet flame dragon felt that it was necessary to get rid of the ant Ningqi first. Otherwise, its soul might not be able to withstand the devouring dragon fire. Little Z, hold it! Ningqi shouted after noticing the scarlet flame dragon's action. Chapter 129. Crimson Flame Dragon with Little Violet's restraint, Ningqi was attacking crazily from behind. The Crimson Flame Dragon's HP dropped at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this time, the village chief of Grey Wolf Village stood up with the help of his men. After seeing this scene, he was shocked and slightly opened his mouth. Where did this guy come from? Doesn't he know how miserable the consequences of angering the Dragon Clan are? The village chief said coldly. Village chief, let's ignore him. I believe that Lord Crimson Flame will teach him a bloody lesson. The young man next to the village chief advised. That's right. He doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He thinks that with a demon pet, he can be unscrupulous. How can an ant challenge the Dragon Clan? The village chief nodded and said. He looked at the Crimson Flame Dragon with eyes full of confidence and fanaticism. At this time, in the eyes of the crowd, Ningqi was like a clown jumping around on the side. The real damage output was from Little Purple, but only the Crimson Flame Dragon knew that the ant-swallowing dragon, Hellfire, caused great damage to it. It was more than 10 times more than the purple lightning bird. Haha, only 30,000 HP left. You still dare to be arrogant. Ningqi laughed loudly and then jumped to the side. Boom! The Crimson Flame Dragon's huge dragon tail slammed into the place where Ningqi was originally standing. The ground was cracked by it, and there were scorch marks. Damn swallowing dragon fire! The Crimson Flame Dragon had never tasted dragon fire. It always thought that Ningqi could cause such great damage to it because of it. It ignored the Dragon Slayer saber and Dragon Slayer chi in Ningqi's hands. At this time, Little Violet's HP had also reached a dangerous level. Its HP was originally many times shorter than the Crimson Flame Dragon. So Ningqi ignored the Crimson Flame Dragon's fierce, strange fire attack on him. He jumped up and climbed to its neck. There was a reverse scale there, which was its vital point. Warning, the host is facing the attack of the Crimson Flame Dragon, losing 1,000 HP per second. Ning Qi took out an Earth Upper Grade rejuvenation pill and put it in his mouth. Then he slashed at the Crimson Flame Dragon's reverse scale. Roar! The Dragon of Red Flame seemed to feel that its life was at stake. Its potential burst out in an instant, and it fiercely shook its body. Little Purple was instantly thrown out by it and fell heavily to the ground. However, when Ning Qi was sent flying, he suddenly stabbed the Dragon Slayer's saber into the Crimson Flame Dragon's reverse scale. Roar! Damn dance! A number of 25,000 appeared above the Crimson Flame Dragon's head, and its HP was still rapidly decreasing. It twisted its body frantically, then rushed towards Ning Qi. Just as its teeth were about to touch Ning Qi's head, the HP bar above its head was already empty, and its huge body crashed to the ground. The dragon devouring karmic fire appeared in Ning Qi's hand as he pressed it on the head of the Scarlet Flame Dragon. Not long after, a dragon shadow invisible to ordinary people was sucked into the dragon devouring karmic fire. Ning Qi could feel that the power of the dragon devouring hellfire had increased by more than 30%. He believed that it wouldn't be long before it would rise another rank. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the Tier 5 demonic beast, the Scarlet Flame Dragon. The host has obtained 180,000 EXP. Due to the host killing a monster of a higher tier, the host has obtained 5 times the experience gained. The host has obtained a total of 270,000 EXP. The host has not completed the advancement mission. The experience points will be temporarily stored. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 500 Dragon Slayer coins. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the betting gift pack. Please open it within 24 hours. Ning Qi glanced at his own attributes and smiled in satisfaction. Host, Ning Qi level, Peak Great Do Shuri XP, 500,000/500,000 stored experience points. 370000 cultivation method. Dragon Elephant Prajna Art level 4, 45/100000 martial skill. 18 Dragon Subduing Palms level 4, 19,000/10000 high grade 5 Tigers Breaking the Gate Blade level 3, 8,000/10,000 health points. 112700 Alchemy. Tier 4 Alchemist, proficiency 100/1000000 Dragon Slayer coins. 44200 Ning Qi's cultivation method and martial skills proficiency had increased slightly, and his Dragon Slayer coins had also increased by 500. At this moment, the people of Grey Wolf Village stared blankly at this scene. They couldn't believe that the supreme Scarlet Flame Dragon had died in the hands of a human like them. Village Chief, is Lord Scarlet Flame dead? A strong young man asked blankly. The village chief's face was already haggard, and now that it was twisted, he looked like an old zombie that had just been unearthed. He didn't open his mouth to answer the question because he was also very confused. After Ning Qi fed Little Purple a spiritual cultivation pill, he kept it in the demon pet space, and then looked at the people of Grey Wolf Village. As humans, you are shameful. How dare you sacrifice children to the Dragon Clan? You are really heartless. Get out of here. Sir, how dare you kill a dragon in the Mountain Sea region? This is really unforgivable. Believe me, in a few days, you will definitely die without a burial place. The village chief of Grey Wolf Village coldly threw down these words and left with the people. However, he was furious to find that at least 30 people were still standing in the same place. "What are you doing?" he said coldly. We won't go with you. You never sacrifice your children. Yes, if we go back to the village with you, we will definitely lose our children. Those who stayed were the villagers, whose children were used as sacrifices. They looked at the village chief and the others with anger and a trace of fear. They couldn't help but carry their children and move closer to Ningqi. Seeing this, the village chief of Grey Wolf Village sneered. Good. Don't regret it. Then he quickly left with the people. You guys go too. Ningqi waved his hand and said to the remaining people. However, their legs seemed to be rooted to the ground, and they didn't move at all. One of the middle-aged men, who was carrying the child that almost died in the mouth of the scarlet flame dragon, and his wife, knelt in front of Ningqi. Benefactor, please be our village chief. What? You want me to be your village chief? Are you guys having a fever? Ningqi looked at him, speechlessly. The others also knelt down and begged Ningqi to be the village chief to protect everyone. Ningqi thought about it and felt that it was a thankless task. Although he pitied this group of people, he also had important matters to attend to, and it was impossible for him to stay and be the village chief. Go quickly, I won't be your village chief. Ningqi waved his hand resolutely. We have left Grey Wolf Village, and we have nowhere else to go. Benefactor, please be merciful and save us. I understand you guys think that I am a good person, so you want to rely on me? Let me tell you, I don't buy it. Go quickly. Ningqi said coldly. Seeing this, a trace of despair appeared on the people's faces, and they slowly stood up. Father of the child, where can we go? Why don't we go back to Grey Wolf Village? The woman beside the middle-aged man said hesitantly. No, we can't go back. The old village chief is the most narrow-minded. We have already betrayed him. If we go back, even if we don't die in the mouths of monsters and dragons, we will be tortured to a pulp. Let's go out of the Mountain Sea region. I heard that there is a human country outside the Mountain Sea region, and it is not ruled by the dragons. Chapter 130. Xiao Jin eats shit. He knew that with his mere 3-star doja strength, he would not even be able to walk 100 kilometers, much less leave the Mountain Sea region. However, it was better than returning to the Grey Wolf Village and being humiliated. Thinking of this, he cupped his hands towards Ningqi and said, No matter what, thank you for saving my child. I, Fong Guhong, may be an insignificant person, but I will remember this kindness. In the future, if I have the chance, I will repay you 100 times. Thank you, benefactor. Everyone hugged their children and thanked Ningqi again, after which they looked at Fong Guhong, obviously treating him as their leader for the time being. We will go this way, Fong Guhong said as he pointed in the opposite direction of Grey Wolf Village. Ningqi watched them walk 10 steps and suddenly said, All of you, come back here. Hearing this, everyone immediately stopped and turned around to look at Ningqi. For a moment, they did not understand what Ningqi meant. There's a rank for demonic beast in front of us. You won't be able to walk more than 10 miles before you become its species. I'm going to stay here for a while, so I'll send you off. When you find a suitable village to take you in, I'll leave. Ningqi said. Really? That's great. Thank you, benefactor, thank you. Fong Guhong led everyone and knelt to Ningqi again. Ningqi waved his hand. Get up. Don't call me benefactor. It gives me goosebumps. Oh, how about this? You can call me village chief for now. Remember, it is only for now. Don't think that I will really be your village chief. Yes, yes. Fong Guhong was overjoyed. Tears welled up in his wife's eyes. They were tears of joy. In that case, let me ask you something. Do you know who the ruler of this place is? Ningqi asked. Village chief, it is the Demon Dragon King. Fong Guhong said. Oh, you also know about the Demon Dragon King? Then do you know how to meet him? Ningqi asked. A strange expression appeared on Fong Guhong's face. Ningqi had just killed a scarlet flame dragon, and now he was asking how he could meet the Demon Dragon King. It was impossible for him to give a gift to the Demon Dragon King. Then, when he thought of this possibility, his face paled. You just need to tell me how to get a chance to meet the Demon Dragon King. You don't have to worry about anything else." When Ning Chi saw Fong Guhong's expression, he knew that he had asked the right person. Fong Guhong definitely knew how to meet the Demon Dragon King, or else he wouldn't have such an expression. Fong Guhong was afraid that Ning Chi would get angry and ignore him, so he quickly said, "In the Mountain Sea region, every village's village chief will offer sacrifices to the demonic Dragon King once a year. Those who rank in the top 10 will be granted an audience with the demonic Dragon King and receive a reward." "Oh, that's it. Yes." Fong Guhong nodded, thinking that Ning Chi would never have enough offerings to meet the Demon Dragon King. He calmed down a little. "Then it's a coincidence that I'm the village chief. Haha, let's go back to Grey Wolf Village." Ning Chi laughed. "Return to Grey Wolf Village?" Fong Guhong was startled. "What, are you scared?" Ning Chi looked at Fong Guhong and the others with a faint smile. "All right, back to Grey Wolf Village. Village chief can even kill the Scarlet Flame Dragon. What does the old village chief count for?" Fong Guhong gritted his teeth and nodded firmly. "That's right. Chase the old village chief away." Hearing Fong Guhong's words, the other villagers had a look of realization on their faces. Then they happily waved their fists. "You guys wait here." Ning Chi released Little Purple and rode it to the entrance of the Scarlet Flame Dragon's cave. Not long after, Little Purple returned to Fong Guhong and the others. "This is the village chief's demonic pet. It's here to protect us. Everyone, don't be afraid." Seeing a trace of fear on everyone's faces, Fong Guhong said loudly, "Dad, this bird is so big. It's almost the same size as Lord Scarlet Flame." Fong Guhong's son looked at Little Purple curiously and fearfully. Little Purple arrogantly glanced at everyone, then turned around and began to comb its feathers. "Don't call it Lord Scarlet Flame. It's just a violent dragon," Fong Guhong said solemnly. His son looked at him and quickly nodded, "Yes, Dad." "Old Fong, how do you think the village chief will deal with the Scarlet Flame Dragon's corpse? Will he give us a few mouthfuls of dragon blood to drink?" Someone looked at the Scarlet Flame Dragon's corpse expectantly and said to Fong Guhong. Fong Guhong coldly glanced at that person and said, "Don't be greedy. How to deal with it is the village chief's business. It has nothing to do with us. Let me tell you, if anyone dares to have any disloyal thoughts, scram now. Don't bring disaster to everyone." "Yes, Brother Fong is right. Old Kong, you shouldn't have such thoughts." Seeing that he had become the target of public criticism, the middle-aged man called Old Kong smiled sheepishly. "I'm just saying, how would I dare to have other thoughts? The village chief saved my daughter. I can't thank him enough." As he spoke, he tightly hugged his daughter in his arms. In the Scarlet Flame Dragon's cave, Ning Chi and Little Gold had a telepathic connection, so it didn't take long for him to find it. In the end, he saw a shocking scene. Little Gold didn't care about the Scarlet Flame Dragon's treasures. Instead, it happily crawled around in a pile of feces, swallowing a mouthful from time to time. Seeing Ning Chi coming over, it happily rushed towards Ning Chi. Slap! Ning Chi swatted Little Gold away with the Dragon Slayer saber, then solemnly said, "You are covered in feces. Don't come near me." Although Ning Chi knew that the dragon-seeking mouse ate dragon feces, just like a dog eating feces, it could obtain power that others couldn't obtain from the dragon feces, which was a great help to the dragon-seeking mouse's growth. But Ning Chi still couldn't bear to see a guy covered in feces near him. Little Gold fell to the ground, looked at Ning Chi with an aggrieved expression, and walked towards the pile of feces. Ning Chi didn't pay attention to it. Instead, he went over and swept the Scarlet Flame Dragon's treasures clean. They were all battle tools, jewelry, and the like. None of them caught Ning Chi's eyes, but they were just enough to be used as offerings to the Demon Dragon King. After sweeping everything, Ning Chi looked at Little Gold and said, "Have you eaten enough? If you have, let's go." Little Gold reluctantly looked at the two-awed dragon's feces, then trotted behind Ning Chi. Later, there will be river water. Hurry up and wash yourself. Even if you eat feces in the future, you can't eat it all over your body. Ning Chi looked at it with disdain. When they arrived at the entrance of the cave, he called out to Little Purple, and Little Purple immediately flew into the sky. When it noticed that Little Gold also wanted to climb on its body, it smelled a strange smell. When it looked closely, Little Purple almost exploded in anger, and no matter what it said, it was unwilling to climb on Little Gold. Little Gold could only climb down the mountain wall by itself. Fortunately, the dragon-seeking mouse was agile, so it wasn't a problem. Let's go, Ning Chi said. Fang Guhong saw that Ning Chi didn't care about the scarlet flame dragon's corpse, and although he was puzzled, he didn't say anything. He brought Ning Chi in the direction of Grey Wolf Village. System, open the bet gift bag. Chapter 131. Grey Wolf Village Scarlet Flame, ranked 105th on the mysterious flame list. 1 bottle of dragon blood, able to strengthen one's bones, increase one's potential, and refine pills. Thank you for participating. 2 good things. Not bad. Ning Chi smiled. The needle spun rapidly. Finally, the needle stopped on the scarlet flame, just a millimeter away from becoming. Thank you for participating. Ning Chi sighed in relief. Congratulations to host for obtaining the scarlet flame. Ning Chi stored it away. If he obtained another mysterious flame, he could give it to Little Yu and Zhuo Ling. A group of people walked slowly, everyone vigilantly watching their surroundings in case of a sneak attack. Village Chief, Lord Chi Yan is dead. If other Dragon Clan lords come, or if demon beasts attack our village, what should we do? A subordinate beside the chief said in a low voice. Zhang San Li Si, come with me to the Black Wind Mountain and tell Lord Black Wind about this. I believe he would be very happy to see another village under his command. The village chief sneered. The two-peaked Dido, sure beside him, showed a trace of fear. Lord Black Wind? What? If you are afraid, I can ask the others to come with me. The village chief coldly glanced at the two of them. The two hurriedly said, Don't, Chief, let's go. Not long after, a small village appeared in front of them. The outer perimeter of this small village was made of boulders piled up together, enough to block some low-level demonic beasts. On the stone walls, there was a lifelike carving of a scarlet flame dragon. This wasn't just to look good, but to tell others that this village belonged to the scarlet flame dragon. If anyone wanted to cause trouble for them, they would have to think twice. Chief, you are back. Did the sacrifice go smoothly? Some villagers who stayed at the village gate asked nervously. The chief's face was livid. He ignored them and walked straight into the village. The subordinates behind him gave the villagers a look, telling them not to ask too much. Why does the chief look like this? Did he get angry at Lord Scarlet Flame? I don't understand. Let's not speculate in private. It will not be good if the chief finds out. The villagers guarding the village gate whispered to each other. Hey, Wang Dafu, come over here. What's going on? One of them grabbed a middle-aged fatty at the back of the group and asked. The middle-aged fatty sneaked a glance at the village chief. Seeing that the village chief wasn't paying attention to them, he said in a low voice, Lord Chi Yan was killed. Fang Guhong and the others also betrayed our Grey Wolf village and followed the guy who killed Lord Chi Yan. Don't spread this around. I'm afraid the village chief is so angry that he wants to kill someone. What? Lord Chi Yan was killed? What will happen to our village in the future? Everyone was shocked. Suddenly, someone looked into the distance and said suspiciously, Wang Dafu, didn't you say that Fang Guhong betrayed our Grey Wolf village? Why are they walking towards us? Oh, and there's a new face. Wang Dafu turned around, and his face turned pale. The man in front of Fang Guhong is the one who killed Master Chi Yan. Not good. I'm afraid they want to occupy our village. Inform the village chief. Such a young boy can actually kill Sir Chi-yen. The villagers were shocked when they heard this. Then, someone ran to the village chief. Village chief, bad news. Fong Guhong and the others are here. The village chief's face changed. He looked at the villager who reported the news. What did you say? Fong Guhong and the others are here? Yes, village chief. I heard from Wang Defu that it's the guy who killed Master Chi-yen. Let's go. Let's go and take a look. The village chief immediately led his men to the entrance of the village. When he saw Ning Chi, his face turned livid. There was a hint of anxiety in his voice. Quick, close the gate. The villagers worked together to close the huge stone gate. However, the village chief's men said worriedly he has a demonic beast. I'm afraid the gate won't be able to stop him. Prepare the bows and arrows. No matter what, defend the village. The village chief shouted angrily. Then he and a few of his men came to the stone wall and shouted at Ning Chi, Stop right there! Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. Hundreds of villagers aimed their bows and arrows at Ning Chi and the others. Ning Chi waved his hand. You guys stay here. He was not afraid of bows and arrows. However, Fong Guhong and the others did not have the ability to block arrows. He released Little Purple and rode it into the air. He looked down at the people of Grey Wolf Village. I'm here to inform you that I've taken over Grey Wolf Village. From now on, I'll be the village chief. Ning Chi said coldly. What? He wants to be our village chief? That's right. This person can kill Master Chi-yen. If he becomes our village chief, the villagers who had seen Ning Chi fight with the Scarlet Flame Dragon had mixed expressions. Some of them looked happy. However, when the village chief looked at them, they immediately lowered their heads in guilt. Village chief, what should we do? Fight him to the death? The village chief's men were nervous. Sir, if you want money, I can give it to you. If you want women, you can choose any of them. However, I don't think there's anything that you're interested in my shabby village. Please don't make things difficult for me. The village chief of Grey Wolf Village suppressed his anger and calmly negotiated with Ning Chi. Ning Chi smiled and shook his head. I just want to be the village chief. I don't want anything else. Then don't blame me for being impolite. Fire! He shouted loudly. Show! Show! A dozen arrows were shot at Ning Chi, but they were all swept away by Little Purple's wings. The village chief's expression changed. He looked to his left and right. Among the hundreds of people, only a few of his men were firing arrows. The others were hesitant. They did not dare to look at him. Are you rebelling? The village chief shouted angrily. Seeing this, Fong Guhong took the opportunity to say, Brothers and sisters, Lu Jin can't distinguish between public and private interests. He sacrifices the lives of our children to protect himself. He acts like a tyrant and does not treat us as human beings. Do you still want him to be your village chief? Put down the arrows and open the gate for us to enter. After hearing Fong Guhong's words, the villagers of Grey Wolf Village hesitated. What are you doing? Fire the arrows. Do you want to die? Zhang San grabbed a villager by the collar and shouted. Seeing that the villager still did not fire the arrows, Zhang San punched him and sent him flying. The villager screamed and fell to the ground. Zhang San, you're too much. Wang Dafu said angrily, Open the gate. Let Fong Guhong and the others in. Yes, open the gate. Chapter 132. Baiting and killing. When the Grey Wolf Village's village chief saw this, he glared at Zhang San with a murderous look. This useless thing was only good at spoiling things. Village chief, what should we do now? Li Si asked anxiously. You've lost. I'll let you live. Scram. Ning Chi smiled. Humph. The village chief snorted. Let's go. As he finished speaking, he swept his venomous gaze across the villagers of Grey Wolf Village. You will receive retribution for betraying me today." Perhaps it was because he had accumulated a lot of power, but no one dared to look him in the eye. After saying that, he walked out of the village. Zhang San and Li Si felt a chill in their hearts when they saw the villagers looking at them coldly. They knew that the people they had offended would not let them off easily. They quickly followed the village chief. In the end, only 7 or 8 people left with the village chief. Ningqi waited until they were far away before he led Fang Guhong and the rest into Grey Wolf Village. Village chief. Wang Dafu was the first to greet him. Immediately after, the villagers of Grey Wolf Village bowed to Ningqi and said, "Village chief." Ningqi revealed a satisfied smile as he nodded and said, "All right, everyone can do as they please. From now on, Fang Guhong will be in charge of all the affairs in the village. He will temporarily act as the village head. You can look for him if you need anything." Fang Guhong was shocked. "Village chief, what? I told you to do it. Call me if there's any trouble." Ningqi rolled his eyes at him. "All right then." Fang Guhong nodded. He hesitated and said, "Village chief, I'm afraid that Lu Jin won't let this matter go so easily. He'll definitely find an opportunity to seek revenge. Why don't we chase after him and kill him?" "Yes, the village chief will definitely seek revenge." Wang Dafu nodded. "There's no need for that. He's just an ant. If he dares to come again, he'll be courting death." Ningqi waved his hand. He had stolen the village chief's position and even chased him out of the village. If he killed him, it would not be in line with Ningqi's morals. However, if the other party was courting death, Ningqi would not show mercy. "Chief, where are we going now?" Zhang San asked Lu Jin as he looked around vigilantly, guarding against any demonic beasts that might launch a sneak attack at any time. Lu Jin coldly glanced at him. If he was not a pique de dosher and was still useful to Lu Jin would have long since slapped this brainless subordinate to death. Black Wind Village. After a long journey, Lu Jin safely arrived at Black Wind Village's sphere of influence with his subordinates. Just as they approached the village's entrance, they heard a loud laugh. "Ha ha ha, Lu Jin, why have you come to my Black Wind Village personally?" An extremely muscular man with a face full of beard walked out with a few Douling subordinates. He was the village chief of the Black Wind Village. His nickname was Black Bear, and he was a 1-star Douang. Because he had paid tribute to the Demon Dragon King in the past, he had come into contact with Lu Jin a few times. Lu Jin hurriedly walked up and said, "It's a long story. My Grey Wolf Village has been occupied by someone." Black Bear's expression changed slightly as he said, "Who dares to occupy your Grey Wolf Village? Did Sir Qi Yan not show up?" Lu Jin sighed and said, "Sir Qi Yan was also killed by this person." "What?" Black Bear was shocked. Killing a dragon in the Mountain Sea region? Was he tired of living? Who is this person? How many star Douang is he? He quickly asked. Lu Jin said, "I do not know his background either. However, he is only a pique de dosher." "How can a pique de dosher kill Sir Qi Yan?" "Lu Jin, are you kidding me?" Black Bear's expression immediately turned ugly. "Let me finish. Although he is only a pique de dosher, he has a rank 5 demonic pet, Purple Lightning Bird. Sir Qi Yan was surrounded and killed by them." Lu Jin said in a deep voice. "Rank 5 demonic beast, Purple Lightning Bird?" Black Bear's expression changed. After which, he suspiciously looked at Lu Jin and said, "Then you are here to see Sir Black Wind?" Lu Jin nodded slightly. Sir Qi Yan was killed. Although Sir Black Wind is not on good terms with him, we all belong to the dragon race and are both subordinates of the Demon Dragon King. He will not sit idly by. Therefore, I wish to ask Sir Black Wind to come forward and kill this person. Lu Jin, this is where you are wrong. If others know that you watched Sir Qi Yan get killed, Even if Sir Black Wind comes forward and kills that brat, you will not be able to escape punishment. I think it is better for me to bring some people with you to ambush that brat and kill him. This way, not only will you not be guilty in front of the Demon Dragon King, but you will also be rewarded." Black Bear said in a low voice. Lu Jin's back immediately broke out in a cold sweat. If not for Black Bear's reminder, it was likely that he would not be able to keep his life. "Black Bear, thank you." Lu Jin tightly grasped Black Bear's hand and shook it with all his might to express his gratitude. Black Bear laughed. "There is no need to thank me. As long as you kill that fellow and take back your position as village chief, you will give me half of the tribute you give to the Demon Dragon King." "Half?" Lu Jin frowned slightly. Seeing that Black Bear was looking at him with a smile that did not seem like a smile, Lu Jin gritted his teeth and nodded. "All right, deal." After which, He Xiong gathered over half of the strong people in the Black Wind Village. Including himself, there was a 1-star Do Wang, 2 9-star Do Ling, 3 8-star Do Ling, and over 100 Dadoshers. They brought Lu Jin and the others and headed in the direction of the Grey Wolf Village. They stopped when they were still 2 kilometers away from the Grey Wolf Village and hid in the forest by the side. "Wait here. We will lure that brat out. When the time comes, we will attack together and kill him." Black Bear coldly laughed. Not long after, 7 or 8 villagers from Grey Wolf Village came out to gather fruits. When they arrived, they were immediately knocked unconscious. 2 hours later, Wang Defu panted as he found Fong Guhong. "Brother Fong, bad news." Old Wang and the others went out to gather fruits and disappeared. Could they have been taken away by demonic beasts? Impossible. The place where they gathered the fruits is within a few kilometers of Grey Wolf Village. Those demonic beasts think that this place is still under the jurisdiction of the Scarlet Flame Dragon and will not find trouble. Fong Guhong stopped what he was doing and said in a deep voice, "Then what should we do?" Logically, Old Wang and the others should not have been gone for so long. Wang Defu said anxiously. This was because one of the people who went out to gather fruits was a woman he liked. "Bring a group of people. I will personally go out and take a look," Fong Guhong said. Not long after, over 30 strong youths came out of Grey Wolf Village. With Fong Guhong in the lead, they headed towards the forest. Fong Guhong. Chapter 133. A gang fight Black Bear's underlings immediately took action when the other party got close. 2 9-star Do Ling and 3 8-star Do Ling acted quickly and restrained Fong Guhong and the rest in an instant. "Lu Jin, it's you." Fong Guhong saw Lu Jin and the 7 or 8 villagers at his feet. They were the ones that Wang Dafu said had gone missing. He immediately understood that everything was Lu Jin's plan. "I've said it before. You will regret it one day." Lu Jin walked in front of Fong Guhong and gave him 2 hard slaps. Fong Guhong's face instantly swelled up. He spat out a mouthful of blood and a few broken teeth. "Your evil plan will not succeed." Fong Guhong glanced coldly at Lu Jin, then at Black Bear, and said coldly, "Haha, Lu Jin, not only did your underlings betray you, but they also have complete confidence in that fellow. You are really a failure as the village chief." Black Bear teased. Lu Jin's face darkened. He ruthlessly knocked Fong Guhong out. Zhang Sen acted as if he was going to step forward and crush Fong Guhong's head, but was stopped by Lu Jin. "Don't kill him. We can't let this traitor die so easily. Oh, the same goes for all of you. You must be punished for betraying me," Lu Jin said as he looked at the group of trembling and terrified villagers. "The village chief will come to save us. The village chief will definitely come to save us." Wang Dafu immediately prayed in his heart when he thought of Lu Jin's many tricks. Village chief. A few villagers with higher cultivation came to Ning Chi's residence and shouted. Ning Chi walked out of the room and said, "What's the matter?" 7 or 8 of our villagers went out to pick wild fruits and disappeared. The acting village chief brought some people to look for them. In the end, 4 to 6 hours have passed, and we still haven't found them. The sky is getting dark. You guys stay in the village. I'll go take a look. Ningqi nodded. After leaving the village, he immediately saw the traces of Fang Guhong and the others. He followed the traces and came to the side of the forest. Suddenly, a few balls of fighting energy erupted and attacked him from all directions. Boom! Ningqi was hit in an instant, tumbling backward. Ha ha ha, Lu Jin, you were chased out of Grey Wolf Village by this little guy? He Xiong laughed as he walked out. Hundreds of his men surrounded Ningqi. It's over. Wang Dafu and the rest were filled with despair. But immediately after, their despair turned into joy. 1 1-star Dowang, 2 9-star Dolings, 3 8-star Dolings, and over 100 Dedoshers. All of you really think highly of me. Ningqi stood up from the ground and flicked the dust off his body as if nothing had happened. This scene immediately caused Black Bear's expression to change from mockery to seriousness. Logically speaking, even a Doling would die on the spot from that attack. However, not only did this Peak Dedosher not die, he also appeared to be uninjured. Black Bear's vigilance was immediately raised. The health bar above Ningqi's head went from 112,700 to 35,000. If not for his dragon elephant prajna art reaching the 4th level, he would already be dead. Not bad. No wonder Lu Jin couldn't beat you. Black Bear looked at Ningqi and chuckled. You didn't think that my revenge would come so quickly, right? Lu Jin brought Zhang San and Li Si to Black Bear's side and sneered at Ningqi. In his heart, he was already planning how to torture Ningqi to vent the anger in his heart. I'll let you live, but don't blame me if you want to die. Ningqi smiled. Little Amethyst instantly appeared beside him and attacked Black Bear and the rest. Rank 5 Purple Lightning Bird. Black Bear was already prepared as he led Doling's men towards Little Amethyst. If you kill this child, his demonic pet will naturally retreat. This was the reason why Black Bear dared to ambush Ningqi, even though he knew that Ningqi had the Purple Lightning Bird. Although he wasn't a match for the Purple Lightning Bird, with a few of his men, they could still hold it back for a while. Then the 100 Dedoshers he brought would definitely be able to kill Ningqi. Go to hell! Lu Jin roared and led the charge towards Ningqi. Ningqi threw an Earth Upper Grade rejuvenation pill into his mouth and laughed. I'll let you see my 18 subduing dragon palms. Roar! He did not defend at all. Instead, he used offense as defense and ignored the attacks that landed on his body. Like a cutting machine, he sent Lu Jin flying with a palm before charging into the group of Dedosher that Black Bear had brought along. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a 3-star Dosher. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a 5-star Dosher. Ding! The system beeped crazily. Ningqi killed each of his opponents with a single palm strike. Variant Dochi. What kind of technique is that? Everyone be careful. Our attacks can't do any damage to him. Damn it. The Dedoshers that Black Bear brought along were in disarray. They thought that they would be able to kill Ningqi, but they didn't expect him to be a god of death. Since you're a guest in Grey Wolf Village, don't leave. Ningqi laughed out loud. With one palm, he killed a Peak Dedosher whose face was filled with terror. Before the Dedosher died, his eyes were filled with unwillingness and confusion. Why was he like an ant in front of his opponent when their cultivation was the same? Why? Village chief is so strong. Wang Dafu's blood was boiling. Fang Guhong also woke up and happened to see the scene of Ningqi killing. He said to vent his anger, Lu Jin, the old guy, has miscalculated this time. Brother Fang, are you all right? Wang Dafu asked. Fang Guhong shook his head. It's just a flesh wound. At this time, most of the Dedoshers that Black Bear brought along were dead. Those who survived were heavily injured. A few of them saw that the situation was not good and took the opportunity to escape. Ning Chi's lips curled into a cold smile as he approached Lu Jin. Village chief, be careful! Zhang San and Li Si rushed forward to attack Ning Chi, blocking Ning Chi's attack for Lu Jin. Seeing this, Lu Jin's face showed a trace of panic, and he fled in a panic. Still thinking of running, Ning Chi smashed Zhang San and Li Si's heads like he was smashing watermelons. He then rushed behind Lu Jin and slammed his palm into his back. Lu Jin cried out in pain and fell to the ground. His health had been reduced to a critical level by Ning Chi, and he was on his last breath. Don't kill me. I was wrong." Lu Jin looked at Ning Chi in horror and begged for mercy with a weak breath. "I'll deal with you later." Ning Chi smiled and turned to walk toward Black Bear and the others. At this time, Little Violet was suppressing them with an absolute advantage. "Village chief, our people are all dead. Let's go," a 9-star Doling shouted. "Lu Jin, that old man, killed us.